Hogwarts, Whispers of the Ancient Gods. Chapter 1. Alan Arnold Appleby, that's my child's name. A 10-year-old black-haired boy stood timidly behind his father, tugging at the corner of his clothes. At dusk, golden sunlight came in through the window, and it seemed like it was just time to get off work. Everything looks so warm and welcoming. He looks so cute, he looks a lot like you, sir. Thanks, Bernard. Want a drink? Humphrey Appleby, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Magic, raised his eyebrows and smiled. A toast to your health. Bernard Wu, the Private Secretary of the Department of Administrative Affairs, looked elegant and clinked glasses with Humphrey, making a ding sound. Humphrey rarely showed a sincere and kind smile and looked behind him. His son Alan was opening his small school bag carefully, and there happened to be a small stool inside. He was afraid that there would be no place to sit here, so he had to bring a small stool with him. Humphrey introduced cordially. I think as the son of a permanent secretary, there is absolutely no need to feel embarrassed. Bernard looked at Alan kindly and smiled. At this time, Humphrey suddenly changed his color. Bernard. He looked fierce. Bernard quickly made amends at this time. As one of the most powerful men in Britain, Humphrey's demeanor did not change at all. It only took him 1 second to go from smiling to as cold as ice. Only then did Bernard realize that what he just said might imply the message that permanent secretaries are shameless people. How can anyone in this world call someone shameless in front of their children? Humphrey felt angry. He didn't believe that as a grammar graduate, he couldn't figure this out. Bernard was too proud. I will faithfully record his every word and deed in this year's year-end report. Humphrey thought to himself. Seeing Bernard's expression of embarrassment, Alan, as a child, suddenly raised his glass in vain. He was not holding anything in his hands, because children were not allowed to drink. But he imitated the toasting gestures made by his father and Bernard just now. Sitting on the small stool he brought, he said in a childish voice. Thank you, and a toast to your health, sir. Although the people around seemed to be busy with their own affairs, in fact, everyone was watching and listening in all directions. Particular attention was paid to what the department's top officer, the permanent undersecretary, Sir Humphrey Appleby, was doing. Seeing such a harmonious scene, they admired Alan's sensibleness. The civil servants who remained in the lounge laughed. The smiles of these civilized public servants naturally did not surprise Sir Humphrey, who raised his glass gently. Everything was within his expectations. Bernard breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Sorry, but I am not sir yet, but this Mr. Bernard, who graduated from Cambridge University and majored in classical literature, still insists on being wordy today. Bernard continued to correct the grammar without being humble or arrogant. It's not yet. Humphrey finally came to the rescue. Humphrey raised his glass gently again, smiling. Forget it, since our baby said to let him go, then so be it. Humphrey thought to himself. Bernard watched Sir Humphrey's expression turn from steel to tenderness around his fingers. He smiled knowingly and gratefully, and the two clinked glasses. Ding! Speaking of which, what do you think of our minister's recent performance? It's really not bad. Bernard praised sincerely. Yes, we will raise him right away. Humphrey raised his eyebrows contemptuously. I take it he was up late last week getting everything done. Yes. We've got to get him to forget about this magic network tracing restrictions nonsense. I thought the name of those white papers was restricting magic network tracing. Yes, we always put the most difficult part in the title. This is much less harmful to society than putting it in the article. Humphrey explained the government's established rules. The less you want to do something, the more you have to stress about it. But is there anything wrong with limiting the power to trace magic online? This is about every magician's right to privacy. At least when we inquire about a person's information, we should ask about his wishes. Bernard retorted. Are you kidding? Humphrey looked at him in disbelief. Bernard replied seriously. No, isn't this the minister's policy? I think citizens of a democratic government should have the power to control whether their itinerary is made public. So what if the terrorist doesn't agree? Say that person you know who. You don't want a terrorist crawling into your fireplace, do you? Humphrey advised. Okay. Bernard nodded. But if the minister insists, what should I say? Bernard asked. For example. Oh minister, I really appreciate your decision, but are you really sure this is the best way to achieve your goals? If that doesn't work, just say. Now is not the time, for a variety of reasons. Will this make the ministers stop? Bernard asked. Yes, most of the time. Humphrey nodded. If he still doesn't agree, just say. This policy is difficult to implement for a variety of reasons. For example, technical reasons, legal reasons, and policy reasons. Humphrey put his hands on his stomach and looked serious. If he still doesn't agree in the end, the last resort is. It's a great idea, but there's an election coming up soon. Are you sure you want to risk your votes for something like this? This is called creative inertia. With that, Humphrey finished explaining. Listening to the teachings of the highest-ranking civil servants present, these civilized servants nodded to show that they had learned. Oh, Sir Humphrey! You are so kind! Bernard praised. Sir Humphrey raised his glass again. There is no matter in the Department of Administrative Services of the Ministry of Magic that is not under the control of Sir Humphrey Appleby, Baron of Glamorgan. Therefore, due to Humphrey's rock-solid connections and abilities, the position of Secretary of State for Administrative Affairs was also known as the political graveyard. What are you thinking about, Alan? Bernard looked at Alan Arnold Appleby with a more friendly look. He looked like he was thinking about something. I'm trying to think of a way to convince my dad. Mr. Bernard, since we are so close to each other, I suggest you buy a few houses in Beijing. Alan looked at Bernard eagerly. Sir Humphrey buttoned his ears. I know Beijing, but where is Shanghai? Humphrey raised his eyebrows again. Although I will send you to Winchester, Oxford High School, or Eton. But I still recommend that you make your own money to buy it. I won't pay for anything that's 1,000 miles away. Alan shook his head. He was just thinking, it's 1990 AD. In the not-too-distant future, if my father uses 1 year's salary to buy stocks in Tencent, Alibaba, and Mutai, as well as houses in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen, how much money will he make in the future? Alan gently wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth to prevent it from dripping on his book. Chapter 2. Okay, if you don't mind, I'm going to take Alan to the concert now. After chatting for a while, the sun slowly set, leaving only a trace of afterglow. After Sir Humphrey Appleby consciously explained everything, he politely prepared to go to the next trip. Although it was a straightforward explanation of if you excuse me, Sir Hans' etiquette was never faulty at all, and it seemed as if he really cared about Bernard's opinion. Even though we all know Humphrey doesn't care. Seeing his father and Bernard both stand up, Alan also stood up obediently and began to pack away his small stool and books. Well-behaved, cute and sensible. At first glance, he looks like a young successor who can carry on Humphrey's legacy. Alan was wearing a small suit, and even though he was 10 years old, he looked even younger. Since he was going to attend a formal concert next, Humphrey had personally put a small bow tie on his son. In English, they generally call this quality sound. Father is kind, son is filial, brother, friend and brother are respectful, creating a peaceful scene. However, at this moment, Alan, who was bending over to pack the stool, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt his heartbeat suddenly stop for a beat. Thump. Thump. Thump thump thump. Again. As the night approaches the full moon again, his call comes again. Despite being prepared early, it was still too scary for Alan. He tried his best to control his body and mind so as not to fall into madness. His eyes rolled up involuntarily, but he knew that this feeling would disappear in a few seconds. This also gave him a reason to continue to hold on to his sanity. At this time, a call came that seemed to transcend all information and come from the vicissitudes of ancient times. Just hearing it was enough to make people fall into eternal madness. Just listening to this sound is enough to make people feel the fear of the infinite time and eternity of the universe, and the shudder of the infinite darkness and incomparable loneliness of the lightless universe. That's light, that's the crazy teeth-squeaking sound of hydrogen and helium combined with oxygen. It's like the universe is grinding its teeth. However, Alan is actually not an ordinary person. He has extremely strong willpower and endurance. For some reason, his willpower was enough to withstand this extremely mysterious and terrifying summons. Until then, all the information and feelings that are infinitely long and vast and come from nowhere are completely transmitted. Finally, it condensed into one sentence, floating in front of Alan's eyes like floaters. This sentence was not finished at all, and was ultimately transmitted in the form of an afterimage. A generous hand touched Alan's shoulder. What happened? Son. Humphrey stared at Alan with serious and concerned eyes. Alan shook his head gently. He knew this was the world of Harry Potter. After all, the Ministry of Magic, Britain, and Voldemort, these three pieces of information were combined together, plus I had watched a whole set of movies. There is no doubt that this conclusion can be deduced. However, there is never a single word in the entire Harry Potter books or movies that mentions this sheer horror. If there is no solution, and the people who care about you and also care about you are sad for something in vain, it is better not to say anything and endure it silently. Time travel comes at a cost. Alan knew this early on. I'm afraid that I have already registered with the ancient god. Every full moon night, he had to face the whispers of the ancient gods alone. But even so, every day of survival is earned. He was extremely grateful to God. In this life, he had a family member who loved him. Sometimes he would even shed tears of happiness. A forced but hard-working smile appeared on Alan's pale face. Fine. I'm sorry to say, to be polite, I'm just a little uncomfortable. Let's go to the concert. Sir Humphrey Appleby ruffled Alan's hair. Your hair is covered in sweat and you say it's okay. Do you want to go to the concert? Aren't you going to meet Sir Arnold there? I think it's very important to you. Alan knew that Sir Arnold was Humphrey's immediate boss. Humphrey smiled, helped Alan zip up his school bag, held Alan's little hand, and walked slowly. Not going. Let's go home. The setting sun pulled the shadows of the two people into the distance. Humphrey and Alan were in the back seat of the car, with the Ministry of Magic providing them with a personal driver. There are magicians not only in Britain, right? Alan raised a question that he had always been concerned about. Of course. Sir Humphrey put on a matter-of-fact expression. Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Dumstrang, there are so many. Washington, Harbin, Moscow, Mari, Tokugawa. What other Nanyang, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Chukotka, Hawaii, Rome, Shigatse, Almaty, Sri Lanka, Damascus, Dagestan, Cordoba, Casablanca. And the clock tower. There are too many to even check. Sir Humphrey scratched his head. What's puzzling is that even HRRC can still produce powerful mages in some places. What is HRRC? Alan asked. Human Resources Country. A country rich in human resources. There are many people but little money. People come here to ask for money. Sir Humphrey smiled. By the way, you can't even imagine what kind of catalyst the Chinese alchemists use. They don't use staffs like us. As soon as Alan heard this, he felt a little wilted and seemed a little depressed. They would use jade, and if it broke, they would have to buy another one. How fun! However, the wilted Alan was not in the mood to reply. Don't mind, you are my son. Even if you don't go to Hogwarts, St. Paul's or Winchester are good choices. Humphrey touched his head and said with relief. What Sir Humphrey never expected was that Alan, as the son of a pure-blood noble family, would not have any magical riots. The reason is not that Alan is a squib. Quite the opposite. It was because the mental power of madness and mania in his mind warned him. He could feel that if he couldn't suppress his power, everything would be over. Once this majestic power is combined with the whispers of the ancient gods, he will fall into complete madness. Chapter 3. Just like the test results will eventually be released, the magic riot finally arrived. Although Alan tried hard to suppress it, things often did not change according to human will. The noble Earl of Glamorgan, Sir Humphrey Appleby, held more than one ancestral castle. Now, he is enjoying a holiday with his son at his castle in Yorkshire. As permanent Under-Secretary, the busy Sir Humphrey rarely gets a break. Not only that, if anything big happens, he must return to London to take charge of the work. At this time, he and his son were leisurely basking in the sun. For any pure-blood noble family, a squib unable to use magic is a disgrace to the family. But for Sir Humphrey Appleby, he obviously didn't care about this, and even felt a little lucky. In order not to make his beloved son sad, he deliberately locked the house elves underground to prevent these deadheads from irritating his precious son. If anything like being a squib made Alan angry, I'm afraid he would tell the elf Crisp to get out of here in a fit of rage. An elf who valued honor more than life would undoubtedly die, so it was best for everyone to let him stay underground. However, Sir Humphrey believes that his child has 10,000 advantages but one fatal flaw. Alan is too sensible, too well-behaved, and too gentle. Just like his mother. In the magical world of swords and swords, this is really too dangerous. The world is too cruel, and any benevolence in women is seeking death. Along the way, apart from those who are finished because of stupidity, most people are killed out of soft-heartedness. For this reason, he painstakingly prepared a catfish for his child, to stimulate his child a little, so that he could change little by little, learn the coldness and hatred behind the smile, and learn to stand up and resist bravely. This is how he can be truly responsible for him. Diary Brando, he's exactly what he's ready to be as a good catfish. Born into a poor family, he has a cunning, reckless, and shameless personality, and is nothing but clever. He happens to be an excellent candidate for sacrifice. Counting the time, he will be there soon, right? Sir Humphrey looked at the distance and his son Alan with a smile on his face, but with dangerous calculations in his heart. At this time, Alan was lying leisurely on the lounge chair, feeling the breeze blowing, which meant leisurely. Woof woof! Daniel shouted happily, running over from the corner, running here and there, and then ran to lie down in front of Alan, showing his white belly and acting coquettishly, making his closest little master purr and furry. Be good! Alan supported Daniel's arms, picked up the big dog's belly, and jumped up happily. Humphrey watched their play and poured himself half a glass of whiskey. Daniel was brought here by his mother. At that time, not long after Alan was born, he was still a little black puppy. I didn't expect that he would grow so big in a blink of an eye. Humphrey took a sip. That's right, no wonder he thinks so. Daniel is one of the last thoughts his mother has for Alan. Thinking of this, Jazz sighed. Everything happened so suddenly, but he swore to her that even if he didn't protect her, he would definitely protect their child. I dreamed of her again a few days ago, and she asked Humphrey why he didn't strip Alan out of this Vanity Fair. This time, even if he has to face heart-wrenching pain, even if he has to pretend to be a bad father, Humphrey must perform this play well. Humphrey steeled his resolve. As for Diary Brando? Give him the title of EEC specialist or multinational company consultant. Send him off happily, send him out happily, and that's it. I believe he will definitely be happy with it. After all, even the director's political advisor likes this kind of position. There is no reason why he shouldn't like it. On a June day, a child's face changes at will. The sky was sunny before, but soon it became cloudy. The weather in summer is changing so quickly. The sky was overcast, with that unique sultry feeling of reduced air pressure before a storm. It was as if the day had turned into night. An antique carriage carried Diary to the castle. In order to breathe fresh air, Appleby Manor does not allow any motor vehicles to enter. Only pollution-free horse-drawn carriages are qualified to carry people here. However, in fact, the father and son suffered a lot in London. The reason why the manor did not allow vehicles to enter was for the sake of peace and quiet. To be precise, those who have money and leisure. No matter what, I listen to my dad. He does whatever he likes. Alan thought out of boredom. In front of the castle gate, Alan had already put on his formal clothes and was waiting there leisurely. With a phone call to remind you, you will naturally have enough time to prepare. This weather is outrageous. In Britain, which has a temperate maritime climate, it is very rare to foresee heavy rain. Alan secretly yawned. He had seen his own carriage many times. For the first time, I would be surprised that my home is so spacious. Later, I would get used to it, and that would be it. It's nothing special. In fact, I heard that there are very few rules here, and many old pure-blood magic aristocrats have more rules in their homes. Seeing the carriage approaching a little bit, Alan showed a perfect but extremely hypocritical smile. At this time, the door of the carriage opened with a bang, and the suitcase was thrown out and fell to the ground. A blonde, blue-eyed boy wearing a suit who looked older than him jumped out of the carriage. He tried his best and landed on the ground boldly. It seemed that there was a lot of movement, but he landed firmly. Alan felt that the scene before him seemed a bit familiar. His father only asked him to come out to greet the guest, but did not say who it was. The boy raised his hands proudly, like a king coming to his territory. Hello, I'm Alan Arnold Appleby. If you don't know his name, you can only introduce yourself first. Diary Brando. Alan didn't hear it clearly, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Brando. At this moment, Daniel saw a guest coming, and Alan smiled broadly, so he understood that the visitor was someone he could get close to. Daniel ran over happily, ready to hug, act coquettishly, and tickle. Please don't worry. Daniel is my old dog. It's not convenient to tie him up. He will never bite. Alan explained to Diary with a smile, although he did not hear Diary's name clearly. Daniel ran around Diary and Alan, spinning around. At this moment, Diary kneed Daniel in the face. Diary's face was ferocious and his expression was terrifying. Alan clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. Do you know what you're doing? Alan looked at Diary kindly and asked softly. Humph. Is this the eldest son of the Appleby family? He has money, status, and everything. Let me, Diary, completely crush your reason and replace him. Diary thought viciously in his heart. Don't think that just because I live in your house, you can show off in front of me. I like to be number one. I want to be number one. Do you understand? I won't let anyone show off in front of me. Diary looked at Alan's timid smirk, walked up to Alan and whispered in Alan's ear. Also, I hate dogs. Diary smiled mockingly, his ferocity undisguised. It's not that I'm afraid of dogs, but when I see them trying to please people, I feel like vomiting. Don't let Danny, that stupid dog, come near me, Diary Brando. Otherwise, I will kill him. Diary threatened fiercely, and because he spoke too fast, Diary became Dior. Now Alan finally heard clearly that this wild boy's name was Dio Brando. Diary did not see Alan's expression clearly. The moment he turned his back to Alan, the veins on Alan's face were exposed, and he was already struggling to suppress the anger in his heart. When he heard the name Dior Brando, Alan rolled his eyes and completely lost his mind. He could only hear this voice echoing in his ears. It was radiating, gelatinous, twisting liquid malignancy. It was a festering, dripping, howling pseudopod. It was an indescribable, kleptomaniac, overgrown cry. The radiant, gelatinous, warped, fluid malignancy. That festering, dripping, howling pseudopod. Thenomilus, kleptomaniacal, overgrown whale. Anger overwhelmed his mind. The remaining sanity is also thinking about this question. If he is Dio Brando, is he Jonathan Joestar? So Dad is George Joestar? No. How difficult this love is. Alan will never allow anyone to harm Sir Humphrey Appleby. Anyone who wants to harm him must step over his own body first. No one can hurt your own dad. At this time, a lightning flashed in the sky. There was lightning and thunder, and the sound was deafening. What are you doing? It's going to rain. Come back and take shelter from the rain and eat. Humphrey Appleby's concerned voice came over. Hey! Didn't you hear? Let's go now. Diary Brando urged impatiently. After exhausting his patience, he grabbed Alan's clothes and pulled them back. However, Alan's body was as motionless as a rock. At this time, Daniel screamed in fear. It's like discovering the most terrifying thing in the world, beyond the limits of its understanding. Within a few seconds, he even began to foam at the mouth, twitched and went crazy. Did you know that Daniel is a precious relic left to me by my mother? After Alan said the last sentence, his consciousness fell into infinite darkness. At this time, Diary felt something was wrong. He raised his head little by little and looked at Alan, who had his back to the manor. At this time, Alan's mouth and eyes were crooked, and his mouth was drooling. His expression seemed to be suppressing extreme pain, but also as if he had discovered the most wonderful thing in the world. His eyes rolled white and he looked up to the sky seriously. Non-Euclidean geometric, scaly, gloomy, dark, protruding tumors began to appear on his face, exuding a foul odor. His originally cute and well-behaved face turned out to be so ugly and terrifying. It looked like he was unconscious. After just one glance, Diary instinctively felt that it was the pressure of an ancient, nameless, crazy, abnormal, blasphemous, abominable, ghostly, and demonic species that surpassed all human speech. At the second glance, Diary could no longer see Alan's face clearly, nor could he capture the indescribable feeling of terror. At this time, there is only a strange, vague, full of radiation at a glance, harmful to health, indescribable, and incoherent vast smoke. Lumos! Sir Humphrey Appleby shouted. Patroness charm! A big running rabbit suddenly jumped out and jumped towards the mutated Alan. But it's too late. Alan's cute face quickly festered, grew larger, became covered with fungi, and finally turned into a ghastly face with gills. Scales grew on his arms, abdominal muscles grew on his belly, and all the body fat turned into muscles in an instant. The surroundings are filled with the smell of rancidity and fish. The deep diver. Diary Brando was so frightened that he said that word in horror. No. Humphrey Appleby shouted in despair. The scene he least wanted to see happened. No matter how you avoid it. No matter what the effort. It still happened. Is this his fate, the tragic fate of their family? The rain was pouring down, but Dialy's feet were weak because of fear. At this time, he remembered what his father told him before he died. Child, the most important thing for people like us is our eyesight. Some people may call you the savior of the wicked in the future, but never forget humility. In the face of the real boundless evil, we are just lambs to be slaughtered. And the wretch. Those eyes with a faint blue light were emotionless, but seemed to contain all the filth in the universe. Diary knew. Deep divers are the most threatening species in human history, but the species closest to humans. They don't know why they appear, and they don't know why they disappear. They have no sense. People only know that every time they appear, they bring crisis, madness, war, hunger, and plague. Everything is ominous. They are the real evil, they are the real enemies of humanity. He was so oppressed that he couldn't move at all. Diary looked down and even his pants were soaked with fear. Deep Diver picked up Dialy's head with one hand and Dialy's feet with the other. The demon looked like it was going to tear the poor boy apart. Faced with such a terrifying existence, all Diary could do was wait like a lamb and a pig. Humphrey watched in despair as his lovely son turned into a monster, but he was powerless and knelt on the ground in despair. At this moment, the Deep Diver let go of Diary. Only then did Diary regain his remaining strength, and rolled and crawled to run away, but was grabbed by the neck by the Deep Diver. With one finger, he penetrated Dialy's brainstem. There was no pain, it was clean and crisp, you wouldn't even feel it, and it was over. It was pouring rain from the sky, like pouring it down with a basin. Humphrey knelt on the ground in despair, watching the Deep Diver slowly walk over, and closed his eyes. He was prepared to kill at the slightest provocation, since everyone he cared about was dead anyway. Even if he continues to live, he will only serve as a humble servant of society. In fact, during the transformation process just now, Aaron could be killed by using split or Avada Kedavra. But he still couldn't bear to do something to his last relative, he might as well die in his hands. The Deep Diver walked over step by step and came to Humphrey with overwhelming pressure. Finally, he gave Humphrey a hug and fell straight back. The Deep Diver fur dissipated, leaving only the unconscious Alan lying in the rain. Since then, Sir Humphrey has always thought that it was Alan's first magic riot. But he will never know. At that time, transforming into a Deep Diver and killing people was an intentional act by his proud son. He didn't notice that sometimes, his gentle son's eyes would sparkle with crazy fire. Later, people called this flame dark will. What I want, I have to get it at any cost. Those who obey me prosper, those who oppose me perish. This was what Alan really thought at the time. Chapter 4. Voldemort is not only the big devil, he is also the most famous Deep Diver in modern times in Britain. Sir Humphrey Appleby said helplessly to his son. Yes, there is such a secret in the British wizarding world that must not be revealed. Behind the magic, hidden are the whispers of the nameless. In the midst of chaos that has no beginning and no end, Alan feels as close as if he has returned to his mother's arms. Alan's reason told him that this was a crazy, chaotic, and indescribable abyss of the universe. But he vaguely felt that this place was just like his hometown, gentle and friendly. Alan's consciousness sank into the abyss, and he saw his hands turning into the solace of his feet, sinking into the water like a fish entering the sea. He saw a bright light in the distance, and there seemed to be a fascinating truth about the universe buried there. That is the indescribable, extremely noble, and supreme truth of the universe. Maybe as long as it can pass, you can instantly become the happiest person in the universe, right? Because we have mastered the ultimate truth. Maybe he could transform into a four-dimensional creature all of a sudden. All thoughts about the ultimate truth, meaning infinite irreversible madness, had been obliterated by the indescribable existence the moment they appeared, and he swam towards the light. He swam there, and after a while, he heard a sigh. My name is Nyarlathotep, the lurking chaos, the spokesperson of Azathoth. If an ancient god harms you, transform into a Deep Diver and call my name devoutly. With just a crisp sound, Alan's soul flew in the opposite direction from the Abyss Ocean, as if being carried by a rocket, rushing out of the Abyss Ocean and straight into the blue sky. At this time, Alan suddenly woke up. His vision turned from blurry to clear, and in front of him was Sir Humphrey Appleby, who was looking at him with concern. "Ah, this is home." Seeing the familiar furnishings in front of him, especially the familiar touch of his bed, Alan knew that he was safe. "Son, how are you feeling?" "It's okay, father, what happened to me before? I don't know anything when I'm angry." Sir Humphrey nodded. His mood was a bit wrong, as if he had been stimulated by something. "You have become a deep diver," he said seriously, looking at his son's expected panic and fear. The legendary Bane." Alan stammered in surprise, fear evident in his words. Sir Humphrey hugged his son and let him go. "Do you know what Britain will do with the deep ones?" Sir Humphrey said seriously, while Alan shook his head. "Azkaban. No time limit. Secret trial, direct escort, even a fly can't fly out, even if it goes to a foreign country. Oh my God! It's the most terrifying prison in Britain. The one that no one can escape from." Sir Humphrey nodded. "I thought you were a real squib." "That's right. Your mother and I are both wizards. How could you be a squib?" Sir Humphrey sighed deeply. "I really didn't expect you to be able to change back. The book said it's impossible to change back. But, if that's the case, maybe you also have a chance. Originally, I planned to send you out of this place of right and wrong. As long as you don't touch these magic things in your life. Seeing that you are so sound at a young age, relying on my father's relationship, it is not a problem to keep you as a permanent undersecretary. Eton, Bailey College. Even if I go crazy in the end and am sent to a mental hospital, at least you are safe and I have not broken my promise to your mother." Sir Humphrey spoke solemnly, deeply and emotionally, and his endless nostalgia for Alan's mother could be seen both in and out of his words. "Originally, I planned to let Diley teach you wolf nature, and then send you away from the magic world beautifully. Those beings are very kind, and as long as they don't know anything, they are almost always safe. Don't you always say you want to money? Dad will give you a large amount of money. You can buy whatever you want, a house in Beijing, a house in Shanghai, a house in New York, and what you call Tencent Alibaba Mutai stocks. Use half of the money to invest in this. Dad just wants you to be safe and live your whole life happily. You are an independent child, and as long as you don't break the law, whatever you do is up to you. I believe your mother would definitely want me to do the same." Sir Humphrey calmly made a decision that stunned Alan. "Oh my gosh! Pie in the sky! Could it be that my era of cool writing is coming? A good father fell from the sky, and he also took a large sum of money to give himself glory and wealth under the colorful clouds. As long as you have foresight and start-up capital, you only need to make a few important decisions in your life. Buy real estate first, then sell a batch of properties 20 years later and convert them into bitcoins. You don't have to do anything. You can be famous and drink spicy food for the rest of your life just by eating human blood steamed buns. The Soviet Union is about to collapse, and in the next few decades, as long as you have money, you can do anything." But Alan shook his head and asked his father. "Father, what should you do? You are the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic. It is impossible to leave the Ministry of Magic." Sir Humphrey buttoned his ears. "So, let's not contact you in the future. The closer you are to me, the closer you are to this Vanity Fair, and the closer you are to danger. I'll send you to board at Eton College. We won't meet each other anymore. We'll keep in touch via letters from now on." Alan looked even more sullen. "So, what happened to Mom? You always said she was on a business trip. Deep divers are mainly inherited through blood, so Mom is also a deep diver." Sir Humphrey tried to cover Alan's mouth in panic. "Don't understand these things, it's too dangerous for you. Stay away from these things for the rest of your life. Your parents have been immersed in the magic world all their lives, and they know best what kind of ghost place this is. Only the 2 stone lions in the collection room are clean. The more you guess, the more dangerous they will be for you. Good boy, you are the most obedient. Remember Dad's words, never, never, never come into contact with these." Sir Humphrey emphasized righteously. Sir Humphrey, who likes to show off his ability to use long and difficult sentences, which ranks first in grammar at Bailey College, never uses simple sentences in front of his son. "This time, I even used an imperative sentence that was concise, but not high-end at all. But, I refuse." "What?" "But I refuse. But I don't want to do that. Ellen. I want to save my mother. If I can transform back from a deep diver, it means I am definitely different. I'm going to save my mother. Alan said sincerely. When he was young, he could always see his father holding a handful of jade and crying secretly. The love that I had never received in my previous life, and now I have so much love in this life, how could Alan not cherish it? He knew that this reason was enough to convince his confident and stubborn father. Ugh! Sir Humphrey sighed. I'm sorry. If I had to choose between you and your mother, I would choose your mother. Sir Humphrey spoke nonsense. Ah! Alan was confused. Could it be that the love he received was fake? But if I die, I can save you or your mother, and I will sacrifice my life without hesitation. Sir Humphrey's eyes became firm again, and it seemed that he had also made a difficult decision. My dear son, I know you are too young to understand what money really means. You also don't know how many difficulties and obstacles there are on this road. I can embark on this road that is destined to never come back, but I can't force you to embark on this road, not to mention that your mother also wants you to be safe. The path of magic is too dangerous. Father really begs you not to take this path, but I still hold a little bit of luck in my heart. It is really extraordinary that you can even transform into a deep diver. What if? If our family of 3 can really reunite, then I really... Sir Humphrey was speechless. He was shaken again. No, son. You still can't go this way. As long as you nod, I will contact Hogwarts immediately and no longer issue owls to you. I will also give you money and freedom. You are too young. You really don't know how much hardship you have to endure and how much suffering you have to suffer. You will die. Sir Humphrey wiped the tears from his eyes. I want to save my mother. I know you miss her, I miss her too. I want to see her, I want her to kiss me tenderly, I want her to cook for me, I want our family to be together. If there is a chance, why not catch it? Alan's tone was extremely firm, he had already guessed where his mother was. Wealth and honor are what people want. If you don't get them in the right way, you won't get them. Mencius. No. Sir Humphrey became more determined. If you insist on going to Hogwarts, you don't have a penny of this money. I won't give you a penny. Besides, I won't let you die. You should suffer a little at home and suffer a little. Let's see if you can hold on after a year. Otherwise, I won't trade one person's life for another. Even if this person is my wife. Sir Humphrey was completely determined. I just want to go. I don't want the money. It's precisely because of the danger that I can't let you go through this alone. I'm so good, but I can't succeed. I still have to save my mother. You really don't want the money? I'm not kidding. No more. I will use the money to find someone to train you. The process will be very painful. Can you really accept it? If not, just take the money and go. I can't watch you die. Why not? Win it. I can. I just can. I can. My dear son, I cannot send you to die. Please prove to me that you can really do it. I am already in my 40s, almost 50, how long can I live? Even if she is rescued, she will still be young and I will be old. Even if you are rescued, will she really be happy if you die? But what if the family can really be reunited? However, I really want to see her again when I am alive. Sir Humphrey thought in despair. After he got angry, he walked to the door. He was afraid that the child would be frightened, so he came back and touched Alan's head, then opened the door and staggered towards the room with Yuruyi. She said that when she misses her, she goes to see Yuruyi. Alan was lying on the bed, ready to fight for a new world with many houses in Beijing and Shanghai and Tencent and Mutai stocks. A world he had never experienced in his second life. A world where the more powerful you are, the closer you are to danger. A bizarre, colorful, strange, and maddening new world. Chapter 5. In front of the manor castle, Sir Humphrey was elegant and introduced several of his teachers to the stunned Alan. In the next year, Alan must obtain the consent of these teachers and pass their tests before he can embark on the path of magic. This is your writing teacher, Johnny Joestar. Alan, people are stupid. Could it be that this is the world of SBR? But the time isn't right either. The handsome male protagonist of JoJo's 7th film is wearing an iconic outfit, although he doesn't seem to have changed his clothes. No wonder there was Dio Brando before. What on earth is going on in this world? Can I also learn infinite gyrations? Hello Mr. Joestar, my name is Alan Arnold Appleby. Alan said obediently. Hello, Jiro said your father is a nice person and asked me to help you. I'll try my luck. Johnny made a friendly introduction, took a step forward, shook hands with Alan, and then stepped back. This is your driving instructor, Fujiwara Takumai. I go? Alan, people are even more stupid. Isn't this a good idea of the world at all? Your father said he would teach you well and replace my AE86 with a BMW M3 GTR supercar. I will do my best. Alan was a little panicked. How much does this cost? What happened? This is your boxing teacher, Andre the blacksmith. Looking at this iconic beard, Alan could tell at a glance that this was not the ancestral human blacksmith of Dark Soul. Can he really teach people how to box well? Don't look at me so flatteringly, paying with one hand and delivering the goods with the other. My teaching method is different from normal people. Andre said unruly, clasping his hands. Anyway, after this is done, I will leave here forever. Whatever you think. This is your wool teacher, Bear Grylls. Finally, something not outrageous has come, but is this really not outrageous? Bale is still a nobody at this time, right? Belle limped over. And I don't want to eat chicken flavored, crunchy. I don't want to eat maggots. Your father said that if you teach me well, you will give me a medical fee and sponsorship fees for the film crew. Just leave it to me. Belle smiled shyly, but it sent shivers down Alan's back. It felt like my father's friendly smile revealed a demonic danger. If you don't want to, you can give up now. Sir Humphrey smiled proudly. Alan shook his head stubbornly. The last one was a frail old man with grey hair and beard. He even sat in a wheelchair and had to be pushed to move. Sir Humphrey was not introduced because his title was not as high as others. The old man looked at Alan for a while, and finally smiled in relief. I owed your father a favor, and now I've finally paid it back. I'm your marksmanship teacher, call me James Bond. Lord James Bond. The retinue from behind added. Earl of Manchester. 007. Still alive now. Forget it, forget it. It's my pleasure, sir. Alan said politely. It didn't take long for them to retreat, Johnny Joestar first and James Bond last. Because Johnny Joestar wanted to settle this matter quickly, and then go visit Jiro for a visit. James Bond has a lot to deal with and finds time to teach Alan. Even though I already knew that Sir Humphrey was very fierce, I didn't expect that Sir Humphrey was so fierce. So I have, this. So much money? Do you want to give it all to me? Alan was a little shocked. Medical expenses, sports car expenses, racecourse expenses, firearm expenses, and the most precious favor. Even though I knew it would cost a lot of money, I didn't expect it to cost so much. Humphrey made an intriguing expression. Yes. Do you want to change your mind? Alan shook his head. You didn't expect that. Sir Humphrey said inexplicably. Yes, Alan admitted. Britain dominated the world at least for a while. For a while. Although now we are an American missile base. After walking for a while, the father and son came to the study room. It was time to read. Dad, what exactly do we have at home? Alan wanted to know how rich their family was. Sir Humphrey hesitated, then began to speak without hesitation. Follow me. Underground in the castle is the Appleby family collection. The ones from Yorkshire contain the most precious relics. Remember to keep your mouth shut, but even if you tell, the 6th office will handle it. Look at that, it's Sister Fried's scythe. A long scythe, carrying an indomitable killing intent as deep and cold as an orchid in an empty valley, was hung on the wall. Look at that, it's the fragment of the spiral sword incarnated by King Xin. Carrying the origin of the world, the terrifying fragments snatched from the hands of the fireless ash contain maddening power. Look at this, Nyarlathotep's fan is the swollen daughter. There is no need to hang, it floats automatically, and it has the magical power that makes people stare at it involuntarily. Of course, the result is crazy. Alan was stunned and confused. What are holy relics? What kind of toys are these? The most important thing is that he didn't hear clearly because his father spoke too fast. You can understand Nyarlathotep. Father, what are holy relics? Alan asked doubtfully. A good thing that can summon a servant. You will know about it in the future. It's just a ritual item used for summoning anyway. Alan understands it now. Holy Grail War. What's next? What else can't happen? Holy Grail War? What kind of fun is that? Then what use do we need the holy relics for? It's not for the Holy Grail War anyway. You'll know later. Okay. Next, Alan finally understood. Because this is too straightforward. In order not to leak the secret, Sir Humphrey also deliberately slowed down and stopped for a while in this seemingly weak place. These are King of Bananas red boxers. I go. Could it be said that he is the free man? What can he do? Dancing to death? And why are you collecting underwear? Can't you collect something elegant and noble? I always thought that our family was super aristocratic and didn't need these things. Alan roared in his heart, as if 10,000 alpacas were running inside. Sir Humphrey scratched his head in embarrassment. Dad, can underwear also summon other people? Isn't this too outrageous? It's hard for a person to draw conclusions. This was also passed down to me by my ancestors. It should at least be of some use, right? Humphrey was also a little unconvinced. But if they had specially collected it at that time, it would have been very useful. Humphrey came to a conclusion with magnanimity, but in fact he didn't know whether his ancestors collected them specifically for craft work. But you can't lose face in front of your son, right? He doesn't know anyway. These are the white briefs of the great King Arthur. Dad, did briefs exist at that time? Didn't they only appear in France in the 18th century? Isn't that right? You'll know when the time comes when you take it and summon it. Sir Humphrey was a little embarrassed, so he quickly pretended to be fierce and interrupted his son's complaints. Then of course he touched his head again. Then is King Arthur a boy or a girl? Humphrey rolled his eyes. At this time, it was still more than 10 years before Fate's Day Night was released. It should be a boy, right? How do I know? I haven't seen it. Anyway, everyone says it's a boy. Well, just to know whether King Arthur is a boy or a girl, it might be worth participating in a Holy Grail War. Well, I don't know if there is a Holy Grail War. What did you gain? Son. Sir Humphrey smiled patiently and gently. Alan shook his head. Do you think these things are precious? They are all unique. Asked Sir Humphrey. Alan nodded. Precious indeed. Quits so. But do you think they're useful? It doesn't seem to be of any use. Alan also scratched his head. That's right. Many things look precious, but are actually of little use. And many things may not seem precious, but they are of great use. But there are still things that seem precious and not very useful, but you need it. It is useful. It serves some purpose. It's like a medal. Son, Dad worked so hard, but in the end he just got a KCMG. For a family like ours, medals, titles, and honors are everything. You'll understand later. The few here are brought by your mother. This is the papaya that Lushan threw on concubine Yang's chest. Wow! This is the jade belt Lin Daiyu used to hang herself. Did Lin Daiyu hang herself in the end? Well, anyway, there is no need for me to cry while watching the Three Kingdoms. I am worried about the ancients. This is the gold hairpin Shui Baoke brought during the snowstorm before his death. Can these be used for summoning? Yes, but not now. I really want to see what Lin Daiyu looks like. Alan was a little curious. After walking around for a while, Alan was stunned. This world seemed a little different from the Harry Potter he knew. It's not just a little different, maybe it's very different. At least there are no old ones or outer gods in the world of Harry Potter. There are no servants, and there aren't that many magic schools. There would be no such collection as Wang Zifeng's sweat towel. This made Alan both happy and a little nervous. Will the plot of Harry Potter develop as before? How will the world change? What will happen to him? No one can draw a conclusion. At least not now. It seems that there are indeed many very precious things in the house, isn't it? Sir Humphrey said proudly. That's really it. Alan also sighed. In this way, winter passes and spring comes, cold comes and summer comes. Despite the pressure, the 11-year-old summer vacation has arrived. And Alan also successfully gained the recognition of teachers, who can't get along with money. Even for the sake of money, I have to give Alan a pass. And the firm determination he showed in this process also successfully convinced his father to support him in going to Hogwarts. After all, when his father was young, he didn't have the courage to eat maggots. Finally, he proudly waited for his own owl. Chapter 6. At night, the sun is about to set, and the castle cannot feel the sun's influence, looking strange and evil. In the distance, an owl flew over cynically, holding a letter in its mouth. Alan Arnold Appleby was already standing on the top of the castle, waiting quietly. His father had told him that the owl would arrive soon and his magic career would begin. Waiting alone at the top of the castle is also part of the training of will, and Alan has no complaints about this. At this time Sir Humphrey Appleby also walked up to the top of the castle. He smiled softly. In fact, the owl's path was also under his control. The owl flew over gently and landed on Alan's forearm obediently. According to its temperament, he should have waited for Alan to feed him before haughtily giving him the letter. If you don't understand the rules, you will even get pecked twice by it, you still don't know how to bully the little wizard. However, after looking at the house elf Crisp who suddenly appeared behind Alan with blue eyes. However, the owl was extremely respectful and did not dare to move at all. It obediently landed on Alan's forearm. This is naturally the pressure of superior creatures. Just like when a giant dragon breathes out its breath, even the horses will lie on the ground in fear. This is the way of survival engraved in the genes. The owl also nuzzled Alan's arm with his little head. Alan could tell it because the owl's flattering expression was too deliberate. Alan took the letter gently. On the envelope, emerald green ink reflected the following words. Yorkshire Dairy Castle. Lord Alan Arnold Appleby. Sir Humphrey Appleby is the hereditary Earl of Glamorgan, so Alan can also be called Lord. The Lord's children will also be called Lord. However, according to the Jazz theory in Sir Humphrey Appleby's KCMG, Alan cannot be called a Jazz. Can only be called Mr. Because KCMG is not hereditary. However, due to the upcoming separation of the House of Lords and the House of Commons, Sir Humphrey only allowed others to call him Sir instead of Lord. After all, compared to the apparent high title, the power of the standing under-secretary brought by KCMG is more beneficial. However, this does not prevent him from being Lord at the same time, that is, he is both Lord and Sir. Therefore, Hogwarts also calls Alan Lord, hereditary Lord Sir. Anyway, if you call someone out to the official in private, you will definitely not suffer any loss. Alan looked back and smiled. Father. Sir Humphrey walked over proudly. Well done, son. But you neglected one thing. Sir Humphrey took a chocolate and a pound from his pocket. Messengers are very important, and they work hard. Never forget to give the messenger a little extra help. Sir Humphrey smiled and placed the pound in the owl's mouth, then handed the chocolate to the owl's talon. The owl finally felt the overwhelming pressure disappear. God, it felt like it was going to die just now. It flew to Sir Humphrey's arm and rubbed against it. Then it flew up, and after making sure it would not affect the two knights, it took off and soared into the sky. Thank you, Sir Humphrey. But if you had told me there was such a custom, I would have prepared the chocolates myself. Otherwise, how can I educate you properly? Sir Humphrey smiled and touched Alan's head. You don't need to remind me, and you don't need to consider customs. Just remember and never ignore the role of the messenger. Yan Wang is easy to see, but the little ghost is hard to deal with. Alan shrugged. Okay. Then he gently opened the letter, and the house elf Crisp snapped his fingers. In an instant, an unknown and invisible light came on. For this magical creature, fluorescing is as simple as that. However, Alan was not in the mood to sigh. Even though he had predicted that this day would come, he was still very excited to receive the letter from Hogwarts. His hands even trembled slightly. When he was a child in his previous life, he always dreamed about letters from Hogwarts. With the power of magic, maybe the ending in the previous life would be better, right? But the London messenger wouldn't be in the mood to care about a poor kid, would he? Dear Lord Alan Arnold Appleby, we have the honor to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is scheduled for September starting on the 1st. We will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Sincerely, Vice Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall. Worth a drink, isn't it? Sir Humphrey smiled happily. Alan's hands trembled slightly and he nodded. Sir Humphrey knocked on Alan's forehead. What are you thinking? Why are you drinking so little? Alan rolled his eyes. Are you kidding, Dad? Trick. Sir Humphrey touched Alan's head again. Oh. My dear son, why have you become so old-fashioned this year? I regret asking them to teach you. I'm not as shy as before, and I'm so cute. Cute. It's time for my son to let go when he grows up. Alan gently slapped Sir Humphrey's hand away. Okay. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Sir Humphrey smiled. We can't keep Mr. Bernard and the deputy secretaries happy for too long. Mr. Emphasis on his noble status. Dad is a little busy lately. Can we go to Diagon Alley tomorrow? I thought the same thing as you. Alan couldn't hold back his excitement. But, son. Sir Humphrey said suddenly seriously, his expression always changing rapidly. Are you really going to Hogwarts? I have to tell you, you are my son, and they are destined to cause trouble for you. Even if someone wants to kick me into the House of Lords, they will find a way through you. Especially your deep dive blood. If you are discovered, you will be sent to Azkaban. Even I can't do anything about it. You are the son of the permanent secretary, and you also have the blood of a deep diver. This is destined to be a thorny road. Sir Humphrey said this in a low tone, and then paused, as if he was making up his mind again. It's been a year, and I can see your hard work. I have no reason to stop you anymore. But if you shake your head now, you can still turn back. When you enter Hogwarts, even I won't be able to send you away. Son, are you really sure? Alan pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. I'm sure. Don't be too happy too early. On the way downstairs, looking at his son who seemed a little carried away, Sir Humphrey reminded him. On a full moon night, when you transform into a deep diver, you must make sure that no one sees you. Otherwise, even I can't save you. Sir Humphrey paused deliberately and said seriously. I know, Dad. I'm almost tired of hearing this. I'm not tired of saying that. Sir Humphrey shrugged. You have the power to transform into a deep diver while awake. I have checked too much information this year, but I have never found the same thing. This is also the fundamental reason why I agree with you to come to the magic world to have a try. In the study, Sir Humphrey warned again. The son has travelled thousands of miles, and the mother is worried. Sir Humphrey is both father and mother in the absence of the family member. How could you not want to? Son, you must remember humility. Don't look at us now as we look very powerful and wealthy. But in the face of real evil, we are actually just wretches waiting to be slaughtered. Sir Humphrey added. Sir Snape will teach you occlumency. The sooner you learn it, the better. And Lord Dumbledore, before you learn occlumency, stay as far away from him as possible. But because of my relationship, he won't harm you. Oh. That's right. Your father is Humphrey Appleby. Baron Glamorgan. Currently permanent Under-Secretary for Administrative Services at the Ministry of Magic. My mentor is Sir Arnold, Cabinet Secretary to the Ministry of Magic. Your name is the same as his with his permission. As long as you don't break the law and don't get discovered as a deep diver, there's no danger. Sir Humphrey seemed to think about it, and finally smiled with relief, and touched his beard, feeling quite satisfied. Don't worry about your mother's affairs. Study hard first. This kind of thing depends on fate. Listen clearly. Haste makes waste. But don't be too hard on yourself. There are kids over there, so it's okay even if the etiquette isn't that thorough. Living your life well is better than anything else. Dad still wants you to grow up happily. Then Sir Humphrey stopped again, too distressed to speak. In this way Sir Humphrey rambled on for a long time. Where is someone else's political grave? He is just a father who is reluctant to let his son travel far away. He still had many things he wanted to say to Alan, but later he discovered that Alan had fallen asleep while sitting up. Are my words so boring? Sigh. Anyway, I've finished talking about the most important thing first. Sir Humphrey snapped his fingers. Thump. Crisp, the house elf, instantly apparat to Jazz's side. Send Alan to bed. Okay, my lord. Crisp also snapped his fingers and disappeared along with Alan. Sir Humphrey poured himself a glass of whiskey. He picked up the jade rouille placed on the table and shook it gently. As you wish, as I wish. He chanted mysterious incantations, Chinese incantations that his girlfriend had taught him. She was not as lucky as Alan. She had just transformed into a deep diver and lost her mind forever. Her life is endless, but she will forever be locked in the underground prison of Azkaban. Honey, don't worry. I will find a way to restore the Deep One's sanity. Even if you have to trade with the demon god Dagon or the Lord in Yellow. even if it gets closer and closer to madness. At that time, our family of 3 will be reunited. Sir Humphrey's expression was gentle but firm. His eyes flashed with dark fire. It was a look that would not hesitate to do anything, even if it burned the whole world down. Chapter 7. Daddy. Alan said sadly. Can we stop using this apparition thing? I'm motion sick. We made an appointment yesterday to go to Diagon Alley together today. But when he got up in the morning, Alan vomited all over. I didn't expect that, my son, you would get carsick. Sir Humphrey said helplessly. How about we stop using fluid powder or disapparation? Let's ride over there. Ride over there. How about riding over there? Alan said coquettishly. Of course Alan likes to act coquettishly when facing his father, whom he depends on for life. Although I couldn't learn the power of pirouette from teacher Johnny, I at least learned how to ride a horse. Alan likes riding horses very much, because although the horse is bumpy, it is much more stable than a broomstick. No, you're riding a horse at such a young age, it's too eye-catching. Sir Humphrey immediately objected. Let's drive over in that black Cadillac. It will look much more low-key. Sir Humphrey suggested, then shook his head. No, this is too cheap and does not suit our status. This is your big day, said Sir Humphrey lovingly. Let's do this. Jazz snapped his fingers, and the house elf Crisp appeared again instantly. He looked elusive. Vehicle 3. As you command, my lord. Lord, then it disappeared in an instant. What is Vehicle No. 3? Alan asked curiously. Just walk out the door and you'll find out. Humphrey smiled but didn't answer. When he walked to the door, Alan was not too surprised, but he was still politely surprised. Naturally, this cannot escape Sir Humphrey's observation, but he has passed the stage of conflict of spirits. It was completely impossible to show off the feud with my son by pulling out the number 1 and number 2 vehicles. Vehicle number 3 was the carriage that had carried Diary Brando before. After sending his son to Hogwarts, Sir Humphrey naturally had to go back to work hard and become a social animal. It was only once in his life that Sir Arnold sent his son to school, so Sir Arnold was naturally extraordinary and merciful. Maybe it won't be so easy to take leave next year. Sir Humphrey sighed in his heart. Alan and Sir Humphrey stepped lightly onto the carriage and closed the door. The coachman closed the door. Who was the coachman? Naturally, it's the all-powerful house elf Crisp. Crisp drives the carriage differently from ordinary horsemen. He only needs a snap of his fingers to drive the carriage. With a dang sound, the carriage started driving almost automatically. Anyway, Alan doesn't understand why. I'm afraid it involves very complicated magic knowledge, which is completely impossible for a magic rookie to figure out. If the British wizarding community in this world were still as rigid and conservative as the original Harry Potter books, Alan might now start conducting experiments to explore the nature of magic. He can stand as someone who has come from an industrial society and carry out a strategic strategy against this feudal system. It's a pity that I can't change it. But the carriage was coming from the Yorkshire countryside. Drive to London in one go. Totally impossible in one day, right? Sure enough, the carriage drove faster and faster, faster and faster. Alan observed that the deflector at the back of the carriage finally changed its angle and began to create upward lift. Oh boy, this is a flying carriage. If you replace the horse with a deer, does that make you Santa Claus? Really flying into the sky, the feeling is still different. Alan has flown on an airplane before, but the feeling inside the airplane is completely different from the carriage flying into the sky. Alan could feel the gentle breeze blowing on his cheek. This is actually a carriage that has been transformed by magic. Alan was really surprised this time. It's as magical as E.T. leading a few children to fly into the sky on bicycles. And it's not as crazy as a flying broomstick, this carriage flies very gently. Don't think it's the wind in the sky. This is the air brake device inside the carriage, which we made at our own expense. You look at the wind blowing and it feels very comfortable, but if you don't have this little device, either the wind blows so hard that you can't close your mouth, or there's no ventilation at all, which will make it very uncomfortable. This is just the tip of the iceberg for the number 3 vehicle. Humphrey said quite proudly. This carriage cost a valuable favor from the Minister of Industry of the Ministry of Magic. Although he can ask for another favor if he wants to. Then, the carriage flew like lightning in the sky. Just as fast as Nimbus 2000. Well, it's actually not as fast as Nimbus 2000. But Nimbus 2000 would never install a small-scale apparition on its carriage. Because in that case, consumers won't be able to afford it. However, take this and put it into a larger carriage, coupled with the luxurious appearance and internal anti-vertigo device. On the contrary, it can attract customers who would never buy these things normally to come and buy. And the profit of this one is enough to cover the pure price of many Nimbus 2000. Not counting gross profit. Just like the Crimson King had deleted time, the carriage flew in the air for a while and then flashed in the air. It's like there is no trajectory. After a while, we arrived in London. At this time, the carriage fell down smoothly and landed slowly. Even when it landed, there was no crazy vibration or ear discomfort inside the carriage. Because crisp, he snapped his fingers lightly. Before long, public servants riding broomsticks were flying into the sky. Or other public servants. Fortunately we got down quickly. Humphrey sighed. If you are caught by these orers, if there happens to be another reporter from the Daily Prophet. And then it happens that if the news is not caught, even Sir Humphrey will suffer a big loss. However, he didn't feel any lucky feeling at all. It seemed that he still had everything under control. Well, Alan couldn't figure it out either. I don't know whether my father can survive the collapse of Mount Tai without changing his expression. He is good at nourishing chi. Or do you have the pearl of wisdom in your hand, planned thousands of miles away, and have everything under control? Anyway, neither possibility is bad. Alan shrugged. Anyway, a stable person like Dad doesn't need to worry about this. It is better to learn your skills at Hogwarts steadily and study your own uniqueness. Why can one sanely become a crazy deep diver? If we can figure out this topic, maybe my mother will be saved. This is also the short-term goal jointly discussed by Sir Humphrey and Sir Alan. Charing Cross Road here, my lord. Lord. Crisp's deep yet high-pitched voice came over. The leaky cauldron. Sir Humphrey snapped his fingers. The two stepped out of the carriage one after the other, and everyone around them was stunned by the scene. Alan looked at everyone's eyes and felt a little proud. What does that sentence mean? A beautiful young man in this world, a beautiful boy in this world. Can this scene be called Gongzi? Do you want to say something after a while? Master Appleby pays for all the purchases today. Screams. What if it's so pretentious? Alan thought secretly in his mind. But looking at his father in front of him, Alan silently suppressed this idea. After KCMG there is GCMG, and above that there are medals. How could Alan ruin his father's important event just because of such a dispute of temper? What does that sentence mean? When one is prosperous, both are prosperous, when one is lost, both are harmed. Alan looked at the shabby little bar in front of him, sandwiched between a large bookstore and a record store. But I know in my heart that behind this shabby corner, there is an extremely prosperous and mysterious magical world hidden. Personal experience is different from reading novels. Listening to Dad tell stories is not as exciting as breaking in person. Alan's heart was full of expectations. Chapter 8. Don't underestimate the leaky cauldron. This is opened by Gryffindor, the founder of Hogwarts. There was a hint of teasing in Sir Humphrey's eyes. If he had been left to do it, he would never have used a place like this that seemed completely unclassy as the starting point for a young wizard to enter the magical world. However, one code is the same, and Gryffindor still has to give face. Although I feel a little disdain for the leaky cauldron bar, which has a long history but deliberately pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. But he is afraid that his children will be influenced by him to do things that offend the college. Sir Humphrey suppressed the sneer that had reached his lips. If Alan goes to Gryffindor in the future and suffers a loss because of his expression and words, he will be heartbroken. But even so, he didn't want his son to become too proud prematurely because of his eye-catching carriage. This is what parents are like, they are afraid of wolves in front and tigers in the back. If they are controlled, they will die, if they are released, they will be chaotic, but they cannot ignore it. That's why Sir Humphrey not only mentioned the long history of leaky cauldron, but also looked calm at the same time. Sir Humphrey was an extremely proud man. Even when faced with the powerful cabinet secretary of the Ministry of Magic, his immediate boss, Sir Humphrey often dared to make fun of him. Not to mention the person he is nominally serving, the Secretary for Administrative Affairs. 3 mockings a day are too few. However, in order to teach your children well, you'd better endure it. Although Sir Humphrey himself also knew that he would have much less time to teach Alan in the future. I feel a little reluctant to give up. But sooner or later, I have to leave this time. Even if I don't come to the magical world where I am, if I go to the outside, I will eventually be separated. Ugh! Sir Humphrey sighed inwardly. But he smiled lovingly. Come, my son. Sir Humphrey and little Sir Alan walked towards the leaky cauldron. A shady signboard also has a shady, dirty, and messy environment inside. Sir Humphrey frowned subconsciously, twisted his nose, and looked at his child. Even adults like Sir Humphrey couldn't bear it, but Alan didn't even change his expression. Sir Humphrey was once again shocked by his own child. The last time he was shocked was when he found out that Alan had actually eaten maggots in his stomach. What a joke! Alan has never seen anything in his previous life. A place that is so broken still makes Alan frown. To make Alan frown, I'm afraid it would take 10 times more. Well, in fact, the main reason is that Alan's family was not wealthy in his previous life. This kind of situation is not uncommon, so he is used to it. To Alan's surprise, he saw his father, the noble Sir Humphrey. There was no movement from the people inside the leaky cauldron. This is Lord. Hereditary Lord, the noble permanent secretary. Several old women wearing old clothes were still smoking big cigarettes there. The shopkeeper didn't even look at it. At this time, Alan suddenly figured out the joint. The reason why when I was with my father, I was always cheered and supported wherever I went, and everyone was vying to pay homage to him. It's because they actually live in that small world. It's the circle of pure-blood nobles and the civil service system of the Ministry of Magic. Leaving there, my father is actually not well known. Unlike Harry Potter, everyone knows that he is the savior. A born-star politician. Alan's intuition told him that black hands like his family who came from the civil service system. Like Harry Potter, politicians who are born with the ability to attract fame and spotlight. I was born unable to pee in a pot. Sure enough, Alan heard it. They were discussing Harry Potter quietly. I never thought that the savior would also go to Hogwarts. Harry Potter, the kid who saved the world. What? Harry Potter? Who? A confused voice asked. Didn't you see? Well, you are really at a big loss. London accent, Zendaya's translation is Beijing accent. By the way, this Harry Potter is the man who killed that man 10 years ago. That man? Which man? Hey! Are you really new to the magic world? What's your last name? I really don't know about this, my first name is my first name. Cromwell. Julius Cromwell. Alan was able to accurately capture this information because of previous ear training with Lord James Bond. Cromwell? This surname is not ordinary. Alan took an extra look. He was wearing a cloak and couldn't see his face clearly. But judging from his size and this date, he should also be a student this year. After judging this information, Alan stopped paying attention. Afterwards, Alan's eagle-like eyes carefully scanned the entire scene, trying to find the book Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, which is this year's boss, Professor Quirrell. If the remnant soul of Voldemort can be found today, maybe his father can investigate him. At least it's safer and more secure, and maybe it can give Sir Humphrey a credit. It's a pity that God is not kind to us. It seems that when the savior Harry Potter is found, there is no value for others to keep Voldemort waiting. He failed to catch Zillow's shadow, and he had already left the leaky cauldron. It's too late, but it's soon. Having said all that, it was actually the time when Alan walked through the leaky cauldron with his father. Sir Humphrey was not willing to stay in this dilapidated place any longer. His noble nose could not withstand the stimulation here. Walk through the bar and cross the bar without taking away a single cloud. Finally, Humphrey led Alan to a small patio, facing a wall. Alan, there are actually many ways to get to Diagon Alley. Do you know why we start from the leaky cauldron? I don't know. Alan shook his head curiously. Every family that knows this secret will bring their little wizard here. When I was a kid, my dad took me to Diagon Alley for the first time, and he took this road too. Here lies the sincere blessing of one of the greatest wizards, Godric Gryffindor. Sir Humphrey gently pulled out the wand from his waist and touched it on the wall. White and warm light instantly poured out like a cloud. It's like a patroness charm. As long as you make a wish here, you will receive Gryffindor's blessing, your lucky dreams will come true, and you will gain happiness. Make a wish. My son. Sir Humphrey smiled lovingly. Alan looked at the wall and the billowing white clouds, but couldn't make a wish. To be honest, because he feels that he is very happy now. How happy it is to have such a peaceful and warm life now. What kind of bike do you want? He didn't have any wishes. But then Alan thought, the wish his father made here when he was a child might not be the same as what he really wants now, right? It's ironic to say that when you can make a wish, you don't know what you really want. By the time you know that you really want to make a wish, there is often no such person to bless you. Not really a kid. Ellen is happy and grateful. I make a wish, I hope that the wish my father makes now will come true. At this moment, a large number of white clouds suddenly flashed on the wall. It makes this place look like a fairyland. A large amount of magic power surges like dragon veins. The remaining white clouds on this wall gathered together and pointed straight into the sky. The white clouds gathered together and eventually formed a small fire. Although it is covered by the roof, the real destination of the white clouds formed by the magic power cannot be seen. But everyone in the leaky cauldron felt this powerful magic wave. And I really felt it, or in other words, saw it through the roof. That warm fire that shoots straight into the sky. There was only a small ball, but firm and warm, flying into the sky and disappearing. It's so strange, son, why do you have visions in everything you do? Even Sir Humphrey felt a little envious. Wherever Alan goes, strange things happen. Anyone who becomes a deep diver would go crazy, but not Aaron. I haven't heard of it in so many years, the warm fire in the wall. But Alan tinkered with this thing. Child, what did you wish for? Even Sir Humphrey could no longer contain his intense curiosity. But the next second, he denied what he said. Forget it, there's no need to tell me, telling me won't work. Compared with my curiosity, the realization of our children's wishes is more important. Sir Humphrey's mood fluctuated only for a moment, and after a moment, everything was as usual, everything was as before. Alan shook his head before his father finished the second half of the sentence. He is a bit shy about expressing his feelings. He didn't want to say what he wished for, just like few children like to say directly to their mother. I love you, Mom. Although they may say this to their girlfriends 1,000 times in the future. But facing my mother, I just couldn't say it. Sir Humphrey nodded and said he would not ask further questions. Although we will rarely come to the leaky cauldron in the future, as a matter of convention, I still tell you how to get here. Pick up your wand, count 3 bricks upward, and then count 2 bricks horizontally. Sir Humphrey introduced in a personable manner. Then he tapped 3 times on the wall. Just like Alan had expected countless times. The bricks started to move like waves. Just like the golden dragon claws of the Han Loyal Mountains opened the door, the wall turned into a hole, and the hole became bigger and bigger, and then there was a spacious and bright new place that was completely different from the shabby and dark leaky cauldron bar. The place is paved with cobblestones and looks extremely prosperous, with bright lights and colorful lights. Alan's eyes widened. He could feel his heartbeat, thump thump. Although I imagined this scene countless times in my mind, I actually faced such a magical scene. Really face a scene that once appeared in his dream in his previous life. Alan felt his heart pounding. What a magical world this is. Just what I've always expected. Alan grinned involuntarily. He knew this scene, the scene where his father sent him to Diagon Alley. He can remember it for a lifetime. At this time, Sir Humphrey, who could not hear Alan's voice, made a come-in gesture. Welcome to Diagon Alley. My son. Sir Humphrey smiled at his son. Together, the two of them embarked on the bright road. Chapter 9. Oh. My precious son. Are you sure you don't want to customize a suit? Let me see, cloak, overalls, pointed hat, dragon leather gloves. Can they be customized? Why would a family like ours need anything that isn't customized? Sir Humphrey enthusiastically provided advice to his son. Father, I think I went to Hogwarts to learn knowledge and skills. I didn't go to show off my wealth. Alan smiled helplessly. His father was always too enthusiastic when it came to getting money for him, which bothered him a little. Okay, then, 3 sets of work clothes are not enough. Red, blue, green, purple, and yellow, here are 10 for you. Sir Humphrey continued to prepare to buy things for his son. No. Don't do this, Dad. Please, Zendaya's translation only needs 1 word, please. Even if you buy it, I don't know how big a place it will be to live in Hogwarts. Where can I put it? Alan said speechlessly. The crowded dormitory of his previous life in college where nothing could fit left a very deep impression on him. Let's call this kind of place where teachers are not teachers university, although it is essentially just a research institute. But they at least have a lot more to offer than research institutes, right? For example, student dormitories. Cough cough, gossip less. After passing Mrs. Malkin's robe shop, we came to Flourish and Blott's bookstore. If you don't buy more clothes, at least buy more books, right? How about we buy every book in this store? Sir Humphrey proposed excitedly again. Only then did Alan realize that his father was more excited than himself. What aroused him? Something doesn't look right. Showing off your wealth is not the behavior of a gentleman who says, "I'm not interested in money." Alan smiled secretly. Don't look at Harry Potter getting into the news so easily. Your father and I will also go to the radio station to record a program in a while. Alan knew in his heart that civil servants were not politicians, so what good programs could they get? It's nothing more than a time when no one is watching, and a format for people who are not interested in it with little audience rating. But on the surface, Alan is very envious. Wow! Dad is amazing! Alan looked very excited. Humph! Sir Humphrey showed a proud smile. Only then did he feel the bad breath in his heart. God should condemn them. It's okay for these politicians to be in the news more easily than themselves. They can't survive without being in the news. It doesn't matter that those beauties from the sun who don't wear tops are easy to make news. After all, they are prettier and younger than me. But Harry Potter? Just a little brat. He is also much more famous than himself. This makes the noble Sir Humphrey very unhappy. He believed that his honor had been challenged. But as a gentleman, what can he do to a child with a miserable life experience? I could only sulk silently and curse my profession silently. Forget it. James Potter, well, another born politician, exactly like his son. Sir Humphrey secretly cursed a few words in his heart, but he did not say a bad word in front of his son. The non-profit relationship in childhood is the most precious, how could he be willing to destroy it so easily? Okay baby boy, Sir Humphrey shrugged. I have ordered all these books a long time ago, but you can still go to the bookstore and browse. Any book you choose, Dad will buy it for you today. Forget it. I haven't read the books in the Hogwarts library yet. I plan to keep reading there. Alan yawned. He really has no interest in this kind of popular reading material. Or The Bizarre Adventure of Gilderoy Lockhart, which looks fun, but is actually full of loopholes. The internal logic of individual chapters is acceptable, but the overall logic is completely clueless. Well, this kind of the evaluation is actually because Alan has long known Gilderoy Lockhart's true face. Either The Secret History of Sir Merlin, mind reading, or brainwashing. This kind of thing looks very powerful, but in fact it is either a 3-page tabloid with a different method, or it is chicken soup for the soul with a different skin. In fact, even the toilet paper in the toilet is more valuable than them, at least the toilet paper in the toilet can wipe the butt. Even large books, such as History of British Magic and Ancient European History, are long-winded and meaningless. If you remove the author's meaningless nonsense, what is left is a bunch of meaningless code words. Historical years, he has already remembered the things that are truly worth remembering. So, on the whole, these bookstores had no appeal for him, not at all. Not at all. Alan also followed his father's example and shrugged. In that case, I have no interest in Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Alan said decisively, looking like a little adult. However, he looks very young, which makes Alan look particularly cute. Sir Humphrey laughed and touched Alan's head lovingly. Inexplicable. Alan rolled his eyes. Okay. It seems that my precious son has no interest in buying these scraps. That's right. After all, we have a lot of these things at home. You grew up touching crucibles, so it's normal that you don't like these. In that case, let's go buy you a wand now. Sir Humphrey couldn't hold back his excitement. A little wizard's first wand is a key step toward the wizarding world. He vaguely remembered that his father brought him to this Ollivanders to buy a wand. The sign has been changed, many times, but Ollivander has remained the same and is still called that. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Even my own children are so old that they really have to go to school. Really, a lot has changed. Hogwarts is about to start school, and Ollivander is taking a rare opportunity to clean up its shop. This would at least make business better. Ollivander, made exquisite wands since 382 BC. In the small display window, there was a wand on a cushion, just one. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander." "Mr. Sir Humphrey greeted with a smile. The little old man took off his glasses, as if he couldn't believe it. "The noble Mr. Humphrey Appleby, it's you. Lord. The Guardian said that you are going to succeed the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Magic. Is it true?" "It's not yet, not yet. Obviously you can't believe everything the newspaper says. Not yet, not yet, implies that it will be in the future." When Ollivander heard this, his eyes showed I understand, I understand. A mysterious smile, even though he didn't know the truth, he really thought that Sir Humphrey was going to take over from Sir Arnold. Well, although it is indeed very possible based on historical trajectory. Perhaps Mr. Ollivander succeeded in killing the mouse? Knowing this, when Ollivander came over to talk to Lord Alan Appleby, his attitude was naturally more cordial. Although at the request of Sir Humphrey, people generally call him Sir, so people often call Alan Mr. However, realizing that Sir Humphrey had a bright future, Ollivander began to call Alan Little Sir. Lord Rich has distant relatives in the mountains. But coincidentally, Sir Humphrey was in a bad mood before, and this time, his flattery was on point. Jazz looked at Ollivander with a bit more kindness and less alienation. Perhaps, this will play a big role in the future. Then, Ollivander began to choose a wand for Alan. Chapter 10. Sir. As much as I'd like to choose the best wand in our store for you, in other words, the most expensive wand. But our family's tradition has never changed for 2000 years, that is, the wand chooses the wizard. We who study magic should know that the wand itself actually has its own spirituality. It can also channel spirits and recognize its owner. Only in this way can the role of the staff be better utilized. It is precisely because of this that better communication can promote continuous progress. However, in the originally strongest magical country on the coast, most magicians do not even have staffs. No, none of them can afford it. Only a few families can afford the psychic jade ruby. But I hope you can understand my persistence. The flattering smile on Ollivander's face now seemed full of righteousness. Looking at his son who was intimidated by the little old man Ollivander, Sir Humphrey secretly concealed his smile. He also didn't want to ruin the good show Ollivander was putting on. Sure enough, he is still a child. Sir Humphrey shook his head fondly. Alan is precocious and opinionated at heart. In fact, he almost forgot that his child is only 11 years old. At this time, Ollivander was like a tailor, measuring Alan's body data. First measure from shoulder to fingertips, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally head circumference. As he measured it, the two of them explained, every Ollivander wand contains super powerful magical substances, which is its essence. We usually use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers and dragon's nervous. Every Ollivander wand is unique, as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are exactly the same. If you use a wand that belongs to another wizard, it will never have the same effect. Let's try this one, 14 inches, ebony wood, unicorn hair, yaki tail feathers. Symbolizing the power of death. Alan waved lightly, but the wand stayed there, motionless, and even trembling slightly. Oh my god! The wand is scared! Ollivander shouted. Calm down, Ollivander. Calm down. Don't scare our little ones. Sir Humphrey stopped him in time. No, I think it's this one, made of willow wood and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches long, very stretchy. Alan waved lightly again, and the wand trembled slightly with the same fear. What about this one? This one is the nerves of a dragon plus the feathers of a hechi. Hechi is a mythical beast in China. It's so magical. Snort. I know better than you. Alan waved lightly again, and the wand suddenly flew up and cast magic on Alan. I don't know what happened. Oh my god! What is going on? Under normal circumstances, this kind of neon beast should pay tribute to a noble person like Sir Alan? What on earth is going on? Ollivander panicked, now making a fool of himself. I originally wanted to show the integrity of young Lord Alan. Sir Humphrey knew this very well. I'm afraid this is the deep diver blood in Alan's body causing trouble. Alan can transform into a deep diver who creates chaos, but he can maintain his sanity, but he is still an evil deep diver. No wonder these ordinary wands dare not move, but the justice wand strikes back. However, can one judge whether a person is evil or not just by relying on his bloodline? Or is there a deeper reason behind this? But Sir Humphrey decided to try another idea. What happens next is top secret. Sir Humphrey said extremely seriously. I will create a brain-sealing entrance for your next memory, and then put the secret weapon in Alan's brain. Anyone who wants to see this memory will die on the spot. Any human. Is it so serious? Sir Humphrey. Ollivander was a little nervous. Yes, very seriously. Some information related to the security of Britain and the British wizarding community involved. The word is not particularly serious, but the reasons associated with it are. Sir Humphrey's description is very clear. Please bring me that wand. Sir Humphrey said seriously. Are you really sure? Even an adult auror may not be able to control this kind of thing. Maybe Sir Alan will go crazy and kill us all on the spot. Sir Ollivander said in horror. Am I still here? Sir Humphrey said seriously and proudly. Yes, you are a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. One of the most powerful seekers in Britain. Mr. Ollivander respectfully praised Sir Humphrey, who had recently asked the Secretary for Administrative Affairs. Don't worry, Ollivander's is an old store that has been around for many years and has made great contributions to Britain's conquest of the world. No gentleman would criticize or even embarrass a store with such a long history and one of our people, Onofus. Sir Humphrey used both soft and hard tactics. Hey! If Alan were not your son, I would suspect that you two have a grudge. Ollivander reluctantly took out several staffs in black boxes from the back room. These staffs are extremely special and are even made of materials that are second only to holy relics. Although it cannot be sold, it is a piece of inheritance and memory from the family. But since we are supplying the goods to the two sirs, we naturally have to give them a discount. Sir Ollivander's old face was wrinkled into a piece of paper. In front of the ancestral foundation, the ancestral relics can only take second place. As the saying goes, Lu can live with strange people and strange goods. Sir Humphrey smiled proudly and rolled his eyes. Do you think Sir Ben will owe you money and take advantage of you? The history of the Appleby family is probably not short. How generous of you! Thank you very much, sir. Our child helped me enter the wizarding world in order to realize my fantasy. How could I treat him badly? Even if it is expensive, it must be worth it or not. For a famous craftsman like Mr. Ollivander, and our dear children, how much money is not worth spending? Oh! Sir Humphrey! Mr. Ollivander was very moved. He gulped. Little sir! If the staff doesn't recognize you, then don't force it. Your life will be in danger. Ollivander's benevolent nature still made him remind him repeatedly, even though he had to obey Sir Humphrey's instructions. He looked very worried about Alan. The previous staffs were designed and prepared for the wizards on the bright side. Even the bone and wood staffs were just imitations of one of the staffs of an indescribable being. Its power insufficient. Let's start with the first staff. Sorry, sir, this information cannot be disclosed to you, it is top secret. So I can only refer to it. Ever since an indescribable being discovered the elder staff, elder has always been the wood of choice for making powerful staffs. However, the energy in it is often too powerful, even to the point of being uncontrollable, and people tend to fall into madness at this time. Or fall into a frenzy of strength and power, or fall into a lot of hatred, or lose reason and become completely sanity. The first one, the elder staff. There is an indescribable world hidden there, a world where the source of the world is completely destroyed and plunged into complete darkness. But some people say that this world also contains indescribable things. Warmth is like the deep blue ocean submerged in flames, and it is pregnant with life. In any case, I am just hearing this. This staff is made of hidden fragments and tail feathers of a powerful magical creature. Therefore, this staff is each spell will receive a huge increase in power, but it will be cursed by its resentment and consume a lot of mana. This doesn't work very well. There's no need to try this. I can't even handle the power of the crystal. It's completely unsuitable for our children. Sir Humphrey shook his head. The second one is the willow long staff. Because its power is too strong, it needs to be neutralized by the extremely tolerant willow. This is another top secret world, a weapon once used by a crazy hero. Later, she fell into complete madness and even wanted to destroy the world. Some people say that it may be the staff that caused it. They may have a point. It can absorb the power of other staffs for its own use, and even absorb the magic power of other magicians. Use it for yourself. If there is no magic power to absorb, it will convert their life force into magic power. If there is not enough magic power, the staff will bite back on the wielder. Before the introduction was finished, Sir Humphrey interrupted again. No, it won't work if it requires too much magic power. I'm not trying to kill my own children. Okay. Ollivander said helplessly. Then the third, fourth, and fifth ones won't work. At this time, Alan was thinking about the ins and outs, and combined with the collection at home, he had vaguely guessed the owners and stories of these staffs. There was even a staff that he might have used indirectly. So, they went directly to the sixth wand, so there were only 2 wands left. Even the Ollivander family only has so many treasures of this level. It's not like all the good wands in the world are in Ollivander's house. This wand is made up of thousands of people who sacrificed their lives to save the world. Their common wish and the powerful power of the Savior came together. It is not wood or steel. It should not exist in this world. Nor should it exist in other worlds. In other words, the existence of this wand directly violates the original laws of this world. Well, I can't judge this evaluation. I asked the divine enlightenment. Ollivander explained. Even the existence of the wand itself has become a thing of the past. Ollivander realized that he had made a mistake and quickly shut up. He looked desperate. Naturally, Humphrey wasn't here to cause trouble, he was here to get a staff for his precious son. It's okay. My son also knows this news, and I told him about it. The specific reason is top secret. Sir Humphrey came to the rescue at the right time. The way Ollivander looked at Alan was even more different. So there is no need to be afraid. He is talking about the old ones. Sir Humphrey added. To put it simply, it's an alien god. Sir Humphrey made his own inference based on the historical data he had read. An existence that transcends all existence in this world. Its ability can even completely change the world, or even destroy it. Sir Humphrey looked deeply fearful. In front of them, we are just ants and lambs to be slaughtered. Alan and his father looked at each other and spoke. Mr. Ollivander, I'm afraid this won't work either. Is such a great power beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. I'm really sorry to trouble you. But you see, I really don't have a wand handy. Alan sang red face. Ollivander nodded. Then, there is only one last staff left. Since I can tell you, I won't hold back. Ollivander swallowed again and steeled his resolve. Wealth is not revealed, but this time the Department of Administrative Affairs has caught him by 7 inches, so he can only try his best to remedy it. It is also inextricably related to the hero who uses the second staff. Sir Humphrey's expression suddenly became complicated at this time. Why is it always her? She is a big problem. To put it simply, she is Dragonborn. Dragonborn. It's exactly what Alan thought. Alan's face looked a little excited, and it was rare to find something familiar to him. No matter how strange the description of Hogwarts was, he could only rely on his imagination, but he had personally operated Dwekian, the Dragonborn, and the Root Treasure many times. He is so familiar. It's like meeting an old friend in a foreign country. Wait. There's no need to talk about her life or anything like that. He's too young, we'll talk about this kind of stuff later when he's an adult. Humphrey quickly added. Hey, being a father means controlling various factors. Although he can't control it, after all, Alan will definitely study in boarding school in the future, but this can at least show that he is a good father, right? And at least judging from the child's expression, he didn't object. Yes, my lord. Then, she turned into a magical creature. Sir Ollivander understood immediately. Indeed, that magical creature is different from Avila. The topic was immediately changed. Avoiding mentioning the magical creatures the Dragonborn later transformed into. Hey, please don't be like this, okay? Although I look young, I am already an adult in my heart. Is there anything else that I cannot understand, that I cannot know? The more you say this, the more I feel itchy and want to know, right? Don't children have the right to know? What's more, it's meeting an old friend in a foreign country. Alan complained in his mind, it was rare for him to be so excited. If he hadn't operated this character himself, he wouldn't bother to care. But Dragonborn didn't play less. Voslita. He can do it too. Never mind. Alan rolled his eyes helplessly. Anyway, sooner or later we will know, it is rare for my father to be so happy. It's no longer a disappointment. This staff is made of elder trees and her hair. However, a material that is too powerful also needs other materials to neutralize it. I'm afraid the young sergeant will have to make do with another staff. Sir Ollivander shrugged helplessly. He originally wanted to flatter him, but now he can't even sell the staff. What's there? Alan asked curiously. With dragonborn hair. The devil's intestines that even gods can't find the source of. It emits evil radiation and is completely out of this world. A stone that can cause people to die mysteriously just by being near it. There is also an indescribable epidermis of existence, and it may even be the episode of living. Ollivander said proudly. This staff is the treasure of their store, just like the previous staff. One good and one evil, one light and one dark. Even Sir Humphrey's expression rarely showed true surprise. Good fellow, the Ollivander family is indeed worthy of its reputation. Sir Humphrey clapped. If it is a collection of this level, it may also be necessary to take into account the good relationship between the two families for generations. And in terms of favors, just the introduction owed me a huge favor. But Sir Humphrey gritted his teeth and didn't care. My son goes to school only once in his life. Mr. Ollivander noticed that Sir Humphrey gasped at each piece of material he heard. Finally, even a look of greed appeared in his eyes for a moment. Among these materials, Dragonborn's materials may be the least valuable. The source of divine revelation cannot be found, does not belong to this world, on the surface of the world. These modifiers are each more precious than the last. This is a world-class treasure. Yes. It is precisely because of this that it has not been circulated in recent years. Who can control it? Mr. Ollivander shook his head. I'll try. Alan's expression was very determined. Okay, maybe it's greed that's well disguised? But anyway, he said he wanted to try. Are you serious, sir? This is no joke. This staff is even more dangerous than the previous ones. Ollivander said seriously, Alan is still too young. If his father hadn't been Humphrey Appleby, any kid who dared to say that, not even a wizard, would have been kicked out by him. Does it take a lot of mana? Alan asked and Ollivander shook his head. So it's just that the material is strange and evil, isn't it? Alan confirmed again and Ollivander nodded. A joke, no matter how special it is, can it be more special than time travel? Alan thought in his mind. In that case, I can try. Maybe this is why my father told you that this is top secret. Alan also said seriously and raised his eyebrows. Ollivander looked at Sir Humphrey, whose expression was firm and unquestionable. You asked for this. I don't care about you anymore. Ollivander made up his mind and handed the staff to Alan. This elderberry staff is a little longer, 15 inches. Looks ordinary. Sir Humphrey cast spells quickly. Cover up quickly. In this way, all movements in the secret room will be covered up and will not affect anyone. Alan took the staff in his hand. However, surprisingly, nothing unexpected happened. The staff itself trembled slightly and shook slightly. A warm fire erupted. This fire made Ollivander, Alan, and Humphrey feel warm from the bottom of their hearts. It contains sacrifice, dedication, and holiness, but there is no sense of evil. Alan held the fire in his hand. The flame is cruel and explosive, but this flame is so gentle, so gentle. Not hot at all. With so many evil materials, coupled with Alan's deep diver bloodline, what he got in the end was a warm fire. The flames jumped, floated slowly, and flew to the roof, but the roof did not burn. This fire doesn't seem to hurt anyone, it's so gentle that it makes you want to cry. With only a slight shake from a little wizard with little magic power, the flame was extinguished in a few seconds. But both Ollivander and Sir Humphrey realized it. This treasure of the town already has its new owner. Ollivander was so surprised that he couldn't speak, as if he couldn't breathe and was about to die from suffocation. Sir Humphrey looked at Alan proudly. He was accustomed to the child's special behavior. Mr. Ollivander, what is the name of this staff? The nameless staff. This is a divinely inspired conclusion. In other words, it's called the indescribable staff. Alan also looked at the little wooden stick happily. Nameless, the nameless staff, the indescribable staff. This powerful wand is the name of Alan's staff. Chapter 11. Dear Mr. Ollivander, please don't tell this matter. Otherwise, I will be in danger. For the safety and peace of Britain, you must keep it secret. I will be killed by the French. Or the KGB, CIA. Alan looked pathetic. I thought the French were friends and allies with us. Ollivander said in confusion. That's true now. But they've been working against us for the past 900 years. Alan shrugged. It doesn't have to be like this. My son. Someone from MI6 will handle this kind of news. Sir Humphrey said calmly. However, recently some people seem to be saying that the British wand researchers have worked hard and made great achievements, especially the leading figures of this generation. They are fully worthy of an honorary title and then join the glorious House of Lords. Sir Humphrey scratched his head and revealed a key piece of news. Alan noticed that at that moment, Mr. Ollivander's eyes suddenly lit up, visible to the naked eye. However, an important criterion of honor is whether a person is reliable. Sound. And a man's reliability depends on his ability to prove his loyalty to Britain. Sir Humphrey announced proudly, like a priest preaching. For example, keeping secrets for Britain. Sir Humphrey nodded towards Ollivander. What do you think? Mr. Ollivander, sir, Sir Humphrey smiled friendly. I think I can definitely prove my loyalty to my motherland. Mr. Ollivander also said proudly. Very good. Then, please accept the next anti-memory reading spell. Sir Humphrey narrowed his eyes, murderous intent suddenly appeared. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Mr. Ollivander nodded without hesitation. It didn't take long for the spell to end. Everyone outside was waiting impatiently, and now Mr. Ollivander came out. Sir Humphrey also carefully poked his head out of the back room, and then led Alan out. Lucius. Long time no see. Humphrey. My old friend. Alan walked out of the room and saw two big men holding hands intimately, with great strength and exposed veins. They faced each other and smiled, but their pride in each other was deeply revealed, and their eyes seemed to be piercing with sparks. Dear son, this is my good friend, Sir Lucius Malfoy, Lord. His noble behavior and elegant manners must be a good example for you. He is also the director of Hogwarts, by the way. A mouthful. Sir Humphrey introduced his son friendly. The blonde middle-aged man also introduced Sir Humphrey to his children. Sir Humphrey Appleby. Permanent Under-Secretary for Administration and one of the most powerful men in Britain. Son, you must learn from Sir, for his wisdom and kindness. Sir Lucius seems a little colder than Sir Humphrey, and he is not as kind to his son as Sir Humphrey. You forgot to mention that I am also a knight. My old friend. Lord. Sir Humphrey promptly reminded Sir Lucius of his intentional language disorder. Alan held out his hand. Hello, Sir Lucius. So you must be Draco. My dad always praises your talents at home. Alan extended his hand in a friendly manner. Draco Malfoy. What's your name? Alan Appleby. Your boy is so kind, and as versatile as Sir Humphrey. Quitso Sir Humphrey raised his head proudly, turning a deaf ear to Lucius's sarcasm. Then he narrowed his eyes to cover up the murderous intention in his heart. What a boy, you mocked me in front of my son. You are in trouble. Sir Humphrey thought to himself. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to take my son and continue shopping. After saying goodbye with no faults in etiquette, Sir Humphrey led Alan to leave. Alan had to express how lucky he was. Alan used to envy Harry Potter's parents for leaving him a lot of money, but now he realized what a powerful man Sir Humphrey Appleby was. Others trade in galleons, but Sir Humphrey, in addition to galleons, can also use the titles and honours that the British care more about to trade. This kind of power's favour is far more valuable than galleons. Where are we going next? Sir Humphrey touched his chin. Gringotts? Or Borgens and Berks? Forget it. If I dare to walk around the door of Borken and Berks, the photo will be put on the front page of the Daily Prophet. And even my name will not appear. A senior civil servant is obsessed with black magic. I'm sure the British newspapers will say that. Humphrey said helplessly. At this moment, he suddenly said to his back. What are you doing? Didn't I ask for leave? My son has to go to school, so he has to give us some time for family fun, right? Sir Humphrey frowned in displeasure and complained. I'm so sorry, sir. But top secret items have been stolen. We must get them back. It's up to you to find it. There's really nothing we can do. The searcher from the Department of Mysteries is dead. God condemn them. This idiot Hagrid. I said he shouldn't join the searchers. That old madman Dumbledore would put on small shoes for others and protect his giant bastard. I really don't understand, is Hagrid his biological child? Isn't it possible? These stupid terrorists, even the KGB would not do such a thing. This is an unlucky profession. Sir Humphrey cursed angrily, he was a little hysterical. Hey! People who serve the Queen don't have holidays. Sir Humphrey said helplessly. Son! I'm so sorry. I'm going to clean up the wizarding world of Britain. After all, your father has long decided to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to this country. Crisp will ask you to go to the Malfoys, so you can let them take you home. Okay, no time. I have to get going. I love you. Go ahead, son. What happens after the scolding is over? I can turn down any ordinary job, but this is a top-secret level thing. And since the searchers were all dead, this must have been an organized crime conspiracy. For the safety of the British wizarding community, Jazz must kill them. Apparate. Before Alan could say I love you, Dad. Sir Humphrey disappeared in an instant. Alan looked sad. Well, although his soul is not young anymore. But maybe he has been spoiled? We had obviously agreed to go shopping together and go home together. This happened again. Forget it, I'm used to it. What else can be done? There's no solution, right? Not to mention that Alan's memory age is about 30 years old. Even if you are 40, do you still miss home and your parents? Bang! There was a soft sound. The house elf Crisp appeared next to Alan in an instant. Let's go, Crisp. Alan's back looked particularly desolate. While walking, he suddenly remembered something and said to Crisp. You have been serving the Appleby family for so many years, but we have not paid you a penny in wages. Do you want me to pay you? That way you'll be a free and unique individual. Not an accessory. But Crisp couldn't stop laughing. Sir, you don't have to worry about me. Everyone has his own ambitions. I care more about honor and loyalty than so-called freedom. Crisp said seriously. It doesn't look like the house elf's sense of joy that has lost its mind. Alan lowered his head and walked in the direction directed by Crisp, but only saw a shadow blocking him. Looking up, Sir Lucius forced an ugly smile, while Draco Malfoy stared at Alan curiously. Your father asked me to take care of you and bring you back to my home. Chapter 12. He said it would be dangerous to go home. To keep you out of the limelight, said Sir Lucius. There might be Dementors, or Death Eaters, or the KGB, or something else coming to attack you. Dementors? I thought we were at least not enemies of Britain. Alan shrugged. But it's usually right to listen to my dad. Alan smiled friendly. Sir Lucius nodded. Then it's time to set off. Sir Lucius said with a cold face. Sorry, Lord Lucius, how should we set off? No need to ask, there is no doubt that he is a Fleur fan. Replied Sir Lucius. Although I'm very sorry, I have to say that I get carsick. Alan smiled apologetically. It's okay. Sir Lucius also smiled. There's a difference between Fleur powder and apparition, and flying in a plane, or riding in a flying carriage. You won't faint, Sir Lucius said with a smile. At least I won't be dizzy. He whispered in a voice that only he could hear clearly. Okay. Alan could only obey the order. Lilololo. Just came out of the chimney. Alan quickly found a toilet and started to vomit. This is one of the Malfoy manners. The Malfoy family naturally has several manners. Typical Gothic style, it looks like an antique. But obviously the decoration style is different from Appleby's house. Alan believes that this should be caused by the different years of prosperity. God condemns it. Alan choked with tears. Oh. I'm very sorry. I didn't expect Fleur powder to make people so dizzy. I really didn't expect it. Sir Lucius's face looks so unbeatable. Alan rolled his eyes. He was not familiar with the relationship and had nothing to say. We'll settle the accounts later. Lucius secretly concealed his smile as his trick was successful. Snort. The Appleby family is so grand. Not even the Malfoy family has such a good carriage. The last time he heard Humphrey show off, he felt his eyes were red. Damn rich. He thought again of Humphrey's annoying smile that he tried to cover up. But at least a little revenge makes me feel better. To be honest, even this guy Fudge has to be pranked by me, which is a compliment to this kid. Lucius thought. This child is just like his father, a natural-born civil servant. Exquisite on all sides. There is no trace of the manners or reserve of a true aristocrat. If I were Humphrey and Alan spoke to Draco first, I would be furious. But as Sir Lucius Malfoy, it surprisingly feels pretty good. I was so angry that I finally felt better now. Revenge is the motto of Lord Lucius Malfoy. After Alan finished vomiting, he kept rolling his eyes in the back. It's okay. My dad is just naughty. Draco Malfoy secretly pulled Alan and said. Draco. Sir Lucius looked back, and Draco quickly fell silent. Alan looked around and saw that it was indeed a noble family. On the table is the cup that Marshal Bluebeard once used to release magic. On the wall are the guns of the Irish Sons of Light. There are pure-blooded race horses parked in the stables. This is the noble family, the Malfoy family. Foundation. On the wall, there are photos and portraits that cannot be moved. Photos and portraits of the Malfoy family with Joan of Arc, Napoleon, Beethoven, and even Hitler are all placed together. Yes, the Malfoys value noble manners and noble dignity above all else. They have never been shy about their political affiliations, and maybe even after the current Dark Lord dies, Malfoy will put their photo on the wall. Under the wall are porcelains from the Ming dynasty, and on the top are engraved the great sage Kishan battles 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Even the plates and cups are made of porcelain, although porcelain is not expensive nowadays, this is already the rule. Hearing the sound, a graceful middle-aged woman walked out of the house. However, she was not wearing a formal dress at home, just casual clothes. Perhaps, they were wealthy enough that they did not need to pay too much attention to their manners. Oh! Lucius! Her tone could not hide the surprise. It seems that they have a very good relationship. After all, not all families have such grown-up children, so the couple can be surprised when they see them. There is no doubt that this should be Lucius's wife and Draco's mother. Lady Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius used his broad back to block the sight of Draco and Alan, and then secretly kissed Narcissa on the mouth. Oh! Narcissa, the child is still here. Lucius's cold face covered his smile. It was obviously him who secretly kissed him, but instead he said it was his wife who did it. Narcissa shyly hit Lucius with her fist. You're still so boring at such an old age. So who is this? Asked Lady Narcissa Malfoy. He was the son of Sir Humphrey Appleby. Lord Alan Appleby Jr. So old. He is still like a child. Isn't Draco a little knight? Lord. Sir Humphrey Appleby is engaged in a very dangerous job, and there may be danger at home, so we asked him to come to our house for a few days, and then send him to Hogwarts in a few days. In this world, there is no good well. At least there is no safer place in Britain than Hogwarts. After all, that old man Albus still has something. That's right. After all, Sir Lucius is also a powerful wizard. Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy came over and kissed Draco and Alan on the cheek. Sir Humphrey Appleby is renowned for his reliability. His character and wisdom have always been a role model for us. Mrs. Malfoy said politely. Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy looks much more reliable than this Lucius. Alan thought so. This is definitely not because she kissed him just now. Judging from this smile alone, even if it is fake, it at least looks more sincere than the old bastard Lucius. What's more, I can't even tell that it's a disguise. Alan felt a little more comfortable in his heart, and the anger from being fooled just now was also a little less. You must be hungry after a long day of wandering around. Are we ready to enjoy today's food? Although I didn't cook it. Mrs. Malfoy said with a smile. I am inclined to answer in the affirmative. This was Sir Lucius. They don't like to talk well anyway. Yes, Mum. This was young Sir Draco. Thank you. Alan said simply. When eating, you must also pay attention to your appearance, otherwise you will be looked down upon. Although little Sir Alan Appleby could eat and chirp, no one would say anything. A person's nobility does not originate from appearance, but from power. On the contrary, external appearance is just a means and a byproduct. Even if a person's moral character is noble, this information itself still needs people to spread it, so moral character is actually the distribution of social resources in the final analysis, that is, power. But manners are naturally a byproduct of power. Etiquette is well known in Kanglen, and Alan found that he didn't need to learn how to do it. He only needed to follow the instructions and he would be able to behave very elegantly. Maybe this is the role of environment. Dobby the house elf reluctantly came over with his dinner and placed the food on the table. Originally out of family friendship, Alan wanted to talk about Dobby, the rebellious boy. But since he was fooled by Lucius, Alan wanted to watch Dobby deal with Sir Lucius after getting the socks. By that time, he would definitely contact Sir Dumbledore to watch it with his own eyes. Snort! Alan thought this and quietly watched the conflict between Dobby, who yearned for freedom, and the Lucius Malfoy family deepen. My father said that you can't make friends with people of low status. Otherwise, your colleagues will laugh at you and embarrass you. After eating, Mrs. Malfoy arranged a guest room for Alan to live in. Not long after, Draco Malfoy came over to whisper to Alan. Alan blinked and said nothing. If someone comes to play with me, but his status is not high enough, he can only be a follower. Finally I found someone I can be friends with. Draco looked pleased. Alan grinned and said nothing. Your father may not understand. The outside world is already a market economy. If you are still holding on to the same old things, you can only survive in a gentle village like the House of Lords. If you go to Hogwarts with this kind of thinking, you will definitely want to go to Hogwarts. You're at a disadvantage. After all, there are all kinds of people from all walks of life there. Alan couldn't control his chatter. In fact, it was rare for him to meet someone with a similar family status. Humphrey Appleby's arrogance is actually no more modest than that of Sir Lucius. Hey! Draco was a little dumbfounded. There is more than just the House of Lords in the world. You also know how your parents usually treat others. Even if Sir Humphrey makes your parents smile, there is no one as famous as Harry Potter in Diagon Alley. Harry Potter! It's Harry Potter again. How come this little brat can become so famous without doing anything? Draco was a little jealous. Noble families long for fame, but are often unable to do so in person due to their position. No way, this is life. Hogwarts has purebloods like us, and even so-called muggles. Not only will there be noble families, but there will also be families with steep walls. Our way of doing things, and it is useful within a certain circle, but will it still be useful outside this circle? Alan said with raised eyes. Hey! Draco was confused. Could you repeat that? I mean, when we go to Hogwarts, we'd better stop showing off our aristocratic manners. We'll suffer a loss. Alan was also running out of patience. If you don't mind, I'm getting ready for bed. Alan gave the ejection order in a tactful tone, forget it if you don't understand. It has nothing to do with another penny. Draco shrugged and reluctantly went back to the house to play by himself. Chapter 13. In the morning, it was just dawn. Draco Malfoy started knocking on the door. Hurry! Hurry! It's time for us to go. For a month, Alan and Draco did nothing else. Just reading a book, Sir Lucius was as busy as Sir Humphrey and had no time to teach Alan and Della science and magic. Draco has a lively personality, and when he sees someone he wants to get along with, he will go over to talk to him. This also annoyed Alan a little. Alan opened the door sleepily. Although I'm happy to be setting off, I'm more inclined to think that there's no need to go so early now. Alan yawned and was wearing the bare pajamas Crisp had brought. Can you speak simple English? Draco was still young and couldn't understand such professional expressions with long vocabulary. It's too early. There's no need to leave now. Why don't you go find your parents? Alan looked at Draco Malfoy impatiently. To him, Draco was not an annoyance like a follower, but an annoyance like a follower. Rousseau once said that those who desire power are extremely sadistic on the one hand, and extremely sadistic on the other. In this way, they can always persist in being arrogant in the front and respectful in the back, because being abused is also to better abuse others. Only those who experience the double pleasure can persist on this path. Alan cursed in his heart. But this may be too much to describe a child. But Alan still felt annoyed. No. Mom will scold me and Dad will beat me. Draco shook his head pitifully. You know you're going to get beaten and you bother me. Alan rolled his eyes. Since you also know that this is unpleasant behavior, I have to tell you that I am going to catch up on my sleep. Wait. I feel like you know Hogwarts better than I do, and my dad doesn't like talking to me about this. Can you tell me about it? You said I would be in trouble before, and no one has ever said this to me before. Please. Please. Draco was both looking forward to and a little afraid of a new environment. After being disturbed by Draco and unable to go back to sleep, Alan was no longer sleepy now. He yawned. Okay. Come in. In this regard, Alan is quite patient. To be honest, Alan thought Draco Malfoy was cute compared to the children he had taken care of in his previous life. At least Draco Malfoy still has some brains and humanity. What do you want to know? I heard that Harry Potter will also go to Hogwarts. Will a hero like him be friends with us? Draco's eyes looked expectant. Yes, as long as you don't act like an annoying aristocrat and rudely break up with his muggle friends. Alan moved to the bed and rolled his eyes, while Draco sat on the stool. How could that be? Shouldn't he be friends with nobles like us? Isn't this disrespectful to our status? We are Jazz. Alan slapped his forehead and said speechlessly. With the title of savior and the additional sacrifice, a knighthood is not too much, right? It's just that he didn't receive it for some reason. I advise you not to think too highly of yourself. Next, Alan introduced him to things about Hogwarts other than the 4 major colleges. Draco Malfoy actually just knew that Slytherin was noble, Gryffindor was hypocritical, and other houses were mediocre, although this was not the case, and even more people felt the opposite. Alan gave several examples, such as the Hogwarts Lounge, Quidditch, the Forbidden Forest, and strange events such as stairs. But there isn't much to tell you. After all, you will know this soon. After talking for a while, it was completely bright. Today is the day to go to platform 9 3/4, and there is no way to catch up on sleep. Alan got up listlessly. It was obviously a very important day, but Alan felt confused. Here we go again. Alan's eyes looked a little frightened. Sleepiness brings the call of the ancient god back. What's it this time? That quiescent, thrashing, skeletal fluid. That croaking, waxen goat. Alan saw still, violent, bone fluid. There are also croaking wax goats. In the blink of an eye, Alan was already on the Hogwarts Express. What's wrong? Alan was a little silly. Time seems to have jumped. Did I lose consciousness? But this kind of strange situation has become routine for Alan. Sitting on the Hogwarts train, you are about to enter a new environment. Until then, Alan Appleby must sit back and think. Alan compiled his thoughts on several key characters in the plot of Harry Potter. The first is the protagonist of the original work, Harry Potter. A savior, a born politician, suitable for news columns, spotlights, and empty speeches, Voldemort's natural enemy. Obviously knowing that Harry Potter is suffering, why not go and improve his favorability with the savior during this time? The reason is simple, because it's not necessary. Suffering makes a man, and he must suffer it if he is to be relied upon to get rid of Voldemort. The truth is that Alan doesn't think the plot of Harry Potter should be changed. Hogwarts will be very dangerous in the next few years, and the identities of deep divers cannot be exposed, so the only advantage lies in foresight. As for Harry Potter's suffering, what does it have to do with him? Even if he knew it was number 4 Privet Drive, Sir Alan Appleby would not take a second look. What's more, Harry has actually been under Dumbledore's attention. It would be dangerous for Harry Potter and himself to rashly interfere. Second question, Ron Weasley. In Alan's opinion, Ron was arrogant and stupid. Beneath the apparent hospitality lies indifference. But he has an important advantage, he has self-awareness. Another advantage is good fortune, the Weasley family education is very successful, and they have at least a knighthood. In any case, Alan was uninterested in him. The third question is Hermione Granger. Maybe it has something to do with the actors. At least the actor playing Hermione has the most beautiful face in the world. Superior intelligence, excellent grades, and strong will. Alan licked the corners of his mouth. It is said that Hermione's identity and appearance were not outstanding when she first entered school. Isn't this the best time to chase the rise and the fall? Regarding this, Alan could not hide his curiosity. She is obviously very good-looking, but no one says she is good-looking. Isn't that just making a fortune in silence? Regardless, this trio will be extremely useful in the future. Alan remembered that the trio of Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger were probably meeting for the first time at this time. I can't help but join in the fun. Alan thought of this and said to Draco Malfoy sitting next to him. I'm going to take a stroll in other carriages, are you interested? Let's go. Draco was tired of sitting there. Chapter 14. Opening the carriage door with one hand. A cute boy with black hair poked his head out. Hello, I'm Alan Appleby. This is Draco Malfoy. Can we sit here? He grinned beautifully. For Harry Potter, these days were like a dream. He transformed from a pitiful boy who was bullied by his cousin Dally's family, to the savior of the magical world. Everyone who meets me is so warm and sincere. They even bent down to kiss their hands. This struck Harry as unbelievable. However, Hagrid's expression changed drastically and he left, as if something bad had happened. This made Harry Potter very worried. He didn't want the person who saved him from suffering to suffer. Therefore, he looked a little sad. Hagrid is a truly good man. Although he doesn't look as good looking as the child in front of him. Harry Potter thought. Please come in. Go sit over there. Alan rolled his eyes at Draco. Why? The secret must not be revealed. Alan said mysteriously. Draco knew that usually when Alan looked like this, he would do something very interesting. So he also hid his smile and sat next to the savior Harry Potter. Can I see that scar? Alan said gently. Look at the scars again. I feel like an animal in the zoo. Is there nothing worthy of recognition except for that scar? Harry Potter was very unhappy. Apart from that scar, I must at least have something worthy of recognition. For sure. It's just that the smile of the person in front of me is very friendly, and he doesn't reach out to hit the smiling person. It's better not to quarrel. Harry Potter gently moved his hair aside, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. What a beautiful and painful scar. It contains a mother's deep love for her son. Alan shook his head lightly and sighed, looking intoxicated. Finally someone cares about me. Harry Potter thought of it quickly. Harry Potter was not a fool. He could clearly feel that those who were respectful to him on the surface were actually not interested in him. They didn't care about anything except their scars. They only care about killing that Voldemort. In fact, all they care about is the symbol. Harry Potter, who had been looked down upon since childhood, could undoubtedly tell the difference between the two. You know my mother? Harry Potter said expectantly. Very clearly, even more so than most people in the world. Alan shook his head slightly again and chanted. Yes, few people know Harry Potter's life experience better than myself who has watched the plot. So you shouldn't be able to tell me, right? Harry Potter's expression was very calm. Alan praised, as expected of Harry Potter, he has learned to answer questions quickly. However, please don't doubt my goodwill towards you. If you encounter any questions that you can't figure out, you are welcome to contact me. Alan continued to extend his olive branch. For Harry Potter, who will be the future Director of Magic and may become the Minister of Magic, there are many benefits to forming a good relationship early, but it cannot exceed the limits of the plot, and Harry Potter must be controlled within the control of myself and Dumbledore. Otherwise, once the plot gets out of control, you may be in danger. This was Alan's current plan, his eyes flashing dangerously in the style of Sir Humphrey Appleby. Therefore, he contacted Harry Potter early so that he could control the information he could control. Although Alan smiled very kindly at Harry Potter, Harry Potter began to get excited. Why can't you tell me? Am I a sinner? Do I want to be monitored and controlled by others? What's the difference between living in Dolly's house and me in this way? Oh! Please don't get excited. Mr. Harry Potter. Mr. Please believe that I am on your side. But some distinguished people I cannot explain told me that I cannot tell you this story, otherwise you will be in danger. This is for your safety. Now it's actually not too early to tell you. Voldemort is not dead yet. Although many people don't want to believe it, at least many people are willing to believe it. Alan waved his hands gently, telling Harry Potter that the greatest enemy he was about to face was not dead yet. Harry Potter was silent. But, even so, Alan Appleby will stand with you to fight against the coming powerful enemy. Alan said decisively. Harry Potter was stunned. He hasn't been able to accept so much explosive news yet. There are people who know news about their mother but cannot tell them for safety reasons. At the same time, the bastard who killed his family has not yet been punished to death by justice. He is still alive. At the same time, another person whom he met for the first time said that he would help him without any doubt. What is this all about? However, it was obvious that there was not much time for him to react, so he said confusedly. Oh! Thank you. Thank you. Harry Potter said politely, smiling broadly. At this time, Draco Malfoy secretly laughed. Before Harry Potter could speak, Alan interrupted Draco. Why are you laughing? You didn't look like Sir Humphrey Appleby's son just now, but you looked like a politician. Just like Harry Potter. Oh. You annoying woodchuck. Draco Malfoy. Do you think I look like a politician? I'll tell my dad when I get home and he'll kick your ass. Do I want to talk to you? Do you want to perform my long and difficult sentences well? Can you understand me? Humph. Then I'll ask my dad to kick your dad's ass. Harry Potter looked at the light blonde-haired guy sitting next to him. He didn't know why, but he felt annoyed just looking at the guy in front of him. But what he didn't know was that Draco Malfoy thought the same thing. As far as Alan knows, Draco Malfoy is now a guy who can speak human words. I don't know why he directly picks fights with Harry Potter in Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy looked at Harry Potter, also a little annoyed. This guy doesn't have to do anything to gain more exposure than the entire Malfoy family. How can this make these noble families not envious? After all, even if they try their best, not to mention other reasons, there is basically no way to become more famous than Harry Potter just because of the limitations of that identity. However, before the pair of former enemies could speak and started arguing, they were interrupted by another voice. The scene Alan was looking forward to came, and he smiled secretly in his heart. So, you must be Harry Potter. A little girl opened the door of the carriage, revealing a cute little head. Chapter 15. Just as the girl was about to speak, another boy's voice came from outside. Sorry, I'm sitting in this cubicle too. I just went to the toilet. Are these multi-flavor beans expired? A guy with blonde hair also walked over with his head tilted. Oh. What is this? Draco was startled. Only then did he see Alan's secretly hidden smile. Good on you, Alan. I thought you were going to trick others, but I didn't expect you were going to trick me. A mouse jumped out. So he must be Voldemort's loyal servant Peter Pettigrew. Alan thought with a half-smile. Oh. My dear Scabbers. The big-nosed boy caught the little mouse. Draco didn't look good. I guarantee that this rat will be smashed to pieces if it comes near me. Draco looked a little scared. Humph. If you want Banban to get close to you, I won't do it. Draco, Ron, and Harry occupied one side of the carriage, so Hermione had to sit with Alan. Congratulations, congratulations. Alan's grin widened even further, barely able to hide his smile. Whenever his layout is successful, Alan will feel particularly happy. Hermione Granger was sitting next to Alan. Since this is the first time for each of us to meet and we will study together in the next few years, why don't you introduce yourself? Alan said gracefully, after Sir Humphrey's refined manners, eating, except. My name is Alan Appleby. My father is Sir Humphrey Appleby, Lord, Earl of Glamorgan. He is currently the permanent Under-Secretary of the Department of Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Magic. This official position is usually called the Permanent Secretary. Therefore, from this perspective, he is also KCMG. Therefore, people who often come into contact with him often call him Mr. Humphrey, Sir, and he is also the most powerful searcher in Britain at the moment. Alan proudly said that his father has always been his pride. My name is Draco Malfoy. My father is Sir Lucius Malfoy, Lord, Earl of Esther, head of the Malfoy family, and director of the Hogwarts School Board. He used to be a powerful orator. Draco followed suit. My name is Harry Potter. Many people know my name, but I don't know much about myself, especially my own family background. Before Hagrid took me over. Alan interrupted Harry to express his sadness. Sir Harry Potter. Since you have repeatedly said that you want to know, the least I can tell you is that your parents are real warriors and have made great contributions to the country. And you will at least be a baron in the future, Baron. They fought bravely against he who must not be named, and finally gave their lives gloriously. They deserve my respect. Alan is praising Harry Potter again. But he felt that he was doing the right thing. That was exactly what he thought. Thank you. At this time, Harry Potter looked a lot more kind when he saw Alan's expression. My name is Ronald Weasley. My father is Arthur Weasley, the current director of the Department of Magical Industries at the Ministry of Magic. Wow! A position of real power. Annoying politician. Draco rolled his eyes. Thanks to Sir Lucius' upbringing, Draco hated politicians, all politicians. Politician. Who do you think you hate? Ron was unhappy. Whoever thinks they hate hates anyone, Draco continued to taunt. In any case, being the director of the Department of Magical Industry is a job worthy of respect. He dedicates himself to civilization. Although he has to deal with votes and build good relationships with many voters, this is still part of his dedication. Alan smoothed things over. Draco smiled knowingly, but Ron obviously didn't understand what he meant. My name is Hermione Granger. My parents don't work in the wizarding world. My family is a dentist. Hermione's voice was a bit soft, and it was obvious that she thought her family was incompatible with the people around her. Alan tapped his thigh lightly and closed his eyes to rest. He was still waiting for Draco to say that fatal Muggle word, so that he could come out and end it. But after waiting and waiting, Draco said nothing. What's wrong? Alan opened his eyes. Why didn't Draco act according to the script? I saw Draco staring at Hermione's face non-stop. He was fascinated. It felt like his saliva was about to drip out. Alan was a little speechless. This is different from Alan's calculation. Which variable is wrong? Alan stared at Hermione's face for 2 seconds, only then did he realize that he was completely wrong to follow the description in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The iconic front teeth are gone and have become well-proportioned and white teeth. In Alan's opinion, the hair is a disheveled afro. No matter how you look at it, she is a beauty, not an unpopular nerd. Haha. Alan laughed dryly. Heroes don't ask where they come from. I believe you can succeed in pursuing your dreams. Because this situation was unexpected, Alan looked a little embarrassed. Just like Sir Humphrey also said that Alan had plans but no haste. Problems can easily arise when faced with urgent situations. Hermione also felt a little embarrassed, so she quickly changed the subject. Ron. Did you just say you wanted to use magic? Then let us open our eyes. Hermione looked a little proud. She had always been proud of her own efforts and wisdom. Okay. Daisies, sweet cream, and sunshine, turn this silly fat mouse yellow. Ron waved his wand, but nothing happened. Are you sure this is really a spell? The little girl asked. It doesn't look like much, does it? I tried a few simple spells at home, just for practice, and they all worked. No one in my family knows magic, so I was surprised when I got my admission letter. It's amazing, but also very happy because, as far as I know, this is the best magic school. I know all the textbooks by heart. Later, Hermione used a spell to repair Harry Potter's glasses, but Ron felt embarrassed. Which college do you want to go to? Hermione asked curiously. I want to go to Gryffindor. I heard it's the best there. Where is the best? Slytherin is the best. Draco retorted. What's so good about Slytherin? Gryffindor is the best. Slytherin produces some traitors and despicable guys. Unhappy Ron fired the map cannon. Gryffindor also produces some stupid fools. Draco continued to retort. Reluctantly, I have to break the political correctness in your little heart. Ron. Alan started to interrupt, because Sir Humphrey Appleby was also a graduate of Slytherin House. He would not allow anyone to slander the place where his father was. Speaking with respect, although there are many warriors in Gryffindor, there will also be traitors in Gryffindor. In the history of the school for 1,000 years, in general, from the data point of view, combining the before and after historically, looking at the overall situation, the number of traitors appearing in the 4 colleges is almost equal. There is no such thing as a traitor college. At the same time, when Slytherin House occupies 10 of the 12 permanent secretary seats, it is difficult for anyone to conclude that they can do anything disrespectful to Slytherin, including language. This behavior is undoubtedly a mantis trying to do something. And Landfinder people often become politicians, and at least God bless them to live comfortably in their positions. My father said that Slytherin is the most ruthless house. Ruthless? Ruthless is at least much better than ignorance. Human history is a constant history of victory of ruthlessness over brainlessness. Of course, I have no intention of attacking Gryffindor. Their moral level is admirable, and their enthusiasm for justice makes people cry. Knowledge makes people evil, but ignorance still has some dignity. Alan spoke a long and difficult sentence. Looking at Ron's expression, he was obviously confused. Anyway, I don't think Slytherin is a good college. Ron became stubborn and refused to admit it. It's up to you, but I have to advise you, think twice before speaking, otherwise your senior elder brothers and your father will be in trouble. Trouble, if such words are spread, will pose a real threat to your family members who are interested in politics. Alan used a gentle and tactful tone to issue a real threat to Ron. Looks like a villain. Because of the quarrel just now, the car is a little quiet now. But then Alan changed to a gentle and sincere smile. In any case, when you encounter unsolvable difficulties, you can consider coming to me and asking. I will do my best to help you, because Voldemort is our common enemy. And I also think you will definitely become an excellent wizard. Alan said to Harry Potter. Harry Potter was stunned. He wasn't a guy who thoughtlessly stood up to his teammates, and Harry didn't understand Slytherin either. And he himself thought that what Ron just said was a bit excessive. Seeing Alan and Draco both going to Slytherin, they said such things. Could it be said that this is courage? Harry was a little confused. I also think you will become an excellent wizard. If you have any questions or things you don't understand, you can come to me. I will also try my best to help you solve your problems. As a pure-blood family, we also have many precious magic books and materials, we are very happy to provide to wizards with great promise and vision. Alan continued to offer Hermione an olive branch. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Alan was ready to leave. What about me? Am I not a promising wizard? Ron said unconvinced. Looking at Ron's appearance, Alan smiled and shook his head. What are you doing with a child? Anyway, he didn't do anything too extreme. If he had crossed the line, he wouldn't be alive now. I think you are also a promising wizard. Meeting each other is fate. When you encounter problems, you can come to me twice. If the process goes well, we can continue to cooperate. Alan smiled friendly. At this moment Draco laughed meaningfully again. After leaving the house, Draco whispered to Alan. Well, I was mistaken. With your style, you are indeed the son of Sir Humphrey Appleby. Do I just think you are complimenting me? Yes. I am indeed complimenting you. After a while, the train pulled into the station. It's time for wizards to get off the bus and prepare to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 16. Alan yawned again. During the process of coming here, the fact of entering Hogwarts was quite exciting. The architecture of Hogwarts looks a bit structuralist and is indeed very beautiful. The most important thing is that you can learn a lot here, you should be able to, right? I hope I won't be sent to Azkaban to be with my mother. Anyway, he found it annoying to see Harry and Hagrid together. So annoying. Dumbledore's youngest son. Alan also followed Sir Humphrey's call and said in his heart. It's because Hagrid didn't do his errands well that his father has been busy for a month. I haven't met him yet, maybe I won't see him again for a year. It's so annoying that he's still here with Harry. According to Alan's guess, what Hagrid messed up was probably the loss of the Philosopher's Stone, and it was all because of him. Definitely not because even if this matter hadn't happened, Humphrey would have been busy with other things. I'm so bored. Anyway, he was just on a small boat. To be honest, he had been on yachts, racing boats, and submarines, so these were not exciting at all. Draco Malfoy was extremely happy, visibly happy. Oh my god! Look, there seems to be a magical creature over there. Draco dragged Alan around, and Alan looked hopeless. What magical creature? Do not know. I didn't know you were so stupid. Alan rolled his eyes again. Ever since he came into contact with these careless children, he felt like he had become a professional eye-roller. The other two people on the boat were Draco's two followers. Alan didn't even bother to remember their names. They were completely unreliable. He could only rely on school bullying to establish his power, but he was vulnerable to real fear. But on the surface, he still responded with a smile, but he didn't even say a word. Joke. Whose expression does Alan Appleby need to see? Saying a few words is a sign of affection, but staying silent is a duty. However, Hogwarts is really high, especially when you stand at the bottom of the cliff. But here comes the question, what's not great about standing at the bottom of a cliff? It didn't take long for him to reach Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was the future principal, so we must have a good relationship with her. She said a few words to Hagrid, but Alan was walking behind and didn't hear clearly. Although he was very happy, he was not so excited that he had to squeeze into the front row, which was definitely not in line with the etiquette of a noble. This is definitely not because he is too lazy to push forward, but it is indeed the etiquette restriction of the nobles. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before this, Alan could only hear one sentence she said. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before that, the sorting ceremony for new students must be held. The sorting is a very important ceremony. The house is like your home in Hogwarts. You have to share the dormitory and common room with people in the same house. The names of the 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hercules, Chippa, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Every student has his own proud history and has given birth to outstanding wizards. Excellent behavior will add glory to the academy, while behavior that is not worthy of recognition will undoubtedly bring glory to the academy. Minus points. At the end of the year, the college with the highest score can win the college cup. This is a very high honor for a college. Oh. The students at the back were already excited. When they heard the honor, they were like dung beetles in the toilet. Anyway, I suggest you freshen up your appearance while you're waiting so you'll look better. Next, all the students lined up. Following Vice Principal Mag, he walked out of the team room and came to the auditorium. Various lamps floated, decorating the entire auditorium into a world of light, without any darkness at all. And Alan, on the rostrum, saw his father at a glance. Sir Humphrey Appleby. Oh. Only now did Alan become as excited as Draco Malfoy. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Draco looked at Alan, whose mood suddenly changed, in confusion. You're the one who's sick. If you tell me again, I'll curse you to go to Gryffindor. Alan gave Draco a slap. Draco Malfoy shuddered. Forget it, I won't say anything. I don't want to go to Gryffindor, there are a bunch of idiots there. And I don't want to get beat up by my dad. At this moment, Alan looked like the child who lacked love again. He looks timid, a little shy, harmless to humans and animals, and doesn't seem to hurt anyone, sincere and kind. But we all know that this is just an appearance. The real intention is to act coquettishly. Maybe the person who said this would immediately turn Aaron into a deep diver and silence him? Seeing his father, Alan took the opportunity to scan around again. Good heaven! This guy is considered an all-star, right? What's wrong? Anyway, Alan looks full of energy now. A young nobleman with a rosy face. However, this made Alan, who had been calm just now, feel a little anxious. Will this sorting hat cause trouble? Will it sort itself into Gryffindor? And he was also a little anxious, wanting to finish the Lashiza sorting ceremony quickly and then go talk to his father. After passing this village, he might not be seen for a long time. This made Alan feel very unhappy, but who told him to dedicate himself to this country? Alan secretly looked at a tattered wizard's hat in the distance. This must be the talking wizard hat. Next, there is the poem about the wizard hat that is completely boring, full of prejudice, and made Alan yawn again. Maybe you will enter Slytherin, maybe you will make real friends here, but those insidious and cunning people will achieve their goals at all costs. This kind of doggerel doesn't sound very poetic. I am definitely not saying this because I am against the political correctness of the sorting hat, but just to protect my father, really. Whoever's name is called comes and puts on his hat. Professor McGonagall said this, and the sorting ceremony began. Alan secretly yawned again, feeling a little tired. Want sleep? Well, actually this is because Alan is not interested in the names of those people at all. Anyway, they basically have nothing to do with him in his life. They may become wizards, and outstanding people will become Aurors, but if Alan enters the Ministry of Magic, studies at Hogwarts, and then goes to Oxford for further study, with the connections of Sir Humphrey and Sir Arnold, isn't it too much to slowly get a permanent under-secretary? So actually life is parallel lines. But isn't that what British education is all about? Others don't understand, but Alan definitely knows. Since the 16th century, British education has undoubtedly been a dual-track system. From the Bell-Lancaster system to the Education Reform Act of 1870. From the Balfour Act to the Butler Act. The dual-track system is a line that has never been abandoned in British education. Therefore, the only interaction they have with themselves in this life is the few years they are in school. So Alan doesn't care where they are assigned, it's just that realistic. Alan Appleby. Not long after, Alan heard the sorting hat calling his name. Alan came to the sorting hat under the spotlight, but he felt very calm. If you develop this self-centered, arrogant, and careless temperament on your own, you can definitely go to Slytherin. Alan walked up to the sorting hat and put the old hat on his head. Since his father is also here, there is no doubt that the reliable Sir Humphrey Appleby has communicated with the sorting hat, and he will naturally not risk his life to meet the ancient god. The ancient god, the unspeakable one, The old one, the untouchable one. Anyway, if you look at it directly, you will fall into madness. The human brain cannot handle such a huge amount of information and truth. I wonder if this Sorting Hat will be crazy? What Alan didn't expect was that the Sorting Hat secretly began to cry. Woo! Woo! Have you always faced this level of fear? Sir Alan Appleby. Even the Sorting Hat came with an honorific. You are a true example of British nobility. I have never seen anyone as brave as you. No one can face such fear without going crazy with fear. You are a true warrior. A true Gryffindor. So, you should be. Okay, okay. I know it's a little scary to face an ancient god. But why go to Gryffindor now that I already have the courage? Seeing that he was about to go to Gryffindor, Alan didn't want to do it. He also wants to go to Slytherin like Sir Humphrey. I want to go to Slytherin. My goal is very clear, and I'm not afraid to tell you. I came to Hogwarts to find a way to restore my mother's sanity. Alan secretly talked to the Sorting Hat. Isn't Slytherin a place where you do whatever it takes to accomplish your goals? Just the right place for me. Only then did the Sorting Hat stop crying. However, I observe your heart, and you are not always able to completely abandon everything to pursue your goals. You still have perseverance beyond your goals. Then, at least for the sake of my pure-blood family, let me go to Slytherin? Gryffindor people are too stupid, and I have no interest in making trouble. Alan stated his point of view. I think your assessment of Gryffindor is completely wrong. Gryffindor deserves to be the top house alongside the other three houses. However, since you have said so, then... Slytherin. Slytherin house also burst into applause. Alan looked back at his father and saw his approving eyes. He also saw Dumbledore's meaningful eyes. He proudly walked to the Slytherin house table and sat next to young Sir Draco Malfoy. Ready to start eating. What he didn't notice was that at this time, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were also looking at him with complicated expressions. If good people like Alan Appleby went to Slytherin, maybe Slytherin is not so bad after all? Well, this at least shows that Alan's previous strategy of boosting favorability is not in vain. Next, Sir Albus Dumbledore, GCMG, recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, was ready to deliver a speech. Chapter 17. For normal Hogwarts students, the welcoming session is the most boring, dull, and boring part. This is just like the leadership inspection link, which is useless but has to be done. Naturally, Gryffindor people hate these red tapes the most, even some Slytherin people. But that certainly doesn't include Alan Appleby. After all, there is someone else sitting on the rostrum, and the feeling of having your father sitting on the rostrum is completely different. Welcome to Hogwarts, everyone. The old man with white beard, the most powerful mage in the world, Albus Dumbledore began his speech. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words, idiot. Cry. Residue. Screw it. The people on the podium looked speechless. Thank you all. He sat down again and the students started cheering and applauding. I didn't expect to be able to eat so quickly this time, said the guy sitting next to Draco. Sorry, please wait. This old man actually stood up again. I forgot to introduce some important guests here today. This time, even the students and teachers at Hogwarts felt a little speechless. Only Professor Zillo looked no different, he was shaking all the time. Why is the headmaster of Hogwarts such an unreliable old man? Students began to doubt life. Albus pretended to cough to cover up his carelessness. Let us welcome Mr. Gerald Zeebelin, Chief of the Mystery Division of the International Criminal Police Organization. Crackling, crackling, crackling. Applause. But Alan had recognized him a long time ago. After all, Johnny Joestar was his writing teacher. Even if he wants to eat, he still wears his iconic cowboy hat. What a pity, he is obviously a European executioner, why does he wear an American hat every day? In any case, Teacher Johnny values himself very much, not to mention that Gerald Zeppelin is really handsome. He's just really handsome. Let us welcome Mr. Yuri, Deputy Secretary of the Dzerzhinsky Tractor Manufacturing Plant. What should I do? Dzerzhinsky Tractor Factory? Doesn't it sound like this name is for equipment manufacturing? What's going on? Even if the Soviet Union develops this thing, it should be opened at the famous Frunze Military Academy, right? Etc. Yuri? Alan almost spat out the water in his mouth and almost choked. I go? What's going on? Yuri? Draco? Who is the current boss of the Soviet Union? Gorbachev? Who else could it be? Alan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But in my eyes, this dangerous man with a tube in the back of his head really looked like the famous Yuri. Could it be that if he wanted to, he could control the minds of everyone here? Alan felt very dangerous in his heart. Why could such a dangerous person come to Hogwarts? Alan thought about this only in a moment. After the applause, the principal continued to introduce. Let us welcome the President and Vice President of the New York City Neoliberal Foundation. President Fanny Valentine, and Mr. Bruce Wayne. I go. This Hogwarts is so crazy, even the time travelers feel hesitant when they come. Northwest Shangzi is in chaos. Fanny Valentine combined with Johnny and Jiro is more guessable. But Bruce Wayne? Could it be that the DC universe has also inserted itself into this world? What is going on in this world? This is not the Hogwarts you know at all. Although Bruce Wayne looks like a tuberculosis ghost, he looks very thin. Once he takes off his clothes, he becomes a super muscular man. At night, he transforms into Batman, guarding the security and peace of Gotham City. But isn't he always active in Gotham City? What was he doing at Hogwarts? But Alan was thinking even deeper at this time. What happened that made it worthwhile for so many powerful people to come to Hogwarts together? There must be some unpredictable danger. The advantage of being able to predict the plot is worthless when it is destroyed in front of these foreign objects. An uncontrollable sense of crisis enveloped Alan's heart. Forget it, incredible things like time travel can happen to me, what else can't happen? Welcome the Vice President from China's Harbin Military Engineering Institute, Mr. Fahey. Alan was exhausted from shock. This Fahey didn't look like an old man, so he guessed it was the mighty dragon Fahey. Anyway, I am not a monster, I just have the blood of a deep diver. Fahey shouldn't be entangled in him, right? In other words, even if he is really a monster, he, a bodhisattva from the east, has no control over the west. After all, this is God's area. Sure enough, Fahey opened his eyes were like lightning, and he ignored Alan. He glanced at Alan one more time, but suppressed his breath, closed his eyes and said nothing. US imperialism is in charge of this, and it has nothing to do with us. Alan felt that the number of shocks he received today was second only to the time when he saw those teachers with strange identities at home. Welcome, Lord Sir Humphrey Appleby, Permanent Under-Secretary for Administrative Affairs at the Ministry of Magic in the United Kingdom. My father stood up and greeted everyone with a friendly attitude, just like a politician. However, Alan could also feel the concerned smile given to him by Sir Humphrey. Next, it's time to introduce the teachers of each subject this semester. But Alan didn't listen to this, he already knew it. Alan now began to think seriously. What happened in the UK? How serious is this incident? Can representatives of the originally hostile United States and the Soviet Union come together? China, the United States, the Soviet Union, international organizations, the United Kingdom. Everywhere except France is represented, but given the colors of the French flag, this makes some sense. Representatives of all powerful organizations from across the planet gathered together. Gather at Hogwarts. So what kind of crisis occurred? As the saying goes, if you don't have diamonds, you can't do porcelain work. If the crisis was not serious, the United States and the Soviet Union would never sit together so easily. Although according to the original history, there were still a few months until December 1991, 12. But at this time, it is even more difficult for them to sit together. Thinking about it this way, there is only one possibility. There was a crisis of global proportions, and one that concerned the UK. Even closely related to Hogwarts. If one thing could attract Yuri, Batman, and Fahey, it might be the end of the world, right? Why did I encounter such a troublesome thing just after I started school? I'm just a kid, I can't solve such a complicated incident. Well, actually he knew there was nothing he could do. Overall, it looks like now the original plot of Hogwarts has become a mess. And this indicates the possibility of some kind of crisis. This kept Alan awake at night. Chapter 18. Avada eats a big melon. Alan shouted. He took out his secret evil wand and waved it hard. But that frightening green light didn't appear at all. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, shook his head and seemed speechless. Humphrey not only allowed himself to teach his son a clemency, but even taught him the unforgivable curse? This is like sending his son to Azkaban. But he is neither his child nor Lily's child. Snape didn't care what he had to do, he only cared about returning Humphrey's favor. Are you an idiot? Why can't you learn such a simple magic? I'm not an idiot. I'm pretty good at shooting while riding a horse. I can also eat maggots. I just can't get the urge to kill people. Alan showed off. I'm afraid I don't think being able to eat maggots is something to be proud of. I thought a noble family like the Appleby family wouldn't have such difficulties. Snape complained venomously. Survival in the wild. Survival in the wild. Survival skills in the wild are very important. Alan said proudly. If you could apparate, there would be no wild world. Professor Snape's words shattered his illusions. Yes? If I can apparate, then I can transfer to other places directly, fly directly to Diagon Alley, why should I eat maggots? Alan thought in despair. So is there water in my head or something else? Why didn't anyone remind me? Alan felt that his mentality was a bit broken. It was already wilting, and it looked even wilter. Like a flower that is about to wither. Alan regretted very much that he went to learn this from Mr. Bell for the sake of his bravery without thinking carefully. So I really should go to the stupid Gryffindor, right? The Sorting Hat was right, I am indeed a Gryffindor among Gryffindors. Not even the Gryffindor troublemaker, not even Ron Weasley, would be stupid enough to eat maggots himself. I remember that I told Teacher Bell that it tastes like chicken and is crunchy. Alan felt like his heart was breaking and he regretted it terribly. Snape looked at Alan's face as black as coal. I feel a little pitiful. Well, at least this process of yours is of some value and you have gained something. Professor Snape's deep voice comforted him. He usually wouldn't comfort fools, but this guy was so funny. Really? Alan felt a little happy after hearing this. Then Professor Snape was silent for a while, as if racking his brains to think about the benefits of this matter. There should be, right? For example. He still couldn't think of it, which made Alan's face look even worse. I really didn't expect that I would do such a stupid thing. Alan complained to himself in his heart. At least you have mastered the ability to survive in the wild. Professor Snape said doubtfully. Alan had a dark look on his face. Although he didn't need Professor Snape to give him a reason, having a reason would make him feel more comfortable than Woolidgeo. After all, who hasn't done something stupid sometimes? But what Alan and Snape didn't know was that it was at that time when Alan, at a young age, with a fierce expression and desperate madness, was enjoying protein-rich insect larvae with the half-broken paratrooper. Sir Humphrey Appleby felt like vomiting when he was truly shocked by his son. It was this stupid move that made Humphrey completely believe that Alan could gain a foothold in the magical world. Finally admitting his reasons for going to Hogwarts and facing the unknown. But what does that thing taste like? Professor Snape asked secretly curiously. His old face was wrinkled, but his eyes were bright, and he had the charm of his youth. Even though he was a master of potions, he had never done anything so stupid, but he was a little curious at the same time. Alan felt a little want to vomit, so he quickly changed the subject. I feel like I'm going to throw up, Professor. Let's move on quickly. Okay. Then I will tell you again. Alas, if your father was not the backbone of the resistance to Voldemort, I could have arrested the two of you just based on his request. Professor Snape sighed. There are 3 types of unforgivable curses, the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Death Curse. In order to avoid Professor Snape's nagging, Alan quickly reviewed it by himself and repeated the knowledge. Yes, is the Death Curse really difficult? I just need to think about Jean. It's okay, don't worry about it. I can ignite enough hatred to fight some annoying person, right? How about you imagine the scene where Sir Humphrey is killed by Voldemort? And then see if you can post it. Professor Snape ran out of patience and prepared to use some strong medicine. But this powerful medicine does look quite powerful. Just thinking about it, Alan almost ran out of reason and turned into a deep diver. He sat on the stool and imagined for a while. When he opened his eyes again, black flames were already burning in his eyeballs. He curled his lips and said, "Let me try again this time." Professor Snape conjured a toad and placed it on the table. "Try it. But you have to let me go aside first." Gee. Alan curled his lips regretfully. Avada choose the big melon. This time Alan's eyes finally turned hateful and angry. The end of the black staff even turned faintly blue, which was proof of the crystallization of magic power. The green flashlight flashed past, and the toad was immediately knocked away. When Professor Snape came over again, he found that the toad had expired. Okay, it looks like we finally succeeded. I really have to teach you how to vomit, but it looks like your brewing ability is pretty good. After a while, you can kill the person you want. Got it done. Professor Snape commented on Alan's spell release process. This period is very dangerous. For now, you should not get close to your father. Professor Snape added. He's doing something very dangerous. Extremely dangerous, and anyone who comes near him will be put under surveillance. Alan nodded, looking not in a good mood. But he also knew that no matter what, there was nothing a first-year wizard could do. Especially in the face of such a dangerous thing, even the power of the entire world cannot solve it. Every night after dinner, you come to my place, and I will continue to train you in the other 2 spells, as well as occlumency. Snape stated the next arrangements. I must tell you, you must not use it on people from Hogwarts, otherwise I will send you to Azkaban myself. I will never sit back and watch the next Voldemort appear. Do you understand? I am not a civil servant. I am from the mixed education circle, you know? Even if you find the next Voldemort in the same circle, I will kill you even if I let the dean do nothing. Snape threatened fiercely. He also looked a little crazy. It seemed that the pain of losing Lily and his hatred of Voldemort made him a little neurotic about this thing. Although he had already lost Lily when he had bad breath. Alan was thinking about it in his mind. He didn't like others to threaten him. But in the UK, I can't control that much. There are Aurors to take care of it. Anyway, when the time comes, I will say that your father taught you. Your father's handwritten certificate is also in my hand, which can completely prove that it has nothing to do with this matter. Anyway, just release it carefully when the time comes. Professor Snape added. Do you still have any questions? Yes, Professor. I have another question. That is, I feel that Avada Kedavra is not difficult to cast. Why did it become the infamous unforgivable curse? It is so easy to use. It only requires a large amount of just pour the hatred and anger into the wand. This question is a bit difficult to talk about. To put it simply, the effect of the unforgivable curse itself is too vicious. A baby who has mastered magic can kill an adult wizard. Therefore, each wizard actually has the ability to kill the other instantly, no matter how big the gap between each other's magic power is. It's like ancient times and modern times. In ancient times, for example, Dean of Slytherin used to use staffs and basilisks. He used high difficulty, high precision, high-speed spells, which were powerful and difficult to release. Just like the ancient man holding a big sword. People. The Avada Kedavra is equivalent to a firearm, even an automatic gun. Professor Snape added. The Ministry of Magic has opened a Department of Industry, and Professor Snape's knowledge has also changed a lot. As long as you master the Avatar curse, you can easily kill others. This greatly lowers the threshold for killing. As a Chinese saying goes, the one who started it has no consequences. The person who developed this complex and exquisite but extremely vicious magic must be a real evil person, right? Maybe there are no descendants. After all, who would try their best to develop murderous spells for others? What kind of person would put such great effort into a murderous villain? Professor Snape repeatedly lamented the despicability of the wizards who developed the Avada Kedavra. Alan thinks so too. As far as he knew, Professor Snape once developed a spell called Shadow's Edge, which was very powerful. Professor Snape's learning and research abilities rank among the best even in modern times at Hogwarts College. But even for him, the spell model of the Divine Edge Shadowless curse that he carefully developed was vastly different from the Avada Kedavra. The Shadowless blade requires a lot of magic power, but its effect causes a lot of waste, and it can't even kill the enemy instantly. Avada's Kedavra does not require much magic power, the learning threshold is extremely low, and the effect will not be wasted at all. The enemy can be killed accurately, and there is absolutely no chance of death in one shot. This effect even directly affects higher dimensions of the soul rather than the physical level. This is truly an epoch-making invention. Even though he had just entered the wizarding world personally, even he could learn this kind of spell. This shows the sophistication of its model. Avada Kedavra, in terms of its consequences, is the most terrifying invention in the entire world of witchcraft. It completely changed the situation in the British magic world. People no longer need to practice exquisite magic. They only need to have evil thoughts to cause great damage to society. Judging from the novels of Harry Potter, the death curse affected the social structure of British wizards, and finally reached the point where all wizards had to abandon their martial arts to complete the construction of social identity, which is really terrible. And it is said that the 3 unforgivable curses were all invented by one person. Then this person is really evil. But Alan doesn't care about this. He only cares that he has learned the Avada Kedavra. In this way, I finally have the power to protect myself in Hogwarts. Although this power cannot be known to others, I am also a deep diver anyway. If he is discovered, it will be the end of Azkaban. As the saying goes, if you have too many lice, don't bite them, if you have too many debts, don't worry. If you think about it this way, there is actually nothing to be afraid of. However, it is worth mentioning that due to the strict restrictions on the unforgivable curses by the British magical authorities, this kind of life-saving thing at the bottom of the box must not be exposed. If you cannot guarantee absolute concealment when using it, then you can at least eliminate all witnesses. Alan didn't care about this at all. He believed that there was no doubt that he could be ruthless enough to kill the witnesses. Chapter 19. The following days were undoubtedly calm and gentle for Alan. Except when eating in the cafeteria, Johnny and Jello can sometimes be seen secretly eating. And when you go stargazing at night, you can see President Fanny Valentine gazing at the stars. Yuri and Fahey saw the dragon but not its tail, and their shadows were basically invisible. There were astrology classes on Wednesday nights, and herbalism classes 3 times a week, but he had no interest in playing in the mud. But even so, this class was not boring, but it was not dangerous or exciting at all. He felt like he was about to yawn again. The defense against the dark arts class was predictably rubbish. Alan bet that it would be much more exciting if Alastor Moody taught it. It would have been a boring gourd for Snape to teach this class. It might be better to let Giro do it, after all, his student Johnny has even learned ACT4. Professor Quirrell kept stammering, and Alan suspected that there must be someone behind Kylo, or even a deal between the person behind Kylo and Principal Dumbledore. Considering that Dumbledore was already an amateur to the point of trading his teaching rights, the teaching level of Hogwarts is naturally not to be complimented, or in other words, very poor. In any case, from an insider's perspective, neither the ghost teacher whose name I can't remember nor Professor Snape, who seems very strong and has good ethics, can be said to be excellent teachers. They have no ability to attract students' attention to his class. During the lecture, Alan even suspected that they did not know how to do instructional design at all. Maybe they did not understand it at all. Therefore, in Zillow's class, plus History of Magic, Alan often ponders by himself with a book borrowed from the library. Even self-study is much more efficient than following such a lay teacher. Therefore, from the perspective of someone who has experienced it, Alan believes that Hermione's approach of intense interaction with teachers is only suitable for excellent to become a politically correct world, and is not suitable for Hogwarts, which is still in the management style of a medieval university. But it's no wonder, didn't I go through this stage when I was young? I'm afraid she didn't realize that not all teachers are worthy of interaction, and sometimes learning by yourself is more efficient. But he would rather Hermione never understood. As for grades, his friend Draco Malfoy's father was the Hogwarts school governor. If the teacher doesn't understand so well and comes to point fingers, Alan wouldn't mind contacting Sir Lucius to help him look decent. However, this must also take into account the most protective headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore. In his father's opinion, Dumbledore had gone too far. This is why he doesn't like Dumbledore. It takes a process to rashly use the power of the Ministry of Magic to intervene. It is the general trend to bring this autonomous education under the management of the government. Dumbledore only has a few more years to live, and by then education reform will be imperative. This is Alan's judgment. As for the expected dispute between Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, Alan had no interest in getting involved. After his repeated orders, Draco seemed to have learned a lot. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration course is quite interesting, including levitation and simple transfiguration. Professor McGonagall believes that transfiguration is the root of magic, and Professor McGonagall explains this in her book on the nature of transfiguration. Simply put, from the perspective of the modern magic model, the unique role of transfiguration is that it is the foundation of magical shaping. Without understanding the art of transfiguration and the key anti-materialist leap of transforming spiritual power into material power, all magic will be like a castle in the air. Therefore, the education of transfiguration is an important part of magic education. Alan has observed that this paper was published in the journal Magic Education and has a high impact factor. Professor McGonagall is one of the rare teachers who can combine modern educational theory and modern magic theory with teaching practice. To put it simply, she is at least worthy of being called a professional teacher. Therefore, judging from the data of previous years, Hogwarts students generally have a high level of mastery of transfiguration. While listening to the class, Alan thought about Professor McGonagall, who later succeeded him as the principal of Hogwarts. In any case, it is imperative to establish a good relationship with this big man who has a great future and may be able to change the entire British magic education. Therefore, Alan is rare to be very active in the Transfiguration course, even vaguely more active than Hermione. Excellent. Mr. Allen. Excellent. Your levitation model is very standard. It's hard to imagine that a beginner can do such a model. Plus 10 points. However, it seems that Professor McGonagall is also stuck in a sectarian outlook. But where one stands depends on where one sits. McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor after all. She immediately got Hermione up and performed the levitation trick again, giving it the same level of approval. Gryffindor plus 10 points too. But at least she is not as petty as Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall deliberately wanted to prevent Slytherin from becoming the dominant one, while Professor Snape obviously wanted to suppress Gryffindor. Potter. Alan knew, and another difficulty began. In defense against the dark arts class, Harry Potter was a little pathetic. On the one hand, Professor Snape wanted to see Harry's eyes, which were very similar to those of his dream girl, but he had to endure the stinky face of the person he hated the most, and he also had the iconic disgusting expression. The person you like the most and the person you hate the most get together, and they even kiss. To be honest, Professor Snape naturally has no worries about finding someone to kiss him, but the key depends on who he is. They also gave birth to this Harry Potter. Every eyebrow on Harry Potter looks like his Snape failure. It seems fame isn't everything. Mr. Potter. Seeing Harry Potter's face livid with anger, Alan didn't even raise his eyebrows. He had nothing to do with him. He is from Slytherin. The purpose of Alan coming here is to become stronger and save his mother. Alan never forgot why he came here. But having said that, from a professional perspective, Professor Snape is really not a good teacher. To be honest, a teacher is not a good teacher just because he has good teacher ethics. That only shows that he is a true warrior, a real man, and a Gryffindor. But it doesn't mean that he is a good teacher. A good teacher must have sufficient professional qualities, and more importantly, must have educational ability. In the previous teacher qualification certificate examination, one of the 3 subjects was called educational knowledge and ability. Those with less than 80 points could not pass. Comenius, Dewey, Froebel, Haddo Spence Act, you can't get through these things if you don't know them. If a teacher doesn't know how to teach, what else is he called a teacher? Alan believes that Professor Snape is a genius, a true researcher, an unremitting dream chaser, and a real man, but in any case, he is his student, and he is really not a good person. Teachers. He has never received teacher education since he was a child, and has been learning magical knowledge and doing research. But the class he took was really stinky and hard, with one demonstration, then ridicule and humiliation. I can only say that it is boring, and it will really reduce the enthusiasm of these children to learn. From the perspective of the British magical community, this is undoubtedly a destruction of British magical talents. Just think about how many potion masters emerged from the original Harry Potter books. To put it simply, in Alan's view, the so-called professor is translated as professor, which is a completely unreasonable translation. The root word fess means to say, which is equal to speak. Profess means to preach, to claim, to express publicly, to say it before others. Confess means to confess, acknowledge, confess, confess. The adjective professional is translated into professional and professional. How can the same root word be changed into professor? What does professor mean? Teaching, teaching. This is an obvious translation of a teaching position. And what about professor? Based on my previous statement, there is no doubt that he is a professional, an expert. So the question is, can an expert really be a teacher? Can one be said to be a good teacher if he has high professional skills? I'm afraid we can't think so. The problem with the so-called high school as a teacher is that high school may not necessarily lead to good teaching. This really despises the subject of education, and does not even take it into consideration. It seems that there is no need to understand how people learn, and there is no need to understand how people learn. To promote people's learning, help people learn. It will only achieve half the result with twice the result, and more importantly, it will dampen the enthusiasm of students. It's so stupid. To put it simply, Alan believes that not all cats and dogs can be good teachers. Education is a professional behavior that requires training, practice, and cultivation. However, since the professor is a professional, he has not gone through this stupid, in Alan's view, translation. Naturally, Alan would not be idle to say anything. With good teaching at Hogwarts, the Appleby family wouldn't earn an extra pound. The day that Hogwarts taught all rubbish and screwed everyone up, the Appleby family wouldn't have earned a pound less anyway. This is actually better for the Appleby family, at least Alan has found many useful tutors. These are just based on Alan's cognition in his previous life. Alan considers it a professional analysis. It's definitely not because Alan thinks Professor Snape's methods are wrong and feels righteous anger for Harry Potter. What is the relationship between Harry Potter and Ellen? Alan doesn't care about others, nor will he care about anyone. He is a time traveler. But here comes the problem. Mencius once said that everyone has compassion. Alan thought this made sense. Could it be said that time travelers are not human beings? Don't time travelers have basic human sympathy? Alan felt that Harry Potter was very unhappy to be humiliated like this. His parents were both dead, and yet he was bullied like this. So I decided to give Harry Potter a Nimbus 3000 broomstick that was under development. Alan definitely did not do this to chase the rise and fall, and gain the favorability of the future director or even the minister. It's just a righteous act by a righteous man, it has nothing to do with utilitarianism. Sir Humphrey said that a gentleman cannot turn a blind eye to the difficulties of others. Quid so, I think so too. Alan flashed a knowing smile at that time. Chapter 20. Harry Potter swore he had never been so happy in his life. This morning, Harry looked at the Nimbus 3000 mailed from afar. This is exactly what he needs most now. Draco Malfoy showed off his Nimbus 2000 to the sky. Harry didn't like Malfoy, and he didn't like Malfoy showing off his wealth to him. What's more, he is really richer than me. Harry especially didn't like him showing off like this. My father bought me this Nimbus 2000. The most annoying thing is that he only said this when he was nearby. Even when he got closer, he said it louder. Not only that, Slytherin's Dean Snape also had that annoying old face and always made things difficult for him. He is obviously not a Slytherin student, but a glorious Gryffindor. It has nothing to do with him being a Slytherin. Why does he always make a fool of himself in class? It's not like I decided to be the savior on my own. If possible, I would rather not. Harry thought in his mind. Harry didn't know at this time that every exquisite display item on Destiny had a price secretly marked on its back. At the same time, the misfortune that every person is born with is the reality of fate. In any case, Harry was very happy now. For the first time, he discovered that being a savior was also good. The following words were written on the note attached to the Nimbus 3000 test model. To the great world savior, Harry Potter. To the great world savior, Harry Potter. Lord Alan Appleby. Oh, Alan. You are so good. Harry Potter looked very excited. Really, thank you. This is just a greeting gift, Mr. Harry Potter. It is insignificant. I toast to your happy growth. For a family like yours that has made great contributions to His Majesty, Her Majesty, no amount of compensation can make up for the sacrifices made by the Potter family. This is just a little thought from the Appleby family. Alan looks very elegant. He had sympathized with Harry Potter a long time ago when he watched Harry Potter. At that time, he wanted to buy a 30 UN model gun, but he couldn't afford it. At that time, he was thinking, how happy it would be if Harry Potter could get love and the flaming arrow, Nimbus 2000, when he most longed for it. You will definitely be happier than getting the AK-47 model gun yourself, right? I lost the 30 UN and the AK-47 at that time. I will never be able to get them back for the rest of my life. Even if you buy more AK-47s, you spend a lot of money just to buy a cup of milk tea and drink it in an instant, which is much more than 30. But at that time, I had long disliked AK-47. But the pain of not getting what you asked for, like a stamp of thought, has been accompanying Alan as he grew up in his previous life. The happiness of childhood is the most precious, but the objective conditions are also limited. You cannot have both. This is also beyond doubt. It's just that it's such a pity. Seeing Harry's even slightly flattering and grateful smile, Alan felt moved and happy in his heart. It's like he also bought a Nimbus 2000, even though he doesn't like Quidditch. But I can't have it. Harry's eyes became particularly determined. If I want it, I will spend my own money to buy it. Thank you for your consideration. If I accept it, then our friendship may deteriorate. Harry's eyes were extremely clear. Snort. Friendship? When did I say I have friendship with you? Alan thought secretly in his heart. It's just that I can't bear to see people being bullied. Alan rolled his eyes mentally. Do you think this is a personal gift? Mr. Potter? This is not only dedicated to you, but also to the relatives behind you. It is the Appleby's gift to him. So I think, even for them, it should also be accepted. Alan put it another way. At this moment, Harry nodded. After a while, it will be time to prepare for the first flying lesson. Draco tugged on Alan's sleeve. Alan! Draco Malfoy whispered. You know that Harry Potter and I are not on the same page. You also know that people like him can get much more fame than us without doing anything, and so many people like him. My parents, everyone is jealous of him. Why did you give him such a valuable Nimbus 3000? Draco became a little excited. I thought we were friends. So when a friend is in trouble, shouldn't a friend draw a sword to help? The subject one is used here. Does it mean that the relationship between us being both pure-blooded nobles and Slytherins is not as good as that of Harry Potter? Draco looked a little angry. Every time he looks at me, he doesn't look good. As long as he comes to play with me, I will drag him into the aristocratic circle. Every time I see him, I talk loudly on purpose, just to attract his attention. But what about him? Not only does he ignore me, but he also attacks me. Draco began to complain. Joke. When do I, Alan Appleby, do things, and it's your turn, Draco Malfoy, to dictate? Alan thought secretly in his heart. I think so because I am extremely proud, definitely not because Malfoy cannot speak human words. At this time, Alan began to speak, and he just spoke softly. Did Harry Potter really do nothing? What? Harry Potter, did he really get everyone's love without doing anything? Draco looked confused again. Is that what everyone around you says? You have a mom and a dad, and they love you. I can see that all the time I'm at your house. They love you with all their heart. They want nothing good for you. Does anyone else have it? Does Harry have it? Not long after Harry was born, his parents died in the hands of that unspeakable person. If he hadn't been so lucky and had some unspeakable reasons, Harry Potter himself would have died in his hands. Since he was a child, he has been suffering. Didn't he do anything? If it weren't for Voldemort, would it be your turn and mine to give him Nimbus 2000? His parents are both excellent wizards, and Dumbledore is a guy that even the partial man likes him. The future is 1,000 miles away, but it's too little. Just because of that terrorist, the whole family died. You still bully him. Is this what humans do? Aren't you just bullying him for not having a father and you having a father? That's what you're talking about. Let me tell you, he has no father, and I have no mother. If you can, show me that your mother is alive. Look how I deal with you. Alan also looked angry. At this time, Draco Malfoy realized that it was Alan who died and the fox was sad. Okay. I didn't think this would make you angry. My dear friend. Draco touched the back of his head. For a family like his, it's either lick or be licked. Naturally, the friendship of a powerful aristocratic family that is willing to treat each other as equals cannot be easily lost. What's more, Draco also somewhat admired Alan, and Sir Humphrey was rich. To be honest, Draco Malfoy also wants a Nimbus 3000. Chapter 21. Alan also flocked to the flying class playground along with the crowd. He saw Hermione giving him a special look as well. I bet that if you gave a Cadillac to another classmate in front of the whole class, all the classmates would look at you in a special way. As for the way others look at him? Snort. What do you care about them? Well, there were actually too many people, and Alan didn't know anyone and could only recognize a few people he had said hello to. Alan doesn't like meeting new classmates, and he won't need them in the future anyway. What's more, he felt uncomfortable dealing with people. If it weren't for the pursuit of family happiness, what Alan wanted to do most was to lie in the house, stay there forever, play games all the time, and then recharge Genshin Impact with $100, or play League of Legends, which would at least be a full-time game. Hero full skin. Although life is a lot boring this way, at least you don't have to deal with people. What a pity. It's really hard to guess what people are thinking. Some people smile at you on the surface, but want you to cry. Some people cry on the surface, but actually want you to smile at them. Some people want to make you cry when they smile at you. There is no escaping these things anyway. So it's better to stay at home by yourself. It would be better if you could summon Lindayu or Saber to play games with you, but don't try to escape once you enter this circle. Then you won't be able to stay at home. Just like Alan, now the situation is the same. When people are in the arena, they can't help themselves. But flying in the sky is really fun. After a while, Alan walked to the empty playground for flying lessons. Perhaps for Harry Potter, real Gryffindors like Ron Weasley, and fake Slytherin real Gryffindors like Draco, they like to fly around on a broomstick without safety measures. Go. A true Slytherin like Alan wouldn't like to play this. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If something goes wrong and scars are left on my body, who will be responsible? In fact, you can only take responsibility yourself. Neville fell and had to limp to the infirmary. It's so pitiful, shouldn't the stretcher be brought over and taken away? When it doesn't hurt when he falls from the sky, and when someone will take him to the infirmary immediately, Alan can make up his mind to go to the sky to play. But for now, forget it. What's more, Aaron gets airsick on planes and will vomit when traveling as a FLUA fan. He really doesn't have the talent to drive such a thing. What's more, if you have vehicle number 3 at home, you still need to drive it yourself. Joke. I am definitely not saying this because I am afraid of being hurt if I fall from the sky, let alone because I am afraid of making a fool of myself. This is just the lifestyle of the nobles. Alan defended himself in his mind. After a while, the flying lesson teacher came over. Alan couldn't even remember his name. But this is actually very normal. After all, Sir Humphrey usually comes into contact with beings of this level such as Jirojoni and Faheyuri. Isn't it normal that he, Alan, doesn't remember the name of the flight teacher? I don't know how taller he is than her. It's definitely not because I can't remember the name. Not because I can only remember the names of celebrities and beauties. Alan yawned again. He had always felt sleepy recently. After Malfoy led the 2 stupid followers to play by themselves, Alan felt that he had become much more relaxed in the past few days. At least he spent less time sulking and rolling his eyes. Alan feels that he can extend his life by at least 10 years in this way. It's so nice not to have to play with naughty, bored kids. However, if you are always alone and encounter boring things, you will feel very sleepy. So Alan yawns often now, even yawning once in a while and then yawning again in another time. Just like the original plot of Harry Potter, Neville still fell. It's just that Draco Malfoy seemed to have restrained himself a lot, while Harry Potter was so happy that he even secretly flew up on his own. Now there was no Draco to accompany him to get scolded. Because the Nimbus 3000 lost control, but luckily it didn't fall down. Otherwise, the gift that was just given would have been broken soon. Even Alan would feel sorry for the money, right? After all, this thing is indeed valuable. Perhaps this is not the case for Sir Humphrey, but as a child, Alan currently has limited resources at his disposal. Now that I think about it, it still hurts a little bit. No matter what, what's worth it is worth it. He was so happy before seeing Harry Potter, and the beauty Hermione looked at him several times. Alan felt that he was still very happy now, if he could get rid of the terrible fact that his living expenses would be reduced in the next few months. But I'm happy that money can't buy it, isn't it? After a while, Dean McGonagall came over and took Harry away. Alan knew that Harry was about to become a star seeker. Humph. I didn't care about him this time. He doesn't know what to do anyway. I'm here to find my good buddy. Alan rolled his eyes for the first time in a long time. This brown candy is here again. Draco Malfoy. Alan knew it was him again as soon as he heard the voice. Alan, why don't you bring your broom? Are you afraid to fly? Draco's face showed curiosity. I almost thought you were a Gryffindor. Are you really a Slytherin? Look at me, how cold and cold I am. Alan said with a shrug. Gee. Don't Slytherins have courage? Everyone has courage, right? Sir Omnipotent, is there anything you can't do? Draco smiled. It made him feel a lot better. Shit. I can eat maggots, do you dare? Can you? Alan said boredly. He regretted this very much recently, but he felt that he was at a disadvantage if he didn't talk about it. Even if this shit really has no value at all, at least it can be something to talk about. God knows how much mental struggle I went through before I could eat that disgusting-looking thing into my stomach. Belle, I hate you. Draco Malfoy showed a disgusted expression for a moment. You say I'm Gryffindor, but I think you are. Ron wouldn't do such a thing. Are you sure you won't? Well, at least he has normal intelligence, not when he first wakes up. Alan felt that Draco had damaged both of them. Forget it, a gentleman must always have a sense of humor. I really don't dare to do this. But you still don't dare to fly, right? You want to change the subject. Draco saw Alan's hesitation keenly. Shit. Just watch it for me. Alan was waiting for his words. No one asked me to get it out. It might be very embarrassing to take out this broom secretly. Alan had been waiting for someone to come to him so that he could show off his modified enhanced broom. Here comes the broom. Alan shouted softly. No matter what, you still have to maintain gentlemanly etiquette and don't shout too loudly. This is actually because I don't want to scare the beauties next to me. Well, at least the future beauty. Gentlemen don't scare girls. However, Alan actually doesn't care much about this. The real reason is that Alan is too lazy to shout, and he is not a person who likes to show off. He feels that he is very low-key. At least trying to be low-key. People always have to hide their strengths, don't they? As long as you show your health bar, players will kill you, but if you don't have a health bar, you are always safe. What? Was? Draco was so shocked that the German he had learned secretly came out. I saw that Alan's broom was like a cradle, like a stroller. 4 guardrails were installed around it, and a platform was installed underneath for sitting. This is simply a flying simple car. You have a problem. Alan raised his eyebrows, a little unhappy. Isn't this a broomstick? Doesn't the broomstick only have a bare stick? Who said a broomstick must have only one stick? Wouldn't that hurt your butt? But. No but, Sir Draco. You have forgotten one thing. Only politicians with low status need to use this kind of sport to make friends and prove their bravery. And your family's status has exceeded this level, so naturally you don't need to care about this. Quidditch itself is just a stage for the friendship between nobles and young talents. Otherwise they wouldn't talk nonsense about friendship first and competition second. When will you change from this kind of situation where you only know winning and losing? When you come out of the knowledge that you are different from others, that's when you really grow. That's when I can see you in a new light. You are different from Harry, Draco. He doesn't have the resources, but you don't have the resources he does. Let's go. Alan said meaningfully. Then he secretly flew into the sky on his broomstick and flew far away. However, compared to other people's brooms, Alan's broom is really slow. Just like a snail. It's like a snail racing against a rabbit. Draco felt that his Nimbus 2000 could throw Alan's broom thousands of miles away. No, you are not much older than me. Why do you always give me ideological and moral cultivation classes? I didn't hire you to do this. Draco was a little speechless. Baffling. Draco's Nimbus 2000 and Alan's broomstick flew to the same level. It's useless to talk more. How about you and me competing? Draco said unconvinced. It's boring. You can play by yourself. I won't compete with you. It's unnecessary, worthless, boring, and uninteresting. No, you have to compete with me. What's wrong with you? Alan said with raised eyebrows. Me? Oh. Why don't you compete with me? Draco thought for a long time, but he didn't expect what he could threaten him with. In terms of resources, Alan basically has the resources that Draco has. Maybe he only has more love from one more person than Alan. But this is exactly what Alan cares about. But Draco couldn't give this either. Then let's compare it like this. Keep an eye on it. Alan suddenly fell headfirst to the ground. Free fall. Changed from the snail-like speed before, now, Alan is falling as fast as a rocket. I'm going, what happened? Draco was a little anxious. He planned to go down and save Alan, although he didn't know how. But could you at least inform Dean Snape? But at this speed, head down. Alan will have to lie in Hogwarts Hospital for at least half a year. even sent to St. Mungo's. Draco flew down with all his strength. And Harry Potter also hurriedly flew over, including many male and female classmates. Mrs. Huoqi opened her mouth in surprise. It's over now, Sir Humphrey won't let him go. At this critical moment, Alan's head stopped 1 meter above the ground. This modified car broom hangs in the air and stops. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I just said you were a Gryffindor. You know how to play pranks. Draco Malfoy was a little frightened. You are Gryffindor. I planned it a long time ago. At this time, Alan showed a smile as if he had succeeded in mischief, and turned his head right. Then the broom slowly fell to the ground, and Alan opened the car door and landed. Draco and Harry both turned pale with horror. Ha ha ha. Alan laughed heartily. This is a new type of broom that I spent a lot of money to renovate, broom no one. Hermione rolled her eyes secretly, her naming ability was really something she couldn't praise. It's not fast, but it has a well-designed anti-motion sickness system and anti-fall system. If it falls, it will automatically stop 2 meters above the ground and float in the air. How about it? It's awesome. But this is not exciting at all. Harry Potter said in confusion. So you are a true Gryffindor. Warrior. Alan and Draco looked at each other knowingly and praised. I'm more afraid of the pain of falling than the excitement. Alan whispered to Harry. Loki, Loki, Alan said. Harry nodded. Ron secretly thought from behind. This Alan Appleby really likes to be in the limelight. Chapter 22. Alan's life trajectory is similar to Hermione's. Classes, meals, library. Always study hard and absorb knowledge. Alan watched Hermione's struggle firsthand, she worked really hard. It's just that Hermione doesn't have resources like Alan and can ask the dean to teach directly. I can only study hard in the library. Even so, I can only memorize the theory, but there is no way to achieve the same effect in the experiment. Therefore, in Alan's serious class, Hermione's performance was completely unable to match Alan's. Indeed, she has neither systematically learned how to learn, nor does she know how huge the gap between technology and knowledge is. There is no decent and reliable teacher to help her lead the way, nor is there enough family background to help her rise in magic. Therefore, she couldn't find a way and could only study hard. However, she was on Alan's watch list from the beginning. Because she is special. What's so special about it? In fact, it is very simple to say, it looks good. As the saying goes, a gentle lady is a good gentleman. But even if she doesn't ask to be a girlfriend or wife and build a good relationship, this guy will at least be a female minister in the future. If he can successfully compete with Harry Potter for the position, he will definitely be a female minister in the future. In the wizarding world, the Minister of Magic is the de facto Prime Minister of the wizarding world. Therefore, from these two aspects, investing in Hermione is definitely not a bad choice. But there was one thing that surprised Alan. That is, people's evaluation of beauty is the same. In the original Harry Potter books, although Hermione is not good looking, she is very smart. It was only later that she grew and became a beauty, but even so, she couldn't match the beauty of Harry's wife, the pure-blood aristocrat, not rich, but still an aristocrat, Ginny. But this is not the case in the movie world. Hermione's acting looks have been outstanding since she was a child, and she has not become disabled when she grows up. Therefore, Alan also read many time travel novels in his previous life. Hermione's appearance is always a combination of good-looking and bad-looking. Hermione is not good-looking now, but she will become a world-class beauty in the future. As a time traveler, the protagonist will accidentally learn about this appearance. To put it simply, the painting depicts women as men, and beautiful women as ugly. The elephant in the house, everyone knows she's pretty, but no one says anything about it. We all know that Hermione is good-looking, but everyone in the plot says that Hermione is not good-looking. In this way, Alan feels very happy just thinking about it. This is equivalent to holding a gold brick in advance. And every time travel novel basically has a plot that takes advantage of Hermione when she is not looking good. Alan also designed it this way. It's just a pity, it backfired. Obviously, the aesthetics of people in this world are still online. Alan's plan to chase the rise and kill the fall obviously failed. Wherever Hermione went, many people came to see her and even talk to her. Even going on a date with her. Only in the library, a place where she was not allowed to talk casually, could Hermione find a trace of peace. But this is a pain for Alan. After all, he also wants to participate, but as a gentleman, this is obviously not in line with his noble status. Well, the main reason is actually shyness. Can't adults be shy? Many people are still phobic at 35 years old. Children don't understand anything, but they are less shy. Wherever Hermione went, she was the center of attention. Imagine the girl in school who has the best academic performance and is also the prettiest. There is only one result that leads to it, the proud son of heaven, the moon supported by all the stars. Female. However, this is not all a good thing. It is said in Dream of Red Mansions. People who are too high are more jealous, and people who are too clean are the same as others. Being liked by everyone has two obvious consequences. One is being pursued by someone and wanting to be friends together. The second is being persecuted, and if I don't do well, you can't even think about it. Boys who like her will be polarized, either they will try their best to please her, or they will try their best to provoke her to attract attention. Girls who like her sometimes lead to two endings, alienation, or direct persecution. After all, no matter how close girls are to each other, they usually cannot be united due to the influence of the world. But no one ever considered whether she wanted this to happen, everyone thought about what would happen to themselves. But isn't this the human world? Alan looked on with cold eyes. He had no reason to intervene, not even an excuse. In conquest, morality is the most important thing. Promoting a teacher who has no way is the way to bring about disaster. But this period of history ended just now and is over. Because Miss Hermione Jean Granger sat next to Alan. If you don't mind, can I sit here? Maybe we should call Hermione and Ellen the pretty lady, or maybe the school belle. Oh my god! A bunch of brownies, Hermione said with relief. Seeing Hermione sitting next to the untouchable and very rich Sir Alan Appleby, these children secretly paid attention to this place from a distance and stopped approaching. After all, no one would dare to provoke Alan Appleby when they had just met him, had not found out the details, and were still in the Hogwarts library where loud noises were prohibited. He was able to give away such an expensive Nimbus 3000 with a wave of his hand. It is not impossible to spend more money to buy some shady things at Bogenbach in Nocturne Alley or other places. Another reason was that his dad was on top when school started. Alan is very happy now, although not that happy, but he is still very happy, not that very happy either. But overall I'm very happy. Yes, very happy. Var? Well, no time to be shy. Young man, when you encounter such a good opportunity, shouldn't you cherish it and say a few more words? Fart. Men are young until they die. What's more, his current physical body is really that of a teenager. Even if you are 11 years old now, you will be 18 years old in 7 years. Invest early and get rewards early. If you invest late, you can only eat the ashes behind your predecessors. Alan did feel a little happy, well, he was still a little shy. Alan is still a little shy in front of world-class beauties. The more important question is, as a gentleman, it is best not to talk in a place like the library, right? And maybe Hermione just likes to see herself looking aloof? Ah, it really feels better sitting here. Woohoo, woohoo. Although Alan was speechless, Hermione spoke. That's right, good-looking people are usually privileged. Although Alan is also very cute, he is very shy. But Hermione has spoken, so let's not get hung up on who speaks first, right? As the saying goes, caring leads to chaos, so it is normal for Alan to be speechless. Alan defended himself in his mind. But he obviously forgot that even if he was obsessed and did terrible things, with Jazz around, the other party was still a poor family without any social resources in the wizarding world, and was scorned as muggles. Even Alan may not be punished by the law. For example, Barty Crouch Jr., even if he used the unforgivable curse, still got away with it. What's more, Alan doesn't necessarily need to use the unforgivable curse. Law is the product of the will of the ruling class. Lesson 1 of Unit 1 of Life and Law. So, who is the ruling class in British wizarding circles? However, it was obvious that Alan had not even thought about this issue, not even thought about it. He was just too shy to speak. Alan once read a book in his previous life, and there was a sentence in it that said, "A person should be a noble person, a valuable person, a person who is free from vulgar taste, and a person who is beneficial to the public." Alan did not write that word for safety. Rich and noble can't be promiscuous, the poor and the lowly can't be moved, and the mighty can't be subdued. This is a portrayal of a person's ideal personality. Gentlemen love fortune, in a proper way. Ellen, just gentle, didn't say a word. But if Hermione talked to him, he couldn't blame himself. Hey hey hey! Alan chuckled secretly in his heart. No matter what, even if Alan had thousands of words running through his mind just now, he still had to respond to Hermione's question. They are just like brown sugar, always following me and always looking for me to talk to. But I just want to study hard. I really want to tell them, it doesn't matter if you like me, I like to study. However, based on Alan's social experience, the subtext of this sentence is, you like me? But I don't like you. But it was obvious that Alan didn't care at all whether these children were heartbroken or not, and he was even a little happy in his heart. Quite so, Alan often said. But it's better just sitting here. Sorry to disturb you, but I can't study well. Alan nodded. However, he was still a little unsure. He struggled with inner conflict for a long time, trying to fight against his shyness. He really wanted to talk, but he couldn't. Finally, he defeated his timidity. The good quality of a gentleman is that he is willing to help others. If this happens again in the future, how about keeping this position for you? Alan invited tactfully. Hermione wasn't polite either. She was really annoyed with these people lately. But fortunately, they didn't dare to talk in class. Thank you. What are you looking at? If you ask this, I won't be sleepy or shy anymore. Alan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his face became much clearer, meaning it wasn't as red anymore. You want to know about this? Alan suddenly closed the book. This book looked very old. It seemed that it had been read many times in different eras. By observing the borrowing records of this book in the Hogwarts library, Alan also saw that there are many names that have gone down in history of magic, or that will remain infamy for thousands of years. This book looks very mysterious, as if it has some kind of magical power. Just looking at it gives you a terrifying feeling of being lost in it. If you use a simple word to describe it, it can only be indescribable. And there is a line written on this thick book. The Encyclopedia of Prophecies, Divine Revelation and Oracles. Encyclopedia of Prophecy, Apocalypse and Oracle. Hermione felt like she was going crazy just looking at this book. What is this? Hermione felt a little scared, and she suddenly felt that Alan's smile was a little scary. Looking at Hermione's expression, Alan then remembered that this kind of indescribable knowledge was undoubtedly devastating and fatal to a wizard like Hermione who had just entered the profession. So he quickly apologized and said, I'm sorry. I'm just learning about Apocalypse. Divine Revelation? Hermione asked. Chapter 23. Divine Inspiration. Hermione asked puzzledly. She had only seen this word in the Bible. The rest of my life has nothing to do with this word. Yes, Apocalypse. Alan confirmed firmly. What is revelation? Although I want to tell you, I have to say that this is top secret. Maybe you need Principal Dumbledore's permission before I can tell you about this book. We must consider security reasons. Alan nodded incomprehensibly. Oh. Hermione felt a little tired. She remembered the huge gap between their identities. However, out of friendship, one can always briefly talk about this matter with those who are interested. Alan continued to speak inscrutably. In the use of English, Alan believes that using one as the subject is more formal, mysterious, and fun than using personal pronouns. One can hardly say. Sir Humphrey often used this usage when communicating with others. Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. If you know something important, don't tell anyone else. It will lead to contempt. This is what Sir Humphrey once taught Alan. Do you think, according to the explanation of modern science, it is possible for something like magic to appear? Alan asked and Hermione shook her head. That's right. Let's take levitation as an example. Alan waved his wand lightly, and a quill levitated. This magic obviously violates Newton's law of gravity. Alan said without doubt. Yes, Hermione admitted. In this case, since you also know that this spell does exist, then this means that there are things in this world that cannot be completely explained by modern science. We call it mystery. Alan introduced. Those who spy on mysteries are called voyeurs, and those who investigate mysteries are called investigators. So, have you ever imagined why there is something like this that cannot be explained by science in this world? Why can science often prevail and even destroy the world when there is no mysterious intervention? Alan continued to ask questions. His teaching method is to use constant questions to mobilize students' thinking, and at the same time, by confirming the students' responses, he constantly conducts small tests that she is not aware of, and constantly provides reinforcement and next steps. He calls it the high difficulty, high speed, heavy monitoring Zankov Bloom his name in his past life teaching method. This is a teaching method that he created in his previous life, combining the mastery learning methods of the Soviet educator Zankov and the American educator Bloom, and has personally practiced it. Of course, he also added Bruner's program teaching method, but now that there is no computer, he simply used his own teaching method. For Alan, he has summarized a series of directly implementable teaching paradigms. It's just that he is not willing to tell others. If he tells others, how can he still make money? Almost no one will completely disclose the things that can really make money, right? Hermione shook her head. It's actually very simple to say. You can guess it just by thinking about it. There are some things in this world that violate the rules. They can violate the rules just by existing, and the people they affect can also be affected by their influence on the world, thus violating the rules. But in places they cannot influence. The world is still functioning as usual. Newton's first law, an object remains at rest or in uniform motion in a straight line if no force is applied to it. Alan added. You mean? Hermione said. These beings, we have no way of knowing their names because their existence violates the rules. We just get some skin, we can kill people, set fires, restore things. And their real names, and their other things, are our human shells, and the ultimate truth that the human brain cannot understand. Human beings have limits. Alan sighed. So once you go beyond the limits of humanity, you go beyond the limits of the human brain. A person will immediately go into complete madness because his brain is burned out by such a large amount of information. Hermione quickly guessed this. Ellen was waiting for this sentence, which meant that she did understand what she said. Excellent, Alan commented. Translated, this sentence means this is really excellent. But because their existence violates the rules of the universe, we can use their existence characteristics to our advantage. Alan felt a sense of pride. Although to them, we are just parasites living in them. But they also need parasites, just like we need various beneficial bacteria in the gut. Alan introduced. The reason why I introduce so much. It's because in the original world of Harry Potter, the trio of Harry and Hermione can even control the tails of Pidgeot and the Deathly Hallows, so in terms of their authority, they can control this kind of knowledge also comes sooner or later. This gave him the courage to reveal this in advance. So you're doing divine revelation? Yes. Divine inspiration. Alan said. To put it simply, I offer sacrifices to the gods, and the gods provide me with information. But the rest is really unspeakable. I can only reveal to you that there are ultimate beings in this world that we cannot understand, cannot know their names, and cannot describe. They are magic. The roots of. Alan said. Okay. Hermione naturally agreed. It was an unexpected surprise to get this information. To be honest, as long as she could stay away from those brown candies, even if Alan didn't say this, she wouldn't have any complaints. Alan caught Hermione peeking, but Alan didn't say anything. The more you cannot see something, the more you want to see it. This is a common problem among humans. But Alan doesn't hate this. Alan once saw an experiment where children were given a piece of candy and told that if they didn't do anything, they would receive a piece of candy. The guys who finally controlled themselves and didn't take candy bars were all promising. In Alan's opinion, this is complete nonsense. This can only show that they are closer to the essence of human society. After all, the essence of civilization is the repeater. Alan believes that people who eat candy are respectable, but people who do not eat candy gain gains and experience, that is, they really do the forbidden thing. They gain curiosity. Without curiosity, humanity cannot progress. Well, people always tend to think about the destiny of mankind, but in fact, they cannot even control their own destiny. But that's exactly why people think about the fate of humanity, isn't it? Because I have nothing to do, or I am anxious, I do this kind of futile thing at the first thought. Only in this way can you relieve the difficulties and uneasiness in your heart. This is like the reason why Alan himself may be sent to Azkaban tomorrow to be with his mother, but he is living a very comfortable life now. To be honest, why does it have to be meritorious? You see, the new landlords have done nothing to do anything. They are neither trapped nor uneasy, but no one says anything about them. Just as no one dares to fart one more time at Sir Alan Appleby. Sir Humphrey will teach him the rules. On the surface, these people who blindly evaluate others are opposing futility, but in fact they are opposing poverty. When you are poor, everything you do is wrong, but when you are poor, it is exactly the opposite. Therefore, since everything you do is judged the same for poverty, no matter what a person does, he will be criticized, and there is no escape. So what matters is not that you are thinking about human beings, or thinking about the present, but that you are whether it is poverty. Mencius said, people must insult themselves, and then others insult them. The smart way is to stay away from these people. This is why British education is dual track and why Sir Humphrey's reputation is limited to aristocratic circles. Regardless, research continues. Alan picked up his notes and continued to record his thoughts on divine revelation. Chapter 24. Alan looked up at the ceiling of the library, where there was an indescribable darkness. Alan wrote directly in Chinese, so that Hermione would naturally not be able to understand it, so there was no need to worry about leaks. This kind of knowledge is not suitable for a child like Hermione to know. It will be very dangerous. Any blind exploration without sufficient strength will lead to the backlash of the unspeakable, eventually leading to madness, mutation, and death. No matter how you explore, losing your mind is the lightest outcome. Alan wrote. Apocalypse. It can also be translated as revelation. The meaning of this word comes from the prophecies about the end of the world in the New Testament. In any case, apocalypse means a prophecy from God. Usually related to disasters, human prophecies are often associated with war, plague, hunger, death and other things that humans do not like but have to face. The old dominators, outer gods, and other gods can escape the existence of law restrictions is enough to distort the rules. That's why they are called gods. Therefore, they are also able to distort the rules of time and space. Distorting the structure of living things is the lightest distortion, but there are usually no gods it can distort cause and effect. Cause and effect is even one of the rules that can transcend time and space. Therefore, even gods or foreign gods can usually only predict the outcome of things, but cannot interfere. But maybe it's just that humans can't afford the price they want to intervene. Alan thought this in his mind, and then added. Divine revelation is naturally the revelation of God. So what is God and what is revelation? Revelation is the process of communicating with God and obtaining information through various mysterious and unexplainable mysterious rituals. And God, naturally, is an existence that can bend the rules by its own existence. Reading through the book, Alan goes on to add. This book does not describe in detail the differences between gods, outer gods, and old days. It also does not describe in detail what commonalities they have. However, Alan still summarized some conclusions from the details. Why not pray directly to the most powerful gods known to the magic world? They are obviously the greatest and strongest. Isn't it good to directly ask the strongest people for help? The answer is, of course not. The reason is very simple, human beings cannot afford to pay a price that would attract the attention of gods. If they could really afford it, it would be in big trouble. No one can be sure that gods will not directly snatch it away. God doesn't all mean well. Most gods require human beings to make sacrifices and sacrifices before they are willing to communicate with gods. It's just like humans are not willing to talk to ants on the ground. If one day, the ants say to themselves, that human, please stop for a moment. If you don't understand, it's okay. If you understand, I'm afraid it will just be a claw. Or a kick. Directly trample to death. This is true for humans, let alone ancient gods. But if an ant asks for 10,000 pounds to trample to death another ant nest of the enemy tribe, then if you don't directly snatch the 10,000 pounds, I'm afraid it is also a good choice to boil a pot of water and plow the courtyard to clean the holes. But here's the problem. Ant can't afford 10,000 pounds. With their ant brains, they can't even understand what a pound is. This is the real reason why humans have no way to ask for help from the ancient gods such as the old ones. However, fortunately, through tens of thousands of years of exploration, humans have also figured out some of the laws of the ancient gods, figured out the personalities of some of the ancient gods, and learned ways to communicate with the ancient gods and even obtain divine enlightenment at a lower cost. Alan thought in his mind that the next thing he didn't intend to write on paper. He believes that even writing on paper is not safe. This kind of thing involving the true name of a god can only be handled by someone with the blood of a deep diver. Once such horrific information is recorded on a piece of paper, I am afraid that the piece of paper will be instantly distorted, or become a piece of paper full of vitality and attack. A powerful monster that can make people distort, petrify, or age just by looking at it. It has many miraculous effects, but unfortunately most of them are harmful to humans. No matter what, I need to find out who the enemy father and the others are going to deal with. Alan thought in his mind. This kind of terrifying unknown keeps Alan awake at night. If he can't predict this thing through divine revelation, I'm afraid Alan won't be able to sleep during this period. Once he gets too much rest, he will dive deep. If the person's bloodline is out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable, but in fact, the consequences can be imagined as soon as you think about it. I have already said it, Azkaban, no time limit. Ever since he discovered that the plot was out of control, Alan had been on tenterhooks. But this situation may soon disappear. Because with such a highly spiritual deep diver bloodline that can easily sense the information of the ancient gods, it shouldn't be a problem to borrow some power from the old ones, such as the ambushing chaos who claims to protect himself, Nyarlathotep. Simply put, Apocalypse follows this principle. The greater the ability, the greater the cost. Do you want the true form of Nyarlathotep to divine for you? Is the ancient god Thulhu divining for you? It's actually very simple. According to human records, the ideas of these two ancient gods are very clear. One needs to resurrect the chaos god Azathoth, and the other needs to resurrect the ancient god Thulhu, and the price is to destroy the world. In fact, it's very interesting to put it this way, a catch-22. If you want prophecy, then you need to destroy the world. But if the world is destroyed, then why prophesy? So only a fool would seek help from them. And guys like outer gods, according to records, never pay attention to human requests. Only the old gods who have fallen into silkworm sleep and the real gods will listen to human requests. However, people usually would rather go to the scary ancient gods than the kind gods. This is because, without a doubt, sleeping humans are less threatening than awake humans. The wishes of living gods are more realistic and more terrifying. On the contrary, ancient gods can often be deceived by various word games because of their deep sleep. Because the ancient gods who sleep can also talk in their sleep, and their sleep talk also has the power to distort the world. However, it is worth mentioning that there are also some helpful gods. They are usually scientific researchers or religious believers among human beings. As for humans, they call it the good god. To put it simply, anyone who has made sacrifices for mankind can be called a good god. Therefore, their revelations are believed by countless humans, and it is much simpler and feasible to gain the power of faith and pray to them to obtain divine enlightenment. All you need is a pious heart and some good sacrifices. However, precisely because it is feasible, the divine revelation of the good God generally does not have much effect. To put it simply, there are too many threads and the program is burned. The computer can't run, and it's naturally stuck. And considering the issue of distribution performance, the divine revelations of these good gods are usually vague words. In fact, they can only give humans some psychological hints, but cannot predict the complete reality. But again, this is a catch-22 problem. If you successfully summon the ancient god and make a prophecy, then usually the old days take your life. Then the prophecy itself did not spread and actually had no meaning. If it's a good god, prophecy usually doesn't have much effect. Therefore, this complete collection of prophecies is actually just an introductory book to introduce the old days, outer gods and gods. Because the prediction method introduced here is simply not feasible. But our protagonist, Sir Alan Appleby. But different. He discovered his golden finger hidden among them. Alan thought. Normally, people like me who feel the call of the old days frequently will basically go crazy. However, coupled with the blood of the deep divers, if he does not suppress it, the two will cancel each other out and be able to maintain Alan's sanity. And even if Alan couldn't control himself on a full moon night, after transforming into a deep diver, he could still maintain his sanity to a considerable extent. Therefore, Alan became the weirdo that he is now for various reasons. Although he possesses sufficient spirituality to communicate with the old days, he is not crazy. Therefore, the chapter Old Divine Revelation recorded here has become a feasible choice for Alan. In fact, when Alan heard what Mr. Ollivander, Sir, called Divine Revelation, he was already analyzing the feasibility of this plan. The ability to feel the old gods is usually called spirituality. It is worth mentioning that not long ago, Mr. Ollivander became a baron as promised. Now we shall call him Sir Ollivander. After absorbing the knowledge in this book, Alan raised his head and saw that Hermione was studying her knowledge. The relationship between them was not strong, and Alan had no intention of intervening in Hermione's studies as a professional. Hermione hadn't brought herself to do it yet, she hadn't made an offer yet. The Joker once said, if you have a certain expertise, you must use it to make money. Hermione secretly watched Alan writing a type of writing that she couldn't understand at all. After watching it for a while, she was too embarrassed to ask, so she went to study by herself. Others in the library were watching secretly. Fortunately, the two of them hadn't done anything intimate yet, otherwise the boys around them would have been heartbroken. This time, Alan began to write a letter to the house elf Crisp. Sir Humphrey strictly prohibited him from contacting him privately, so Alan could only ask Crisp to pass it on. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, Crisp respects Appleby, who has awakened his magical ability, at least more than he respects Squib. In order to ensure that I can sleep and not fall into madness, Alan has begun preparing for his first divine revelation attempt. It is worth mentioning that this was the first time that Alan went to find the old days by himself instead of being summoned by them. Regardless, preparations for this divine revelation are underway. Chapter 25. During these days, Alan felt quite uneasy. He could feel that something indescribable was observing and monitoring him. At the same time, it also contains a considerable degree of malice. This malice and hatred seemed to turn into reality, stinging Alan's body and soul. Before going to sleep at night, Alan can always see a terrifying thing that is completely indescribable and does not have any biological characteristics. Just imagining it makes me feel extremely scary, as if I want to scream. In bright daytime, even if you close your eyes, that kind of thing will often not appear. However, every time before sleeping at night, the projection of an indescribable mysterious creature will always frighten Alan. Alan believes that he is already bold, but he still feels a deep fear from within his genes. Even when he transformed into a deep diver, all he felt was the gentle call of the sea, and a strong feeling of disgust and rejection of the human body. In any case, the mother of the sea contains deep love but refuses to reveal it lightly. It is completely different from this completely pure and extreme malice, and can even be said to be completely opposite. This kind of thing was not something Alan intentionally imagined. It was the deep fear that arose when Alan tried in vain to sleep. It was as if Alan had closed the door to his soul, but the terrifying thugs opened the door and brutally broke in. No matter how hard I try to empty my mind, I don't think about anything. The projection of this terrible creature, whose mere existence can make people feel hatred and fear, will still invade Alan's mind. It would be better if I could fall asleep. The problem is that I can't sleep. In fact, people often cannot clearly remember what they dreamed about when they are sleeping, but before falling asleep, the projection in their mind can indeed be seen by themselves when they close their eyes. I believe everyone has experienced this as a child. It was fear that was tangible and visible. Alan could only see a silhouette, dark, like a dark night where he could not see his fingers. Even scarier than that. It's like the feeling of the unopened eye when only one eye is open. Even the senses are completely deprived. But it can be felt, even seen. The creature was only the size of a skull, but its composition completely violated human understanding of physics. It is not a uniform structure, but a mysterious structure at different levels, like different parallel world structures. This structure is completely incomprehensible to humans, so instead they will feel the pain of a large amount of information hitting their minds. It can make people recall the vague, sinful, nauseating, and meaningless past that they don't even remember. Alan knew that this could not continue. Late at night, Alan came to the bottom floor of Hogwarts. That was the route Alan had just taken, facing the sea. After Alan's investigation, it seems that Principal Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts today, which is a good opportunity. If he was still here, then every move he made might be captured by him, and not even the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak in Harry Potter's hand could hinder his exploratory vision. Therefore, Alan can only act in his absence. If you want to communicate with the old days and obtain their divine revelation, you must first get close to the mother of all living things, the ocean. According to the Encyclopedia of Prophecies, Alan once saw Phn Gluum Glunaf til her Lioganagulftan. In the eternal dreamland of Arlai, the eternally sleeping ancient god Crusoe calls you to sleep. It is completely unsuitable as a word for praying for divine enlightenment, because this is the call of God Thulhu. As I said before, no one wants to summon Thulhu. But Alan has already thought about whose divine inspiration he should summon. Alan put on the swimsuit he brought from home. Although he has never learned it, swimming is actually a skill that deep divers are born with. As far as Alan knows, the entire Hogwarts is under the supervision of the Principal Dumbledore. Any inappropriate behavior at Hogwarts will directly lead to the intervention of the headmaster. As a shady deep diver, Alan plans to use his advantages to transform into a deep diver and dive into the seabed to perform his own divination. After a year of training, Alan has been able to restrain his fear and madness to a considerable extent, and thus transformed into a deep diver, although it only lasted for an hour. Alan jumped into the sea, but did not mess with the water. He just let himself fall into the ocean, listened to the call of the unknown ancient god in his heart, endured the distortion and changes of his body and spirit, and let himself slowly transforming into a new type of human with strong muscles and breathing through gills. There are sharks and water monsters at the bottom of the sea. But they will not provoke Alan, because the aura of the deep diver keeps strangers away. At the bottom of the sea, Alan sat on the ground at the bottom of the sea. Everything around him was dark blue, and even some things were hard to see clearly. But Alan can clearly feel this, because Alan is a deep diver, and by the same token, he can breathe underwater without any problems. Time is limited, and Alan has already made a plan. So, who should be called? In human exploration, we came to this conclusion. Call no one. In other words, do not call a specific person. Instead, they project their needs into the void to attract the attention of those who cannot be named. The person who arrives first in the end will be able to complete the transaction. According to the complete prophecies, since the old days also have desires, they also need to make transactions. This is much easier to handle, because from an economic point of view, they have become rational people in economics. These old days have become existences that can be understood to a considerable extent. And therefore, I don't know who established it, but the divinely inspired network that spreads all over the world exists on the earth today. You give something of value, attract the buyer's attention, and then barter. But in most cases, all the old days can give is divine revelation. No matter what, the old days will not suffer. The agent of chaos, that indescribable existence. You whisper, you instigate, you pull my limbs, you bring me joy. You are the spokesperson of chaos, you are the terminator of the world, you are a believer and a defender. Please use your huge power to pass my voice to those who can help me. At the cost of the information from this magic wand, I traveled across the void and the Dharma realm to seek a divine revelation. Alan chanted at the bottom of the sea. His voice sounded like he was singing. Perhaps the power of this wand was too powerful, and the nameless wand once again emitted a dark blue light. Alan has recognized that blue represents the magic power of the soul, and dark color represents the magic power of the abyss. This is a sign of dual magic properties of darkness and magic. The seafloor suddenly twisted and turned into a large hourglass. It's like a quicksand belt on the ground. And Alan, who was sitting on the bottom of the sea, was like a grain of sand, being sucked into this twisted whirlpool. Chapter 26. It's over. It's definitely going to be over now. Fishing caught the shark. Alan felt the indescribable momentum in front of him and didn't even dare to open his eyes. He felt that if he opened his eyes, he would fall into madness. Horrible, evil, filthy. All the words can be used to describe this terrible guy, but people just can't describe him accurately. No single word can accurately summarize his characteristics. He is both 2 eyes, 3 eyes, 1,000 eyes, and 10,000 eyes. His attributes are uncertain, and all his attributes are unpredictable and undetectable. Even the surrounding environment became indescribable. Alan felt that he had come to a dark place. There is no light here. Nothing at all. Only the terrifying sound could be heard, and Alan could not see anything. The indescribable existence on the opposite side completely blinded Alan's perception. Don't say it's indescribable, Alan doesn't even know anything, and can't judge anything from it. If we use the standard of information to measure it, the amount of information in this existence before our eyes is 0. Nothing at all. His form cannot be seen, his voice cannot be heard, and his form cannot be touched. Just through the twisted vortex just now, Alan understood that he had indeed been summoned. This being was not in the mood to talk to Alan. Even if he captured the aura of deep diver and chaos stalking from Alan, the conspiracy of those guys could not threaten him at all. Pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand. Maybe he didn't actually realize that Alan was captured by him? In any case, this knowledge cannot be judged by naked eyes like Alan and I. Alan didn't even dare to think more. For such a being, the less you know, the safer it is. Alan originally thought that only an appraisal elf would be summoned. Unexpectedly, I caught a shark while fishing. Alan found that his staff had disappeared, but he still did not dare to move. This kind of existence that cannot even be recognized should be as far away as possible. Otherwise, it will be doomed. Then, a small wooden stick appeared in Alan's hand. Alan knew that his staff was back. This indescribable existence passed a few words over, but Alan didn't even dare to look at them. He was afraid that as soon as he opened his eyes, the influx of information would overwhelm his brain and turn him into a madman. After discovering that Alan refused to trade, these words even appeared directly in front of Alan's eyes. Closing your eyes doesn't work. This is the power of the ancient god's projection. The undercoat of the children of the god of time. The intestines of the living Black Emperor. Nuclear materials of the quaternary. The skin of the devil of living knowledge. There are only 4 sentences, but it interprets information that Mr. Ollivander, sir, cannot interpret even with divine inspiration. These things are all made of materials from the living god. The first one already knew that he was the Dragonborn, but the Black Emperor, the 4th age, and the God of Knowledge were all things Alan still didn't understand at all. Alan believes that just these pieces of information can bring him great benefits. Because many people, including wizards, will never hear these 3 terms in their entire lives. They are indescribable authorities. Not to mention their real names, even if they are authorities, they will cause normal humans to completely collapse and their SAN value will become 0. And seeing the existence in front of him that surpassed Alan's cognitive ability, conveying this information to him so lightly, Alan knew that this person was undoubtedly in existence on the same level as the living god. Judging from the information provided in the Encyclopedia of Prophecies, he is either a great power in the old days or one of mankind's greatest enemies, the outer god. No, I'm starting to mutate. Alan never expected that just because these few words were passed to him, Alan would subconsciously start thinking. Consider the identity of this being. Alan began to scream in pain and scream wildly. He was rolling on the ground in pain, and a bright red rose was blooming on the surface of his heart. This rose fiercely pierced Alan's chest and ribs, and came out of the chest. And on the surface of this rose, in the stamens, there is yellow thick juice flowing out. This is the pus rose. It's over now. However, Alan had made preparations early, which was what his father had told him before. Forgot everything. Alan shouted. Human nature is like this. The more painful it is, the neural reaction will stimulate the human brain to remember this moment more clearly, so as to avoid being victimized next time when encountering the same problem. The more painful it is, the deeper the memory. But the deeper the memory, the more active the thinking, the more painful it is. Under normal circumstances, Alan, who has already begun to think, will definitely die. Because Alan's brain will be constantly stimulated by the pain and become more and more active, which will become his death knell. Forget it all. The spell has failed. Here comes the fatal problem, Alan is in so much pain that he can't even use magic. He wanted to save himself through forgetting magic. In this level of severe pain, Alan couldn't calm down at all and used his own mind to build a spell model. This is the unspeakable one. He doesn't have to do anything. All we need is the enemy, or rather the ants, to think for themselves. They collapsed without a fight. Seeing that he was about to be parasitized by this suppurating rose, and his whole body turned into food for the terrifying plant, Alan knew that he had one last chance. The last chance is the divine revelation. Apocalypse. I was going to use this opportunity to see the enemy of world-class crisis. But I can't care about that much right now. However, this is the most precious opportunity. There's only one chance. Thinking of the world-class problems Sir Humphrey had to face, Alan also wanted to help him in his own way. Alan dreamed that Sir Humphrey died in front of him, killed by a green light. Alan could see the anger in front of him in his dream. He must protect his only remaining relatives at all costs. Don't hesitate to become crazy. However, if this opportunity is used up, there is no way to find such a powerful divine inspiration anymore. After all, the information on the staff can only be used once. If this opportunity was used up, there would be nothing he could do about his father's current predicament. He is just a little wizard. Even though he was just a first-year student at Hogwarts, he couldn't even cast the Yuja Dio Osha floating spell perfectly. If he could not obtain the most critical enemy information in the battle, Sir Humphrey would most likely die from such a world-class problem. Will die. Relatives who came with great difficulty will also disappear. But there is no other way. If you miss this opportunity, you will turn into a plant forever and die. Alan collapsed and shouted. He really wanted to use this opportunity to explore the enemy's information. But just because I couldn't control the thoughts running around in my head. If you steal the chicken, you will lose the rice. But it's too late. No time to hesitate. Under the water, the green-skinned fishman Alan looked up to the sky and sighed, making a choice. God! I beg you to reveal to me, the way to get rid of the mutation in me now. Alan reluctantly used this precious opportunity. The wand is the single most valuable world-class treasure he has now. But if you die here, no matter how many chances you have, they will be zero. But just then, Alan realized that he had done something wrong again. As soon as he said the words, Alan realized that he had made another fatal mistake. When it comes to revelation, you must speak clearly. The Encyclopedia of Prophecies. There are many changes in my body. The deep diver, the wizard, the pus rose growing on the heart, what kind of mutation is it? It was not made clear that once you get a wizard's solution and turn it into a muggle's solution, you will die immediately. Alan was so anxious that tears were about to flow, and his heart was beating fast. Even if he is a human being, he is still just a rookie wizard. He was completely unable to move as the pus rose took control of his entire body. However, at this moment, this unknown great being projected the projection in front of his eyes again. Ha! Ha! Alan could only gasp. He felt that he was about to lose the ability to think. Total failure. However, what appeared this time was Chinese vocabulary. Dragonborn. Grim Reaper. Horcrux. Nyarlathotep. With only a few simple words like these, Alan felt that they contained a mysterious feeling about the vicissitudes of the universe. Alan knew it was over. I really didn't expect that I had just traveled through time and entered the magical world. The journey was about to come to a complete halt. Alan gave up thinking. He felt that when these few Chinese words were projected in front of his eyes, the world's biggest secret had been revealed. These Chinese words themselves are not terrible, but Alan felt that there was a huge amount of information wrapped in them. But it was something he couldn't bear no matter what. The unbearable weight of information. As soon as this information was passed on, it was time for him to completely fall into madness. Next, the unknown ancient god projected the fifth word. Dior. Dior? Diary Brando? Wasn't the Diary Brando of this world killed by himself when he first awakened as a deep diver? What happened? Isn't Dior dead yet? Or do you have to travel to another world to find the answer? Alan's mind became active again, and he was no longer in the mood to think about his life or death. Now he only had time to revel in the ultimate joy of discovering his destiny. However, when Alan was thinking about Dior repeatedly, the projection suddenly changed, as if it had been completely dominated and interfered by a powerful person from an extremely far distance. Alan Arnold Appleby. Are you looking at me? This is a man with white hair. He is extremely strong and has a strong appearance like an ancient Greek sculpture. He was shirtless, but he contained endless domineering power and an indescribable civilization. When barbarism reaches its extreme, it will become a new civilization. After listening to this iconic line, Alan finally confirmed. Dio Brando. It's you. Why can you? I really don't know how you know my real name. Shouldn't they all be dead? However, since you dare to say it and dare to think my name repeatedly, it seems that you still don't understand, like a mouse. The network connection is successful. A cold and low mechanical male voice in English came from the distance. Transmitting sound here through an undetectable distance is already at the level of bending the rules. Wait, bend the rules. Has he entered this stage as well? Alan suddenly thought of something. Ruined. Well. Let me see, good guy, kill my Horcrux. Give him some color to see. Modification, Alan Arnold Appleby status is dead. Modification successful, update complete, said a cold voice. Right now, right now. All of Alan's distortions and changes suddenly stopped. The festering rose also fell off Alan's heart. The ribs on Alan's chest healed rapidly, and the skin and flesh grew rapidly. At that moment, Alan's heart stopped beating, his brain stopped thinking, and his soul died instantly. Alan is dead. However, when Alan just reacted, it was just a few seconds later. Everything changed completely again. Alan once again stood in darkness, but was no longer surrounded by roses. The rose that vomited pus, the strong man with white hair, the fear of death, and the pain of body and mind, all disappeared. Right now, die and be reborn. Alan sensed that this place with completely indescribable characteristics could be known by a name. The Land of the Immortal. This is the reward message that will be delivered to the dead in the Land of the Undying. All death is deleted here, all death will become rebirth. Here, death does not exist, all death has been completely deleted. Though it can also turn into eternal madness. The transaction was over, and after a while, Alan returned to the bottom of Hogwarts. Alan pondered. That white-haired strong man whose name cannot be said, since he is already an unspeakable person, then his name cannot be directly stated, otherwise he will be immediately obliterated. By chance, Alan thought that he seemed to already know what the world-class trouble was. Moreover, he also signed up with him. Well, it seems that Shenkai himself has really made a lot of money this time. Alan thought so. Chapter 27. Alan climbed from the bottom of the coast to the top of Hogwarts. As soon as he stepped onto the beach, Alan transformed back into human form. If possible, Alan doesn't want to expose his identity, but since Principal Dumbledore is not in the school, the chance of exposure should be much smaller. Alan rode his broomstick number 1 flying at low altitude, from the other end of Hogwarts directly into the Forbidden Forest, and then turned back to Hogwarts Castle from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There is no telling whether there will be powerful sentient magical creatures in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Therefore, caution is always the best teacher to save your life. The fastest way is to go straight through the Forbidden Forest. If you release the biological momentum of your deep diver, ordinary magical creatures should be scared away, but this is just Alan's guess. Along the way, Alan even discovered a warship in the distance. Judging from the appearance and size, it should even be an aircraft carrier. What happened to Hogwarts? Why did the army even come? Alan just flew near the Slytherin lounge, and he heard the buzzing noise of the helicopter. In the sky, several helicopters were stopping at the top of Hogwarts, as if some big shot was coming. Alan could recognize that these were the military uniforms of several advisory countries. Judging from the epaulets, at least he is a general. As soon as Alan climbed back from the window to his dormitory in Slytherin, he found Draco Malfoy looking at him anxiously. "You're back. The school has urged us several times to gather together quickly. I don't know where you have gone. If we go out, won't you reveal your secret? Let's go." Draco took off Alan's bamboo hat, urged. "Thank you." Alan nodded. He quickly took off his cloak, threw it on the bed, and walked out with Draco and the others. The two followers also followed suit. Alan and Draco repeatedly stated that any important matter must avoid his two followers, otherwise they will cause trouble. Even if Alan could have told Draco, in this case, Alan would definitely won't answer. "What are you doing?" the Slytherin prefect asked anxiously. "Only you are missing." "Okay, let's set off now." The name of the Slytherin prefect? Alan doesn't know how to remember the name of an unknown person, actually, he can't remember it. The prefect led Alan and the four of them behind and walked quickly behind them. Fortunately, Alan was not discovered by Filch. However, if I am entangled with this guy, if it is a trivial matter like deducting points for causing trouble, Filch will have to intervene in such a life-threatening matter, such as Azkaban's indefinite matter. Then he can only blame himself for his bad luck. Alan could only send him to see Voldemort. Once the green light shines, the world becomes pure. What happened? Alan asked Draco Malfoy in a low voice. "How did I know? If you stayed up in the middle of the night and woke us up, something big must have happened." Draco looked a little horrified. Alan and the others rushed to the venue, and the auditorium was expanded by magic. The entire auditorium was full of people. But Alan knew that by using the power of magic, Professor McGonagall's voice could be transmitted to everyone's ears. Before Alan walked into the Slytherin team, Vice Principal McGonagall couldn't wait any longer and began to seriously announce the decision of Hogwarts School word by word. Due to some reasons that cannot be disclosed, for safety reasons, all students in Hogwarts are suspended from today. Classes will be replaced by online classes. All students must stay in their fixed college lounge. No one is allowed without permission go out. Otherwise, you will be dealt with seriously and severely punished. All students are solely responsible for the safety of going out. Meals will be distributed by house elves to each dormitory in each college. Bargaining is not accepted. Students who want to go home will be taken home by their parents, but their studies will be treated as poor. Professor McGonagall read out the emotionless decision in a cold voice. Even with the magic sound that improves the sound, it's still a mess underneath. For the 2 important exams for senior students, interviews and teaching are not allowed, and what to do if their grades are affected, how to tell their parents that junior students are not allowed to go home. These schools have not given any explanation at all. But Alan was not surprised by this situation. Idis University. This is a university. What can you expect from college? Okay. From now on, all students are not allowed to enter or leave the common room at will. This is mainly to inform you of this matter. You can go back now. Online classes? With the current speed of the internet, online classes? Even the video can't be displayed. Draco looked very speechless, sitting on his bed and saying helplessly. Why did we encounter such a thing as soon as we entered the school? Draco complained. Online classes? It's impossible. It's completely impossible. I think we can go out for a walk in less than 2 days. More importantly, the Quidditch game hasn't started yet. I've already become a glorious person. Seeker. But there is no chance to train. Then didn't I spend so much money in vain? Draco looked very angry. Alan raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the enemy's target was Hogwarts. But Yorkshire is not my home. It is where my family is. Now, for Alan, there are only 2 places to call home, one is Hogwarts, because Sir Humphrey is preparing for the battle here, and the other is in Azkaban, because his mother is being imprisoned in here. Since home is here, where can we return? Rather than going home, it's better to say escape. Therefore, for Alan, if he chooses to come to Hogwarts, he will not leave easily. Even if you stay here, you have to face the ultimate strong man who will kill you completely with just 1 word. However, for those who have died once, every day they live is earned, right? I think from a technical perspective, it is completely achievable. Alan joked, intending to use ridicule to relieve the pressure in his heart. Draco was complaining here, and so were so many other Hogwarts houses. But they are actually just laymen. They don't know how powerful they will face next and what deep fears they will face. But no matter what, Alan has already been in contact, but he can't tell others such precious information. He can only be a dull gourd himself, because anywhere in the UK, there is only one fate for deep divers, Azkaban, indefinitely. Alan hasn't lived enough yet. Therefore, he planned to read up on the knowledge about these gods, maybe it would be useful. Because, after all, Sir Humphrey is still here, and he has to fight against such a powerful enemy. He will die. Sir Humphrey will die. That guy only needs 1 word to kill him. Even passing information of any nature, even just thinking, gives itself away. Judging from the previous situation, anywhere in the world, if you think about anything related to his real name, you will be immediately targeted by him. He was instantly killed by this enemy as he said whatever he said. Therefore, Alan can only fight alone. Even though he knew so much, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even see Sir Humphrey. Not to mention delivering a message to him. This made Alan's heart burn and his heart twist like a knife. Alan waited for the enemy to arrive and tried to find a way to solve the problem, but he also knew that there was little hope. Now, he is like a death row prisoner waiting for his sentence to arrive, trying to avoid that day at all costs, but there is no way to solve the problem. Alan finally knew who the enemy was, but instead of feeling relieved as expected, he became even more frightened and couldn't let go of his hanging heart. He originally planned to go to the library to look up information to see if it might be useful. But now, I can't even go to the library. Now how to do? On the surface, there will be a history of magic class tomorrow, so it will be an ordinary day like any other. But in fact, Alan could see the stormy waves coming. But, he really can't do anything. Chapter 28. Potter. Professor Snape's screams across the screen made Harry Potter shudder. Tell me what effect the 3 materials of Charis eggs, scarlet nairn roots and vampire ashes will produce. Alan felt a little annoyed when he heard such loud noises even through the screen. He had been restless these days. I can't go to the library, so I have to eat in the dormitory. He can't contact the outside world, and he can't even go out. He really wanted to tell others the information he knew, but in fact he didn't even dare to think about it. Every time such an idea came up, he had to get rid of it quickly. Just like the previous experience of being parasitized by the twisted and alienated object festering rose, once you start thinking, you can't stop at all. In the end, you will only touch the existence that you should not touch at all, and die. I don't know, Professor Snape. Harry Potter said a little scared and impatiently. You don't know? I just finished teaching the last class, and I kept giving orders. Professor Snape knocked on the blackboard several times in anger. Then I wrote these words on the blackboard. Crimson Nirnroot. Shrews eggs. Vampire ash. This is the material for the invisibility potion. But of course you don't need to make it now, you just need to understand it. This will have to wait until your 7th grade exam. You need the evaluation of outstanding to learn the ability to make it. Is your brain a pig's brain? At least when I say something like this to a pig, the pig can remember it. Perhaps your memory will be better than that of a pig when you are in good condition. I said we should arrange more exams. If I become the principal in the future, I will take a small exam every week and a big exam in January. The seats will be arranged according to ranking and the positions will be divided according to the results. All those who are in love will be assigned to sit on both sides. Let's go. We can't sit together until we get to the top 10 in the exam. If we don't do well in the exam next time, we'll have to split them up. Professor Snape once again humiliated poor Harry Potter in class and then complained about the current lax examination system. He didn't want to think about it. With his teaching level, even if he took the exam, he would still be the tallest among the shortest. Alan felt some sympathy for Harry Potter. But what can Alan do? Even Dumbledore didn't care about this kind of thing, and Hogwarts hadn't banned it for so many years. Alan shook his head and had to sigh. This is the evil medieval school management system. Not even the principal is easy to manage, let alone Alan Appleby. Professor Snape is a genius in the modern potion world and a master of alchemy. He even has experience in enchantment. At the same time, he is extremely powerful in black magic offense and defense. He is among the top members of the dueling club all year round. With a genius like this, he might directly become the Dean of Hogwarts in the future, a regular re-election without the need to kill Dumbledore. Even in front of the standing Under-Secretary Humphrey Appleby, he only needs to maintain the necessary respect. Sir Humphrey himself has to go personally to make him favors. In most cases, dealing with Sir Humphrey people can do all these things by themselves. However, Professor Snape is neither greedy for money nor lustful, and has no obvious reasons. Moreover, Yan Jin's character is down to earth and meticulous, and there is no trace of any dark history of dereliction of duty in the past. The entire Yidieran can only communicate through human relations. In Harry Potter, the trio also suspected that Snape wanted to kill Harry. It's a pity that Sir Humphrey can't grasp the handle. If Snape really wanted to be a slippery figure, he wouldn't use such a stupid and obvious method. Keeping it was a perfect alibi in a completely motiveless crime, even though Snape would never do it. In any case, there's nothing Alan can do now. Harry Potter angrily turned down the sound on his screen. This old bastard. Now, Harry could only see Professor Snape with an old face and talking to the screen like a clown. There was so much chatter that no sound could be heard. Now Harry and the others are clean. And Harry felt much better. Because no matter how angry Snape is, he can't hear it himself, so let him, the clown, perform on his own. Harry was feeling better on his side, but Professor Snape was getting upset. What happened? I just asked a question, why did Harry Potter not answer me at all? Professor Snape was multitasking. On the one hand, he continued to teach, and on the other hand, he remotely controlled the device with his wand, preparing to call up the monitoring on the other side of the device. Look what Harry Potter is doing. This kid. Just as naughty as his father. Why can't he learn to be as gentle as his mother? Actually, Lily changed her mind and became stronger, otherwise she wouldn't have been sorted into Gryffindor. Poor old Snape is still living in his own processed memory. At this time, he heard the sound of Harry Potter's dormitory in Gryffindor House, and at the same time saw the scene inside from the wall next to him. No one knows that this display screen used for online classes also has a hidden camera. Fortunately, Harry and Ron were only in their first year and had not been tainted with England's traditional customs, otherwise they would have been broadcast live in front of Snape's eyes. Has no one ever asked about privacy? I'm afraid there really isn't. Hogwarts is a famous magic school with antique and long history. It's been a lifetime blessing for you to come, so why don't you need a bicycle? Only then did Snape hear what those two bastards, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, were saying. That old bat, just talks like animals. Can he talk like humans? Can he? Ron defended Harry. He loves potions so much, he should fall into the cauldron and drown. Ron continued to complain. Snape's targeting of Gryffindor was naturally not limited to Harry Potter alone, but also included Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom and the others. Anyway, there is basically no one who has not been scolded by Snape. It is worth mentioning that Hermione was only called Miss Know-It-All and was not scolded, but sooner or later there will be a chance, and the current experimental class is still it's just a home-cooked meal for beginners. From now on, if I eat 4 dishes and 1 soup, I won't believe that she won't make mistakes. Smart girls, why do all of them have to go to a house like Gryffindor? Snape thought so. He thought of his dream girl again. After he was employed, whenever he saw a smart Gryffindor girl, he felt like he was being whipped for his stupidity when he was young. Even if you go to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. That way the treatment will be much better. Snape didn't care about the nonsense that teachers should care for, respect, and persuade students. Anyway, there is no evaluation standard or feedback system in Hogwarts vocational education. Teach however you want. Well, judging from Snape's inner workings, this level of humiliation doesn't seem to make him angry. Chapter 29. Professor Snape listened to the 2 children cursing him, but he didn't feel very angry. Compared with those little beasts in their youth, the words used by these 2 children are already considered light. What's more, time has passed, they all died, and he lived. And there's the possibility of becoming the head of Hogwarts, one of the most powerful people in the wizarding world. In this case, it's a different feeling compared to the humiliation I felt when I was young. But Professor Snape still instinctively felt a little angry. This class will be suspended for now, you can have fun on your own. Snape said to the students. Except Harry and Ron obviously couldn't hear it, their TV had no sound. He silently turned down the sounds of other students in the background, and then secretly turned up the sounds on Harry and Ron's monitors. Prepare to give these 2 children a surprise to make them happy and happy. Ha ha ha. Look, Snape's toad face has turned down, and he can't even speak. Even if he speaks, he is still mute. Mute Snape, stupid. Ron laughed at the voiceless Professor Snape on the other side of the screen. At this moment, a big hand pressed his head onto the TV screen. Duan. What the fuck? Ron was anxious and looked back quickly. Harry also looked back. Professor Snape seemed to be a head taller than before. The whole body looks full of explosive power. If he was a sick boy before, a sickly handsome guy who called himself the Half-Blood Prince, now he is a little old man, then now he is a Hercules, a young strongman. Harry watched in disbelief as Snape's appearance changed. If Professor Snape had been so wild and impactful before, he would have been just like Hagrid. Harry didn't dare scold him easily, he was afraid of getting beaten. I dare not say it even behind my back, although in fact the Half-Blood Prince is more threatening. After all, one just looks scary and holds fists, while the other directly holds a submachine gun, Gatling, and mortar, just look at it. It's just that there aren't that many muscles. But this is what Harry is doing at his age. Strong equals powerful. At a young age, Harry didn't understand what power was. Professor Snape, what's going on with you? At this moment, Harry finally said honorific. Powerful potion. The latest model I developed. It is specially used to scare and teach disobedient children. Professor Snape posed in a toned posture, which made Ron feel chilled. However, looking at such a strong man, Ron also stuttered and tried to muddle through. Professor Snape, what are you doing here? We are just listening to the lecture. Ron pretended to be very well behaved and seemed like a good boy. It's completely different from the way I secretly scolded the teacher here before. Then why do you think I pressed your forehead against the screen? Snape smiled evilly, his old face looking like he had returned to his youth. Ah! Harry Potter and the others had absolutely no idea that since the Strength Works Miracles potion was developed a few years ago, Professor Snape was uncharacteristically pleased with these unbehaved children. This potion can make an old lady lift a locomotive. It can bring back the vitality of a 70-year-old man to his 20s. But now Snape is drinking a degraded version that has been mixed with water. It just looks very fit, but in fact it is not that powerful, otherwise Professor Snape only needs to touch them twice. The Legend of the Savior and the Loyal Knight of the Savior story is about to come to an end here. I feel really good. Snape tore off his black robe that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, revealing his strengthened 8-pack abs. No one knows that when you don't take the powerful potion, these abdominal muscles will actually turn into a belly. Although the belly is not too big, it still makes Snape feel very uncomfortable, which is why his black robe is so tight. Reality. I remember when I had a small belly back then. Lily gets fat whenever she eats, but she doesn't get fat no matter how much she eats. I didn't expect that I would have a small belly like this. Professor Snape also began to zone out. Maybe this is a side effect of the powerful potion? Ah! A sound of howling ghosts and wolves came from the Gryffindor lounge. Professor Snape decided to teach these two little brats who scolded the teacher a lesson. To be honest, Snape had been eyeing Harry Potter since he entered school. Let's settle old and new grudges together, and beat him back together, even for his father's sake. But it wasn't much, it was just to temporarily petrify Harry, then beat Ron's ass, and then beat Harry Potter. Snape knew that the only way to do this was to beat back those guys who bullied him in the past, and to take revenge and complain. Only then can he truly relax and teach Lily's children properly. Otherwise, there will always be a thorn in my heart. For example, Black and Lupin. With such a powerful, potent potion, even if that old guy Lupin turns into a werewolf, I still dare to touch him. Then I have to take off his pants and spank him. This is a manly romance. I feel much better now. Snape thought this, then looked down and continued to educate these two naughty children. I felt like I was about to shed tears of joy. Harry Potter looked at Professor Snape, who was laughing while spanking Ron, and felt an indescribable sense of fear. He was almost scared to cry. Why does Professor Snape laugh and hit people? I heard Dolly say that there is a type of teacher in the world called the Smiling Tiger. On the surface, he looks very kind, but in fact he beats students and children without any hesitation. Could it be that Professor Snape is this kind of person? Harry watched Professor Snape walk over with a vicious smile. Alan was holding a red wine glass and clinking wine with Draco. In fact, Hogwarts does not allow you to drink in private. But Alan doesn't care. The Sorting Hat said Ellen is a true Gryffindor. If you still don't believe it, I've already told you that it's no problem for Hogwarts to offer online classes like this. Alan was a little drunk. There is no way to solve the problem. I can only rely on drinking to make myself feel more relaxed. The fear of knowing the truth alone but not being able to remedy it made Alan feel like he was about to be crushed. Alan had killed drug dealers and smugglers in his previous life. But I have never encountered such an enemy who will die as soon as he thinks about his name. It is said that the fear of the unknown is the scariest thing, and this is a good thing. But he didn't dare to drink too much, for fear that he would lose control of his mind and think about that terrible enemy. Okay, you're right. Draco shrugged helplessly. He seemed to be drinking better than Alan. Alan felt like he was going to fall asleep drunk, but Draco didn't even blush, everything was as usual. This is so easy to do. I can do it in 2 years. Alan couldn't control his voice and started to lose control. Step 1. Connect the display. Step 2. Record what you are doing and upload it to the internet. Step 3. Play what you are doing on the screen. Isn't that the end of it? Alan held up the wine glass and felt that his walking was unsteady. I don't think it's as simple as you said. Draco rolled his eyes this time. Drunk Alan looks like an idiot. But for now, the good news is that he won't be drunk. He probably fell asleep after a while. Then let the computer handle everything. Next software, just connect the camera. Alan was really drunk and thought he was living in 2021. In fact, how could there be such a convenient computer at this time? All of them are difficult to use. In 1985, the Windows system that everyone is using appeared. The famous Windows 95 did not appear until 1995. You're drunk. Draco yawned. I have no interest in Alan's inexplicable boasting. But fortunately, there are already internet companies such as Microsoft. Alan would not be suspected of exposing himself as a time traveler. Therefore, when Alan woke up, he felt like he was covered in cold sweat. Forget it, I'd better not drink so much in the future. He has too many secrets in his body. He is a deep diver, an unforgivable curse, a time traveler, so many identities. If he drinks too much and exposes any one of them, he will be sent to Azkaban prison to keep his mother company. It turned out that Alan had never been drunk. After all, life is more fragrant than alcohol, but that's a story for another day. Chapter 30. If you don't want to reveal your identity, leave now for the women's restroom in the auditorium. When Alan saw this note, he sobered up instantly. Then, the note burned itself and turned into ashes in the air. Exposing his identity is what Alan is most afraid of now. Although he had the courage to enter Azkaban, no, it was Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Azkaban prison, but facing the horror of being locked up in prison for a lifetime, Alan still felt sincere fear from the bottom of his heart. Although he looked calm and relaxed, it was actually just because he was a dull gourd and would not tell others how scared he was. Just to fight for that breath, just because I don't know the so-called curiosity, I came to such a dangerous place. To be honest, the right way is to use Sir Humphrey's donation to buy a house in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. No matter how kind Sir Humphrey is to him, he is not his real father, right? Well, Alan himself couldn't say it anymore, because Sir Humphrey was really good to him. After raising him over the years, it was impossible for Alan not to miss Sir Humphrey's love. But now when he saw this note late at night, Alan really felt a little scared and regretful. An airtight prison with dementors. But there is no way, people always have to face reality. In any case, the threat of this note was very real, and it was completely impossible for Alan to ignore it. Even if there is only a slight possibility of this, Alan must see what happens. After all, this is really a big deal. What's more, it's impossible for a person to ask valuable questions without knowing anything. To be able to hand him this note late at night, this person at least knows one of his identities that will put him in Azkaban. Alan secretly dressed and escaped from the Slytherin common room through the window. Without an invisibility cloak, Alan could only fly down from the window with a broomstick in fear. The invisibility cloak is the Deathly Hallows that only protagonists like Harry Potter can obtain in the first place. The invisibility potion can only be prepared by a potion master like Snape, not to mention that the potion materials are extremely precious. Alan could only sneak out secretly by himself. Once discovered and detained, Alan might not have time to go to the toilet mentioned in the note. At the same time, this was also a very suspicious behavior. Alan didn't even know if Dumbledore, who was silently monitoring the academy, was watching him. Now, everything escapes his control. Alan felt very flustered, and his heart was beating fast. Fortunately, the number 1 broom has been powerfully modified by Alan. Although it sacrificed speed, it gained great maneuverability. Alan can even control this broomstick to almost fly on the ground. This modified broom became Alan's life-saving straw, because when using this broom, there is no sound at all and not even footprints are left. Alan suspected that there might be magic attached to the ground in Hogwarts to monitor footprints. Despite the dire situation, Alan still managed to make his way to the toilet in an orderly manner despite the worst possible situation. Always understand the architectural structure of the place where you are. This is the memory left by Alan in his previous life, and it is also the teaching of his tutor, Sir James Bond. Although he knows many things that Sir 007 teaches, he is able to inspire himself in an unusual way. For example, how to behave when using high-tech means. This is something Alan has never experienced in his previous life. And his teachings came into play at this time. Although Alan did not have a high-tech doctor to design equipment for himself, he did have the same magic items to help him achieve his goals. Fly against the bottom corner of the house. This is one of the tricks James Bond taught Alan. The SCK-1024 high-tech item can help James Bond glide at ultra-low altitudes, just like a flying broomstick. This method can avoid surveillance, avoid leaving footprints, and avoid people's sight. Finally, it can also reach the destination in the fastest way and the shortest distance. It just requires precise route planning like a scalpel, which Jazz had taught him in the previous lessons, and Alan also learned it. Alan flew close to the outer corner of Hogwarts Castle. The Great Hall was located in the center of Hogwarts Castle. But even so, Alan had already passed through the corridor and reached the outer wall of the castle courtyard. From here, he could directly access the toilet next to the auditorium. However, Alan had a question that he had to think about clearly on the way. When was the identity exposed? Which level of identity was exposed? It was obvious that an enemy wanted to kill him. He can easily send notes to himself late at night, and his tentacles can reach into the back garden of Dumbledore, one of the most powerful wizards in the world, Hogwarts School. Clearly, this is a formidable enemy. But beyond that, Alan knew nothing. Only by understanding this, can Alan take targeted measures to protect himself and counterattack his strategy. But there are really too many people who meet this condition. The evil cult Old Star of the Deep Ones. Professor Quirrell, possessed by the Dark Lord. A super strong person who will be erased at the mention of his name. Political enemy of Sir Humphrey. The enemy may even come from the Kremlin and the White House. Alan doesn't even know who the enemy might be. If the identity he wants to reveal is a deep diver and what he prepares is an unspeakable one, then he will be sent to Azkaban if he makes a mistake in his preparation. But in this case, if you deal with it properly, you can hide your identity, or if he wants to reveal his dual identity, there is no room for compromise, so you can only kill him immediately, at all costs. Alan's eyes were shining with crazy light. Arrive. Alan tiptoed and took the broom into the toilet. A broomstick placed outside the toilet was unquestionable evidence. Even if he was discovered by Hogwarts, he would face a considerable degree of punishment. Alan must hide the broomstick well. If necessary, he will not hesitate to completely destroy the number 1 broomstick built with a lot of money. Alan's heart beat faster. The only good thing is that this heart rate does not affect his actions yet. Alan closed the door and locked it gently. There might be that guy in this room who knows his identity. If necessary, kill him at all costs. Transformed into a deep diver, or Avada Kedavra, Alan even carried a silenced pistol and a dagger. Sir James once told him that some CIA elite agents could even carry only a dagger. Clean up the Old Star and parasite mutant villages in Spain. However, Alan is still growing, so his dagger skills are probably just a trick. Alan originally thought that he would face extremely vicious enemies who would threaten him and force him to be their white glove. At his level of status, the soul-stealing curse was not safe, or it would be a wizard-level duel. The green light flew, and only one man survived the duel. Alan was very clear about this. A guy with his status, as an internal agent, is definitely a Little King-level good card. A student at Hogwarts and the son of Sir Humphrey. Even the Dark Lord, even people from the Kremlin, would only threaten themselves. As the saying goes, a pawn crossing a river is stronger than a car. Living spies are more useful than dead ones, but Alan knows that this kind of thing only happens 0 times or countless times. He has made up his mind to put an end to the enemy this time. Either you die or I die. Let you be the first victim of Avada Kedavra. But, to Alan's surprise, Alan thought that this place was full of dangers. I can only hear one girl. The sound of gentle sobbing. Chapter 31. The moment he heard the cry, Alan immediately thought of the next scene. He was trained to recognize the voice, which was obviously Hermione Granger, with whom he had spoken many words. Troll plot. Alan instantly thought of what was about to happen. When faced with a girl who is crying, the gentlemanly thing to do is to go directly over and comfort her. But now is not the time. Alan's heart was pounding due to the fear of his identity being exposed, and he was completely in no mood to comfort the girl. Alan knows, this paragraph is a key plot mentioned in the original book of Harry Potter. The villain, the Dark Lord, possesses a school teacher and tries to steal the treasure. To do this, trolls are released to try to attract people's attention. When Hermione was about to become a victim, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley stepped forward and gained Hermione's friendship. A 3-person team with the savior Harry Potter as the core was formally established. They will play an extremely important core role in future plots. But shouldn't this be what saviors should do? What does it have to do with deep divers? In any case, now that he has been involved in this whirlpool, he must solve the immediate trouble. With a dang sound, the toilet door closed automatically. Alan was not surprised by this. If he didn't create a secret room, how could the sneaky black hand behind it reveal his identity and reveal his foxtail? What about negotiating with yourself and letting yourself become a spy? But why did they let Hermione Granger come over? Be a witness, an observer? Alan opened the door, and sure enough, it was locked by magic and couldn't be opened. Very good, you can confirm that the enemy is very close to you. Could it be that the mastermind behind the scenes wanted to kill him? But whether it is a deep diver or a black magic user, they are completely able to kill such a scum that looks very powerful, but is actually golden on the outside and corrupt on the inside. Even eaten alive. If he knows any level of his identity, he shouldn't be unaware of this. If it is someone from the KGB, CIA, or even FAHE, or Old Star or other old day sect. If you want to negotiate with yourself secretly and make yourself a spy, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Could it be said that their purpose is not to make themselves spies, but to get rid of themselves? No matter what, as long as this rat dares to show up, even if he transforms into a deep diver and uses the unforgivable curse, it will be worth it. Alan's mentality was in a state of flux at this time. Done. As expected, as Alan expected, an ugly and bulky troll was hiding in the toilet. The mastermind behind the scenes released this terrifying monster after Alan got close. Alan was now able to completely confirm that this was a conspiracy against him, otherwise Hermione had been here before and would have been killed long ago. It broke the toilet wall with one punch and rushed towards Hermione in the other toilet. The troll had been hiding in the toilet before, and there was no way to tell if there was anyone in the toilet. But now it rushed straight towards the small house where Hermione was. It seemed that it had the ability of a third eye type. Alan judged. A person can only rely on two eyes to observe objects, but some animals can locate enemies and launch attacks by relying not only on two eyes. Some rely on their strong sense of smell, some rely on their powerful hearing, and some creatures can even use their bodies to use infrared induction to lock on. The ancient strong men were even able to use their mind's eye to lock on to their enemies, making them completely invulnerable. If you run away, all attacks will be detected and predicted. In any case, Alan couldn't watch Hermione die, at least he couldn't let her die so easily. Alan glanced at the ceiling, estimated the height and distance of the troll, and thought of the heavily gold-made magic props he used to sneak over. In just a moment, he made up his mind and prepared to try. Alan was not idle when he was just thinking. He came to Hermione's small room as early as the troll rushed out. When the troll banged open the door with a doan sound, Alan also stepped forward and kicked open the door of Hermione's toilet. The door panel fell down with a clang, and Alan grabbed the door panel. He didn't want Hermione to be knocked unconscious by him, or even be killed by the door panel. Because when a person faints, it is difficult for him to judge whether she has seen something he shouldn't have seen. The act of kicking the door may not seem gentlemanly, but as the saying goes, a big act does not take care of small details, and a big courtesy does not refuse small concessions. Compared with his own freedom in Hermione's life, this small detail of behavior is insignificant. If the enemy knows your identity, then the other third-party observer had better be completely within your control. Otherwise, it is easy for unpredictable changes to occur. For example, observe whether she heard or saw any information that she should not know. Perhaps it would be a better choice to kill Hermione Granger directly, or to kill someone with the help of a troll, but a gentleman from a noble family would obviously not choose this. Even if there is a 10th chance, we must save the beautiful lady. This is one of the chivalry. Alan has received this kind of education for 10 years and naturally practices it personally. But he suddenly remembered. In the Middle Ages, beautiful ladies were not as popular with knights as married women. At this moment, Hermione's voice interrupted his random thoughts. Ah! Hermione screamed in fear. There was uncontrollable horror on her beautiful face. She was just bullied and secretly cried in the toilet. Why did such a terrible thing happen to her? Oh, God! She felt that there was something unspeakably evil about this Alan Appleby, and he was indeed a bad guy. Hermione swore this scene was like the horror movie The Shining Sheet scene. Alan's face was also a little embarrassed, and also scared to death, but he still forced a gentle smile. I'm so sorry, Miss Granger. But there's no time to explain now. Dang dang. Alan took out his broomstick from behind. What are you doing? Help! Hermione shouted in fear, tears about to come out. You screamed for help at the right time. Alan raised his eyebrows, pulled Hermione to the front of the broom, and sat behind him. But now we're taking off. Alan's voice became louder. Broom number 1 shot straight to the roof like an arrow from the string. Hermione Granger turned pale with fear. But after only a few seconds, she understood what was happening. A giant monster smashed the toilet they were just in with one punch. If Alan had been slower just now, or if he hadn't come, he might have been punched to death by the troll. Only then did Hermione realize how dangerous it was just now. Her heart was frightened and it was beating hard. She didn't know who was beating faster than Alan. But unlike romance novels or normal legends, the reason for their heartbeats is not because of each other. The troll beat his chest angrily and jumped up and down like a dancer. The prey that was obtained actually flew away. Ah! The troll roared angrily. The troll didn't think about anything, but Alan was judging and analyzing based on the situation at the scene. Who is the person who wants to kill him? At present, it seems that this is definitely not a situation for negotiation. Instead, it is a deadly, fatal killing array. But it is really difficult to determine who the murderer is. Because he, Alan Appleby, as the son of the standing undersecretary and the successor of the dark bloodline, will be a thorn in the eyes and flesh of many people as long as he exists for one day. But even so, in the current situation, you must figure out who is harming you, otherwise you will definitely fail. Alan's brain was calculating rapidly, and he quickly observed the toilet while the troll was jumping around. He is such a great hero. He saved me from such a dangerous place. Hermione was frightened, but couldn't help but feel a little grateful. Chapter 32. Who will the enemy be? Alan believes that judging from the current information, it is completely impossible to know his true identity. The biggest problem is not knowing whether the enemy wants to kill you or reveal your identity. If you don't understand this, blindly taking action is asking for death. But Alan thinks he will know soon. Just because Alan knew that this person was looking at him right now. Sure enough, not even 2 seconds after Alan flew in the sky, the enemy's countermeasures came. And Alan doesn't even know who his enemy is now. Broomstick number 1 seems to have lost control and lost Alan's control. It broke away from Alan's control and fell on its own, trying to knock Alan into the wall, so that Alan and Hermione would fall down and fall into the giant monster's bloody mouth. At such a fast speed and hitting the wall, Hermione was so frightened that she screamed again. But Alan remained calm and composed. In fact, this was because the broom was custom designed by him. As mentioned before, because Alan is afraid of pain and does not want to fall from the sky and break his bones, broom number 1 regards safety rather than speed as the primary control factor. Therefore, even if Alan falls headfirst at a speed that exceeds free fall, he will not fall to his death. The flying broom can automatically hover 2 meters above the ground, and will fall to the ground when Alan gives the next command. In the same way, broom number 1 will not hit the ceiling. It can automatically detect large areas of flat hard objects, such as walls and floors, and automatically avoid them. At the same time, it also adds the restricted speed to determine the enemy's intentions. Doomed to become a bubble. Broom number 1 hovers firmly 1 meter away from the ceiling. No matter how the broom shakes and is controlled by the mysterious enemy, it will never hit Alan's head. At this time, Hermione recovered from the shock and fear, and mobilized her smart brain. Someone wants to take control of your flying broom. Hermione's voice was a little trembling, but this did not prevent her calm mind from continuing to think. Alan glanced at Hermione in surprise. He really didn't expect her to think of it so quickly. Wasn't she a child who had just entered school? Is the protagonist's halo so powerful? But Hermione was sitting in front of him and couldn't see his eyes. Yes. Alan replied simply. It must be Professor Snape. That old bastard was going to frame Harry Potter at Quidditch. When Harry was hurt by Snape, he shook like your broomstick. Exactly the same. We also burned. Alan behind him was in no mood to listen. Could it be that Professor Zillow wanted to kill him? Alan was in disbelief at this. Alan, who has watched Harry Potter, has no intention of showing off his achievements to children who don't know the truth. He knows that the man behind what Hermione just said is the stuttering defense against the dark arts art teacher Professor Zillow. The Dark Lord was possessing him. Great, now I know who the person who wants to harm me is. An improvement over before. But what are his motives? There is no intersection between Professor Quirrell and himself? In the defense against the dark arts class, Alan was careful and never spoke, just like ordinary classmates. Lest the Dark Lord notice him. In this case, the possibility of Professor Zillow remembering his name is very small. In fact, Alan's previous list of Zillow was just to make up the numbers. Even if the KGB comes to kill him, it is more likely. The most important thing is, Professor Quirrell has no motive to harm himself. He wants his magic stone, and I walk on my single plank bridge. Is it a penny relationship with him? Alan thought in disbelief. From an economic point of view, as a rational person, I have absolutely no connection with the Dark Lord. Harry Potter has his own protective headmaster Dumbledore to protect him, but there is no need for him to step in for him. If I didn't want to help Harry Potter, why would I be bothered by him? Come to kill yourself out of nowhere? There is a more important question. How did Professor Quirrell learn one of his identities? Which identity was exposed? If only I only had the blood of a deep diver, or could only know the unforgivable curse. Alan couldn't help but think at this time. But Alan knew that if the opponent was the Dark Lord, except for cowboy duel spells such as Avada Kedavra, there would be no chance of surviving from his hands. Damn it, if I had known that it was him and not the KGB, CIA, Lao Xing and other guys who could reason and negotiate terms, I would have rushed directly to my father, Sir Humphrey, and asked him to take care of you. But Avada Kedavra is fair game for everyone. The Dark Lord may not necessarily want to kill him completely, otherwise he would have been hit by the green light and died the moment he entered the toilet. Alan confirmed it from the situation just now. While Alan was thinking, time was also running at the same time. Realizing that this plan was unsuccessful, the Dark Lord made another move. Forbidden Air Curse. Alan didn't see where the enemy was, nor heard the sound. Alan could only find in shock that broom number 1 instantly lost the ability to fly and turned into a broken piece of wood. It's over. The ceiling is so high that even the giant monster can't reach it even if it jumps. If you fall from here, you will die or be disabled. At least you will completely lose the ability to move or resist. Become food for your trolls. Cannot be like this. Only then did he realize how powerful the real wizard was. No need to show up, no need to speak out. All it takes is a simple message and a simple game. You can kill people invisible. Alan couldn't even completely confirm that the enemy was Zillow. He desperately controlled the broomstick to fly to the other side of the toilet, causing it to fall off the other side and fall to the ground. At least not fall directly into the troll's mouth, right? It hurts. The ceiling is so high that even a giant monster can't reach it even if it jumps. Therefore, it is more painful to fall. At this height, with their butts on the ground, Alan and Hermione should have fractured their spines and lost their ability to move. But Alan found that he could still move, but the pain was excruciating. Hermione was covered in sweat and fell to the ground leaning against the wall, unable to move. She knew there was no room for procrastination now. Wingardium Leviosa. She repeated the spell she had just used, telling Alan what she had just done. In a fatal danger, Hermione also broke through herself. She had just absorbed a large amount of magic power from the forbidden air flying broom and released a powerful version of the levitation spell. But absorbing magic power that exceeds the limit of one's own strength will inevitably lead to backlash. Hermione watched weakly as her fingers softened little by little and turned into octopus tentacles. Just looking at it gave me a twisted sense of horror. This is terrible, no wonder it's a restricted book. But fortunately, the spell model was successfully made in one go. Hermione thought happily. But in this way, Alan will at least have a chance to escape, right? Although the giant monster is blocking the door. Run quickly. Stay away from me. Hermione looked at her mutated fingers in fear. Little by little, her arms began to twist in a spiral. No one told me anything like this before I went to Hogwarts. She said softly, looking at her hands. If I'm going to die, at least one more person can run away, right? She whispered helplessly. She felt like her life force was draining away. All of this happened in an instant. Hermione had no time to consider the consequences of releasing the spell beyond the level, nor did she have time to consider the consequences of absorbing a large amount of magic power and directly using a spell model that had never been built before. When disaster strikes, there is no time to think about this. However, she still had some magic power left, enough for a levitation spell. But this time, the gentle spell carries burning power and strong will. Wingardium Leviosa. The giant roared and rushed over, with unparalleled momentum and terrifying pressure. But it was too late for Hermione to be scared. She controlled Alan to draw a circle in the sky and fell to the door. The troll completely smashed the door just now. For the two of them, this is the door of escape. Here is the hope of life. There was no time to communicate or even say a few words. There was no time to communicate, or even to talk about countermeasures, and then say goodbye. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Alan's mouth opened wide. He hated himself for not learning the levitation technique properly. At this time, the hate charge of Avada's Kedavra was fully charged, and the black flames in his eyes were burning. The mutation happened too fast, and now, Hermione's two calves have turned into spiral tentacles. Her legs squirmed as if they were made of countless disgusting worms instead of animal cells. Every worm has its own life. Hermione no longer had the extra thinking ability to think about death. She calmly, looked at the approaching troll. Prepare to meet your own death. I never expected that although the magical world is wonderful, it is also so dangerous. She has discovered that even if she escapes from the troll, this change alone is enough to kill her. The troll had already run up to Hermione, opening its huge mouth, ready to swallow all the worms and tentacles. Just one bite and it's all over. Hermione closed her eyes. Close your eyes and don't open them no matter what happens. Alan, who was supposed to run away and disappear, reappeared in front of Hermione in the blink of an eye. There was deep helplessness on his face. Want to know who I am? As you wish. He stared into Hermione's eyes with more seriousness than ever before, and even a hint of pleading. Please don't open your eyes. I beg you. Please. Alan emphasized again, his tone unprecedentedly sincere when facing the person who just saved his life. Hermione had been picked up by him, avoiding the troll, and they escaped into another compartment that could block their view. He covered Hermione's eyes. Troll, Zi Luo, identity, forbidden space. Right now, all of this. Alan has already reasoned everything clearly. Now, he stared indifferently at the angry monster. To him, this monster was as huge as a mountain. However, when the truth was found out, this giant monster was nothing more than... It's just scum. Alan raised his wand. Chapter 33. Things are so long and difficult to brew, but the most critical moments are often so short. Just like fireworks, bright and short-lived. Only a moment of memory remains, and then nothing remains. Avada eats a big melon. Alan waved his wand coldly. Malicious charging was completed, and a green light flashed. Just like a shot into the brain stem, the troll died instantly. Spike. The unforgivable curse, the death curse, can permanently expel the human soul from the human body. From a human perspective, this is complete death. Even if it is a firearm, if one shot hits a person, there may be a chance to say something or even show one's last act of bravery, but the killing curse is a sniper rifle fired instantly. A flash of light hit the giant monster. The troll dies. It's that simple. How to lock on the enemy? Look at it from motivation, test it from action, and judge it from evidence. Eliminate all impossible options, and the last one left is the correct answer. Although maybe the answer itself is a pseudo-concept. Who will the enemy be? As analyzed before, if the enemy's attack instructions come from the Kremlin or the White House, then the value of the living self is much higher than the dead self, and the value of a hostage is much higher than that of a dead person. If intelligence and even decision-making power are not important, then the 5 unmarried characters from Cambridge will have a new life. What is the value of a living Alan Appleby? At least he could get enough secrets from a permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic, and even snowball into gaining his allegiance. You know, the selection of civil servants is not the same as that of politicians. A permanent undersecretary bureaucrat like Sir Humphrey is called a civil servant in the UK and a deep state in the United States. The simplest, most rigid and effective way to get stuck is 2 things. One must be our people and must be reliable enough. Oh no fizz. 2 must come from a sufficiently reliable school and obtain a second-class first-class degree or above. Family background and education, double threshold. This is why the lurking of the Cambridge 5 shocked the world. And if Alan can catch Humphrey, he can pull Humphrey into the water. This is what a normal rational person would do. As long as his interest lies in letting Sir Humphrey serve as a spy, he cannot escape this path, no matter what specific methods he uses. And if you kill Alan, you can only get the hatred of a permanent undersecretary. Arousing the vigilance of Hogwarts and making the next lurking more difficult would be harmful but useless. Alan even believed that even if the talks broke down in the end, they wouldn't be killed in a fight. However, that is not what the enemy does. In any case, this is definitely not a way to negotiate. At least the negotiations won't start with a giant monster coming out to kill people. Even if the door opened and he could escape, the mastermind behind the scenes had no intention of coming forward to negotiate. So, inferring from the analysis just now, the enemy can never be an organization like the KGB, CIA, or Lao Xing. The enemy's purpose can only be to kill himself. However, new problems will arise when inferring this way. If the enemy's purpose is just to kill him, just send the note directly into the lounge. Judging by his ability to silently use a large area air ban spell from a long distance. If he wanted to simply kill Alan, then he had too many opportunities. If he could command a troll, couldn't he use Avada's Kedavra? As long as this person has the slightest malicious intention to act on his own, then Alan has no reason to survive at present. So what exactly does the enemy want? What do they want? He didn't want to die cleanly, nor did he want to negotiate with him openly. Then, their purpose can only be: put yourself in a superposition state of neither life nor death, choose a good way to die for yourself. So this brings us back to the original question. How did Professor Quirrell learn about Alan's identity? Whether it was the deep diver or the unforgivable curse, they were all planned by Sir Humphrey himself. With his intelligence, all this must be foolproof, leaving no loopholes and leaving no one to know. Even if someone knows, there is a high probability that they will be sent to the EEC by occluded brains to live in peace and quiet, without a chance to leak the secret. So how did the enemy know Alan's identity? If you can deduce the path, you can follow the clues and lock the identity of the enemy. And as long as the identity of the enemy can be locked, you can completely figure out what identity you have exposed. This situation can be solved. Then, there is only one last question left. Professor Zillow, how did you learn the true identity of Alan Appleby? You know, Professor Quirrell and Alan have nothing to do with each other. But the moment he flew to the door, Alan thought clearly. That was when I had just finished buying it in Diagon Alley. Sir Humphrey is complaining about Hagrid, doing things inappropriately and unethically, and complaining about Dumbledore being partial. Then the original plan to go back together fell through, and Alan had to go to Malfoy Manor to stay. What was Hagrid doing? According to the records in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Hagrid was taking the Philosopher's Stone at that time. And the Philosopher's Stone is Professor Quirrell's real goal. And Sir Humphrey is the searcher responsible for this project. In other words, although he had no contact with Professor Quirrell, he even deliberately avoided it. But Sir Humphrey has enough connections with Professor Quirrell, this connection is even enough for Professor Quirrell to specifically target him. Understanding Professor Quirrell's motives is only the beginning, and the fatal question has not yet been resolved. Channel. We have never figured out how Zillow figured out one of Alan's secret identities. The identity of Deep Diver all happened in Alan's hometown. Alan almost never used it, only used it once before when he was in the sea. Everyone who knew about this matter has been eliminated. As mentioned before, clear the memory of this period, then raise your salary and send it abroad. Never come back. Only sects that rely on Old Star to worship the old days can obtain their own identity through divine revelation. But they have been ruled out before. The deep divers can sense the breath of nearby creatures, and no one else except Dumbledore and the worshippers of the past can know. Then, it can only be the leak of the unforgivable curse. There is another key question. Why is Hermione Granger here? This third-party observer appears in this dangerous place. Is it Professor Zillow's conspiracy or a coincidence? Chapter 34. Just when Alan used the unforgivable death curse and was bound to be imprisoned in Azkaban. When it comes to getting rid of this powerful troll. Outside the door, there was a burst of noisy footsteps. Just like the smoke reaction when using a firearm, the use of the unforgivable curse will leave traces and clues. Before modern times, there was no magic that could directly hit the soul and deprive life as quickly as the Avatar curse. Therefore, the victim of the death curse has no external injuries and the situation of losing his soul is extremely obvious. All it takes is a simple psychic spell to discover that the troll's soul has been destroyed. Alan's identity as a dark magic user is about to be discovered. Alan Appleby is facing a desperate situation. However, it seems that he is still worried that his identity is not exposed thoroughly enough. Scales began to grow on Alan Appleby's body, and his face looked ugly and ferocious. His skin started to stink. Just looking at it makes people feel harmful to health and full of evil radiation. It was indescribable, weird, and vague, far different from the terrifying appearance. This is different from the distortion and mutation that occurred in Hermione. The twisted worms and tentacles on Hermione's body are just parasites on her body, but are unique lives in their own right. Just like the rose that burst out from the heart and spurted thick water out of Alan's chest, when people see Hermione, they can only feel pity, pain, sadness, and sorrow. I wish she could immediately change back to her original self. However, the mutated gills and muscles on Alan's body, as well as the terrifying and unspeakable temperament, can make humans fear from the depths of their genes. Alan himself is becoming a brand new species. It will only make people feel threatened, it must be eliminated immediately. Alan seemed unaware of the changes in the outside world. Deep Diver, plus the unforgivable curse. No matter which one, they are sentenced to life in Azkaban. Deep ones, as enemies of mankind, will be sent directly to Azkaban prison without even being tried. But Alan didn't waver at all, he even knew that Professor Quirrell, or the Dark Lord, was looking at him. But Alan didn't hesitate at all. The green pupils drew circles irregularly, having entered the rapid eye movement stage, but still awake. His pale green skin looked like that of a starving man who had suffered from malnutrition for several years. His blue gills, which were not human at all, breathed out a desperate breath. Alan slowly stretched out his scaly, destructive hand towards the remnants of the troll. Why did Alan do this? This is obviously asking for death. This continues from the conclusion of the previous chapter. While Alan was still thinking and acting, time was still running. Although this is a pity to say, Alan Arnold Appleby, as the favored one of Nyarlathotep, the darling of time, the son of the standing secretary, and the heir of the dark blood, has many dangerous identities. Dangerous person. But they don't have one of the most powerful skills of most time travelers: time-stop commentary. Many time travelers are able to temporarily pause time, thereby enabling the time-stop commentary mode. Although they cannot move during this period, they can allow their minds to operate infinitely. In the time-stop commentary mode, the time traveler can still continue to think when others are unable to think. This gives them much more thinking time than ordinary people and allows them to come up with relatively foolproof countermeasures. Unfortunately, Alan Appleby does not have this ability. While he was thinking, everyone in the world was moving and doing their own thing. What a pity, it seems that he was not favored enough by fate. Alan had previously thought about whether Hermione came here by accident or was part of the enemy's plan. In fact, the reason for this problem is very obvious: Hermione is undoubtedly part of the Dark Lord banner. Assume that Professor Quirrell, also known as the Dark Lord, is possessed by Professor Quirrell and does not want Hermione to be here. Judging from various previous behaviors, the Dark Lord has been monitoring his every move. So if he doesn't want Hermione here, he has plenty of opportunities to kill Hermione directly before he comes here. All it takes is a green light and everything is solved. So now all Alan sees is a corpse. So, why is Hermione here? In other words, why was Hermione arranged to come here at this time? This is the key to solving the puzzle. Professor Zillow is just a teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Even the Dark Lord, in today's magic world, as long as he is not resurrected, he is still a thing of yesterday, and even like himself, he cannot show his face at all. So, how could Professor Ziro and the Dark Lord know that they had practiced the unforgivable curse? Can you also arrange things in the Gryffindor and Slytherin lounges at the same time? The energy exposed here. It is definitely not something that the Dark Lord who is now in trouble can get. In other words, besides the Dark Lord, there is someone else behind this incident. Although Alan did not see the Dark Lord, just knowing that he could see himself was enough information. Thinking about this level, put the two clues together. It will be very convenient to think about it next. So, who is the person who cooperates with the Dark Lord and wants to kill him? Then we will start matching based on the previous information. If the inferences based on the previous information are correct, then we can exclude the KGB and CIA, and we can also exclude the super strong man, because he only needs one sentence to kill us. At the same time, we can also exclude the old star waiting for the worshippers of the past. We can even be sure that Professor Quirrell is just one of them. Then, there is only one possibility left. These people must have enough energy to arrange disputes in the dormitories of Britain's most elite magic school. At the same time, they must also be capable enough to know everything that happens in Hogwarts, even secrets within secrets such as the unforgivable curse that they are learning. At the same time, they must also learn the true identity of Professor Quirrell, gain his trust, and reach a deal with him. Professor Quirrell didn't know that Sir Humphrey was the key searcher to track down the Philosopher's Stone. Therefore, Professor Quirrell and the Dark Lord appeared and framed him. Even though he had no interaction with him, with such painstaking calculations, only probably for Sir Humphrey. Finally, they must be able to learn this key information without being cleared by Sir Humphrey. Those who meet these four restrictions at the same time, even if there is no list, can only be one type of person. Not just what was said before, Sir Humphrey's political enemies. It's more about the people around Humphrey. It was the trusted person around his father who wanted to get rid of him. You only need to think about yourself as the biggest beneficiary of learning the unforgivable curse and you will be able to confirm this inference. Being sent to Azkaban was just the first step. Later, there will be vicious plots one after another that will attack his father. If he is discovered using Avada Kedavra, then Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic will inevitably investigate who taught Alan Appleby the unforgivable curse. If no one knew about this, no one would find out. But if we extrapolate from the results, Professor Snape would not be able to explain it even if he had 10 legs and 2 mouths. Finally, the clue must lead to Sir Humphrey. So why did Professor Quirrell and the Dark Lord get involved? It's simple, Sir Humphrey is the key figure in the search for the Philosopher's Stone. If the most powerful searcher is also sent to prison, then if Professor Quirrell can get the Philosopher's Stone, he can escape completely without being traced by anyone, and maybe he can find a perfect way to resurrect the Dark Lord. Calculated in this way, the result is very clear. Someone close to Sir Humphrey betrayed Sir Humphrey's trust and revealed to the Dark Lord that he was the searcher searching for the Dark Lord. He also used Sir Humphrey's relationship to learn the unforgivable curse. Set up a trap where you have to use the unforgivable curse to escape no matter what. Finally, the justice team at Hogwarts will find themselves learning the unforgivable curse. Just investigate Hermione's memory and find that you asked her to close her eyes, that's enough. This way, the Dark Lord won't show up and the traitor won't be discovered. Only Alan Appleby and Humphrey Appleby will be targeted and sent to Azkaban. At the same time, as the person who taught the unforgivable curse, Professor Snape will at least be suspended. In this way, the way has been made for this very energetic person in Hogwarts. What a foolproof strategy! However, the reason why he discovered the unforgivable curse was due to the smoke reaction of the unforgivable curse. The troll will only lose its soul but not its body. Just finding this out was enough to prove that he had learned the unforgivable curse. But what if you directly expose another layer of your identity? As the saying goes, put yourself to death and live again. Alan directly transformed into a deep diver and completely destroyed the giant monster's body. In this way, let alone the unforgivable curse, how the troll died cannot be investigated. Because there is nothing left. If we can't win the chess game, why not overturn the table? Deep diver Alan directly tore the giant monster into pieces. The scene was full of blood and flesh. However, wouldn't this reveal his identity as a deep diver? Of course it will be exposed. This is exactly what Alan wanted to do. A disciple of the unforgivable curse whose identity is bound to be exposed will be sent to Azkaban. But a deep diver who destroyed all evidence learned the unforgivable curse and was able to escape. Because no one will believe the former accusation. But for the latter accusation, since there is no evidence, what he says is what he says. Just blame it all on Professor Quirrell, the Dark Lord. Help me clean up the battlefield. Otherwise, I will say that these are all done by Professor Quirrell, you Dark Lord. Alan, speaking softly, decided to show his cards to the Dark Lord. Although his voice was not loud, he knew that the Dark Lord had been monitoring him closely. He must be able to hear it. Professor Quirrell, the Dark Lord didn't even show up at all. As one of the most powerful wizards in the world, the Dark Lord is extremely powerful, more powerful than Alan can imagine. In just a moment, the corpse of the giant monster and the many bloodstains on the scene suddenly disappear completely. Even the destroyed partitions were given a new look. Professor Quirrell didn't even say a word. As a teacher of defense against the dark arts, he and Alan will have a lot of time to continue communicating in the future. The days are long. Alan said softly, reading the message silently left by the Dark Lord. However, the Dark Lord also knew that Alan could directly report Professor Quirrell. Miss Hermione Granger, who had almost transformed into worms and tentacles, turned back into a cute little girl again. And Alan also transformed from a terrifying deep diver back to a normal human being. The Dark Lord left a favor, he thought. Judging from the previous reaction of Alan Appleby, there is a high probability that he will not report himself after doing this. The Dark Lord guessed correctly. However, Alan, who had solved the fatal problem, had a grimace. Time was too tight just now, the transformation was too hasty, and the clothes were worn out. At this moment, Filch, leading a group of Hogwarts professors, kicked open the door to recovery. Chapter 35. These people are coming in. Hogwarts professors. However, there is one thing that needs to be done before they come. Imperial Soul Curse. The battle is over, but Alan's wand is pointed at his teammates. Hermione just saved herself. Alan ruthlessly released the unforgivable curse. His eyes revealed compassion, but his hands showed no mercy. If you want to protect yourself, now is the best chance. If he misses this opportunity, his life, Sir Humphrey's name, the lives of his whole family, his purpose of coming to Hogwarts, and the happiness to be pursued may all collapse. Alan can't afford to gamble. He can only do this. Hermione's eyes were still closed, fearful but peaceful. She felt that the abnormality in her body had disappeared. This is the unforgivable curse, but Alan must do it. Because Ellen really couldn't confirm whether she saw herself transform into a deep diver. If she saw it, then she might leak the secret. Even if she risked her life to save herself before. Human nature is unreliable. The only one you can rely on is yourself. The mountain is falling, you have to rely on everyone, you can only rely on yourself. It is human nature to betray, and it is human nature to be betrayed. What if she knew she was a deep diver? She may not know what a deep diver is yet, but this is always a time bomb. What's more, even if she doesn't want to reveal the secret, in the magical world, there are many spells that can directly penetrate the soul. Just like the soul-stealing curse he is using. If it was just him, Alan might be able to take a gamble. But, he is not alone. Alan was struggling in his heart. His expression was ferocious, far more exciting than when he was killing the giant monster. Alan, I really can't afford to gamble. But if you can't afford to gamble, just don't gamble at all. Now that this is the case, let the plot go away. Imperial Soul Curse. Alan must race against time. He prayed to heaven that Miss Hermione Granger complied with his request and listened to his advice. Otherwise, if she opened her eyes and saw her mutated self, even if she had just been saved, Alan would not be able to survive. She must be put to death. Because this is the last chance. Once she is included in the protection of the professors at Hogwarts, she will never have a chance to protect herself. From now on, there will never be such a good opportunity for a student to die in Hogwarts. This is lurking. Latent has no tolerance for mercy. Alan was a little helpless. But he heard the footsteps of the professors approaching, and Hermione opened her eyes in confusion. She had lost her will, was controlled by the imperious curse, and could only unconditionally accept everything Alan ordered. Alan has never been more grateful for the invention of the imperious curse than now. This is so convenient. Otherwise, in order to keep it secret, even if he doesn't want to, he can only use that green light again. Alan had already formulated the question, it was very simple, and he had enough time to ask it before they arrived. There is only one sentence. Have you opened your eyes? If she opens her eyes, even if it's just one, Alan must kill her. Alan's eyes were red, and his inner emotions were almost in a state of collapse and madness. It was hard for him to accept killing the person who had just helped him. The whisper of the ancient god came again. This is a sign of mental instability. No. No. It was only a simple sentence, but Alan was completely relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. The blood-red eyes also turned back to blue. He leaned against the wall weakly. He was too nervous and the pressure of transformation made him unable to stand firmly. What would happen if Hermione answered yes? Alan himself didn't know. He would not make such a worthless assumption, and he himself had no idea what he would do. Show mercy? Or distortion? Or act coldly? No one knows. Solved. The crisis was finally resolved. Alan felt the cold wall, but life was rekindled in his heart. However, as readers, we still have one last doubt that remains unresolved. As a third-party observer, although Hermione closed her eyes, she could hear the sound. Even if she doesn't know it now, she will understand it when she hears the word Savada eats a big melon in the future. As early as this time, when Alan had just entered the first year of the Wizarding Academy, he had learned the unforgivable curse. So why not kill Hermione? Why does Alan only care about whether Hermione opened her eyes? If we say that in order to keep the identity of the deep diver confidential, Hermione must be killed, then wouldn't the Unforgiven also be sent to Azkaban? Why is there such a big difference between the two? Actually, the answer is very simple. Those who steal hooks will be punished, and those who steal the country will be martyred. Zhuangzi. On the one hand, using the unforgivable curse is not actually a capital offense. Even Snape has studied, but he is a hot candidate for the principalship of Hogwarts. What is relatively serious is being caught using the unforgivable curse. Sir Humphrey once said, "Government does not care about good and evil, only about order and chaos." Even if Britain sells firearms to unscrupulous businessmen, as long as it is not discovered, it is not a problem at all. Even if everyone knows that in this situation where black magic is on the streets, he still uses black magic without permission and is caught. If he is not a complete idiot, he must have been tricked. But even if everyone knew it, it would be of no use. This is the law. What's more serious than being discovered using the unforgivable curse is, the identity of the deep diver is discovered. Even if it is the same as Azkaban, lifelong punishment, there is a huge difference. One of the most significant differences is, even the unforgivable will be tried and convicted in court and then transported. However, deep divers will be escorted directly to the Azkaban prison without any conviction, without any chance of parole. I can only stay there silently until the end of time, accompanied by the Dementors. Finally, in simple terms, even the use of the unforgivable curse can be forgiven. The real unforgivable people are deep divers. The use of Avada Kedavra was actually Alan's suspicion formation. Because if you directly transform into a deep diver, you won't be able to give Hermione an explanation. Use the unforgivable curse to guide third-party observers, and use the deep diver transformation to destroy evidence to threaten the Dark Lord and destroy his connection with the traitor. Finally, he used the Imperious Curse on Hermione to test whether she had seen her most secret identity. This is what Alan thinks is the perfect layout. Eliminate the risk of identity exposure yourself. Saved Hermione's life. Uncovering the traitor around his father. And the Dark Lord's plan failed. Perfect. After a while, Alan went to notify Sir Humphrey and find out the traitor. He won't have the chance to betray himself again. Finally, Filch happily opened the door to the room. But what I see in front of me is not evidence of the use of the unforgivable curse. Instead, they were two children in ragged clothes and low spirits, staying in a small cubicle together late at night. Chapter 36. In any case, at least the current hurdle is over, Alan Appleby thought to himself. Alan can no longer remember how he was taught a lesson later. The old god destroys his memory when excited. Two children, dressed in rags, were caught in a cubicle late at night. Now Alan Appleby is famous. He became the most famous playboy and asshole in the mouth of Hogwarts teachers. Fortunately, children are trapped in the common rooms of major colleges, so among children, Alan has not yet died socially, but Alan has become an unpleasant presence among teachers. He started doing bad things, and he was even secretly called the person with the potential of the new Dark Lord at some point. No one dares to say it directly, but after all, the human heart is made of flesh. How they scolded Alan behind his back, the father and son didn't know. Hermione was already trapped under the Imperious Curse and temporarily lost consciousness, so she was just a poor victim. As mentioned above, this news can only be suppressed with force. After all, it involves the famous knight, the popular Sir Humphrey Appleby, and the poor girl Hermione Granger. As mentioned above, as I said, she is just a pawn with no foundation in the magic world. Even if she is a victim, she can only close her mouth and swallow the bitter pill. After all, nothing really happened. Even if something happens, it can only become a headless case. This is the power of the magical world. The reputation is bad, but this is part of the anxious Alan's plan. A ridiculous young man would only be deducted points, confined, and then beaten by Sir Humphrey. However, an unforgiven will be expelled from Hogwarts. And a deep diver will definitely be sent to Azkaban and will never be able to stand up again. Even if he is just a kid. Hermione, who knew the truth, followed Alan's request and said nothing. All the truth is buried. It's like nothing happened. In any case, comedies are always less exciting than disaster movies and horror movies. This is what Alan said to Hermione. However, Hermione looked at this mysterious Alan even more differently after that, and Alan couldn't stand up to Hermione, who sacrificed his life to save his own life. But that's a story for another day. I see. Under the candlelight, the eyes of Sir Humphrey Appleby, who originally looked at his ridiculous son with a half-smile, looked particularly cold at this moment, even though the smile on his face was so warm. But Alan knew that he was already angry. On the night he was caught by the professors, Sir Humphrey met with Alan in the name of educating his son. Alan only needed to reveal a few details. What a fine person Sir Humphrey was. It only took a moment for Sir Humphrey to figure it all out. He looked at his son with admiration and joy in his eyes. Excellent. This is really excellent. What a great job. My son is awesome. That's about it. Under the guise of raising a ridiculous son who fails to live up to expectations, Alan finally found a chance to meet Sir Humphrey Appleby. You know, Sir Humphrey, who is now burdened with important responsibilities, would have never been able to meet Alan. They can only communicate through letters. But as I said before, the big man who transcends the world can detect people all over the world who think about his true name, and immediately kill them from thousands of miles away. Once you write it in a letter, you will definitely die. But Alan wanted Sir Humphrey to know about it. Know how terrifying the enemy you face is. Therefore, this news can only be revealed through interviews. Hint it. Moreover, there is another extremely important thing, that is, there is a traitor next to my father. Because of this, Alan had to bear this ridiculous reputation. The small reputation, compared to Sir Humphrey's name, Alan abandoned it like worn-out shoes. Catching the traitor is very simple. As soon as it was discovered, the matter of learning the unforgivable curse by oneself was discovered and leaked. The discovery of the leak itself was enough to expose the traitor. No proof is even needed. Catching traitors is difficult. Because they often hold key information, once they take action, it will be a sure kill. Even the great anti-Japanese hero General Yang died at the hands of villains. If Alan hadn't been smart enough and understood the plot, there would have been no prediction. If Alan is not a deep one except for Avada Kedavra. If Miss Hermione Granger hadn't sacrificed her life to save others. Then Sir Humphrey and Alan will never escape this disaster. But precisely because of this, as long as you escape, it is extremely simple to catch the traitor. Apart from Alan and Sir Humphrey, no more than 3 people may have known about such a confidential matter. Coupled with the huge influence in Hogwarts, there is only one person left. Dolores Umbridge. Sir Humphrey's cold voice rang out. As a gentleman, to most people, including despicable collaborators, as well as honorable opponents. Even if you win, you will give the other party a decent way to step down, allowing him to enjoy glory and wealth, he will just lose his rights. Just like Diary Brando invited by Sir Humphrey before, even if he is notorious, even if he is a catfish that stimulates Alan. Sir Humphrey's arrangement for him was just to kick him far away to the EEC and never come back again. However, this definitely does not include betrayers. The despicable traitors must get a punishment that matches their virtue. At the same time, you must be ruthless. After all, they know too many secrets that they shouldn't know, and at the same time they don't know how to keep their mouths shut. Sir Humphrey was thinking about how to deal with this guy. And Alan also woke up from a dream. It turned out to be her. Only then did Alan think of this person. The special envoy of the Ministry of Magic in the original Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, she later became the de facto headmaster of Hogwarts. High position and authority. However, he was later forced to flee in embarrassment by the counterattack of Hogwarts forces. Alan remembers that it was in 5th grade, 1995. No wonder she looks so hypocritical and so good at speaking in official style. Obviously he doesn't care about any rules, but he still acts under the guise of rules. Relying on the name of the special envoy of the Ministry of Magic to act recklessly, in ancient China, the main characters created in this way were the Emperor Lu Jin, the 9,000 years old Wei Zhongxian, and the treacherous Prime Minister Yan Song. It turns out that she is Sir Humphrey Appleby's subordinate. You know, your father, Sir Humphrey, is now the permanent Under-Secretary and the possible successor to the Cabinet Secretary in the future. No wonder, even the Minister of Magic cannot have such great official authority. There are elections to consider after all. Only someone like the Cabinet Secretary could do such a thing regardless of the consequences. However, considering Umbridge's subsequent downfall, Sir Humphrey in that world would most likely have suffered too, right? Extending the tentacles of his power into Hogwarts, the back garden of the most powerful wizard in the world, the cost is quite high even with his knees. She even used magic torture instruments to torture people. Also includes his own savior, Miss Hermione Granger. Snort. A typical civil servant. Moral vacuum. Moral vacuum. It seemed that Alan was already angry, and he scolded himself and Sir Humphrey as well. However, to Sir Humphrey Appleby, this statement was more like a compliment. Ellen Appleby decided to settle her old and new grudges together and give her some color. Otherwise, wouldn't the loss of so much face be in vain? Alan thought bitterly. Sir Humphrey quickly thought about what secrets Umbridge knew that she shouldn't know. In any case, Umbridge's personal freedom must be completely controlled as soon as possible, otherwise, once she escapes, it will be very troublesome. As the most powerful searcher in Britain, Sir Humphrey's magical attainments are extremely profound. He controlled the quill silently and wrote letters automatically. The arrest of Umbridge was arranged in the name of colluding with the Dark Lord. While controlling the quill, he looked at his son proudly. Today, he admired Alan with admiration. Alan is really, really smart. Not only can he escape, but he can even catch the traitor around him. Turn crisis into opportunity. But Alan was looking at himself with a serious face, but said nothing. Even so, years of experience in getting along with each other allowed Sir Humphrey to understand the meaning of Alan's look. Sir Humphrey nodded to Alan, gesturing for him to speak. All the eavesdropping and magical imaging devices around him were interfered with by Sir Humphrey and became ineffective at the moment he waved his hand. I have something very important to say, Father. Alan looked at Sir Humphrey worriedly. He was considering his words. How to tell his father about that indescribable powerful existence, that existence that would be obliterated just by thinking about its true name. Let him escape from this certain death situation. They must run for their lives. Such a powerful being is invincible and they can only run away. As long as you leave here, you can survive. There is no need to wait to die here. There is no need to fight against such a powerful existence. Moreover, just thinking will make you die. Alan really couldn't bring himself to resist. Father, let's leave Hogwarts. With Sir Humphrey's disbelieving look in his eyes, Alan spoke softly. I have been in contact with him. The enemy is too scary. His tone trembled. Chapter 37. Alan looked at his father worriedly. He thought that the current Diabrando was really too strong. In the candlelight, the flame danced and swayed, like a moth that was groveling in fear but stubbornly pounced on the fire. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as there is a health bar, you can take it down and win the battle. However, the most terrifying enemy in the world has no health bar. Alan was a little scared, and he really couldn't find a way to victory. Oh! Sir Humphrey was puzzled. So, Alan Appleby told his father exactly what happened during the divine revelation in the sea. Including the powerful insensible person, the twisted festering rose on his body, and the fact that he was wiped out just thinking about his name, and then resurrected like the saint. However, to Alan's expectation, Sir Humphrey was not as frightened as Alan. You will die just thinking about its name, let alone directly fighting such a being. Dio is already invincible. No one can defeat him. All we can do is run away. Alan's tone was frightened, and he finally found his backbone. Even tough guys like Kokyo and Norina and Abdel can't withstand Dio's fear and oppression. Even if Alan is a time traveler, even if he is unusual, he still can't face such powerful terror and oppression alone. Pressure. Oh! My dear son! It seems that you have just entered this wizarding world. The candlelight continued to dance, reflecting Sir Humphrey's deep expression. Facing the light and backlighting, Sir Humphrey looked as trustworthy as the Godfather Victor Corleone, like the boundless sea. In the face of any fear, he is as calm as Mount Tai, making people unable to touch the edge. Sir Humphrey touched his son's head affectionately, and his smile made Alan feel a little embarrassed and a little relieved. The ability of remote erasure seems scary, but there are many ways to crack it. If the sky falls, there will be tall people blocking it. What are you afraid of? Sir Humphrey smiled confidently. Maybe it's true as he said, even if the sky falls, he will straighten his back and hold up the sky, right? Having his father so confident made Alan feel better and less desperate. Okay, dear son. Father, thank you very much for catching such a good subordinate for me. Sir Humphrey said softly. Don't be too scared. Sir Humphrey looked at his anxious son and comforted him calmly. As for the guy you mentioned, we naturally have ways to deal with him. Otherwise, why do you think all the 5 permanent members of the United Nations are sending people here? Isn't it just to solve this worldwide trouble? Could it be that after so many years of development, this are several countries vegetarian? If that doesn't work, move all the people in Hogwarts away. If that guy comes over and directly uses nuclear bombs to wash the ground, I don't believe he can rebel again. Indeed, now Alan should congratulate the powerful comrade Dio for triggering several super copies. Dear son, tell me, even if he can erase attributes, how many nuclear bombs can he erase? As soon as the Prime Minister presses that button, that trigger, the nuclear submarine lurking in the deep sea will fire a Trident missile, and I have to tell you, each one is 5 times as destructive as the one in Hiroshima. Humphrey seemed to be in command, scolding Fang Qiu. Even if you can erase the shock wave of a nuclear bomb, can you avoid the remaining radiation from the nuclear bomb? In other words, you also saw those helicopters flying over. We don't even need the Americans to come. Just our Royal Cavalry Division. We can just throw enough bombs to flatten the mountains. Can we kill him? Can we solve this problem? As for Hogwarts, as long as people like us are here, how many Hogwarts can't be rebuilt? Not to mention anything else, just use a tank battle group, an aircraft carrier battle group, bomb with planes, shell with tanks, and shoot with bullets. Do you think we can win? Can we defeat him? Don't underestimate the British Ministry of Magic, dear son. Sir Humphrey touched Alan's little head again, and Alan felt a little embarrassed. What does this have to do with magic? Alan quickly started to argue and tried to change the topic. Alan had never been exposed to magic in his previous life, and in this life, he had been growing up under the wings of Sir Humphrey. Under such circumstances, it is completely untrue to say that Alan can know everything like a veteran in the magic world. Possible. Due to the call of the ancient gods, Alan may be able to know some rumors related to the ancient gods, but information that is closer to the center of power and more time-sensitive is not something that Alan can know. Travelers are not omnipotent. You should know that the Defense Department of any country has confidentiality regulations. Even though Alan is Sir Humphrey's son, he is not yet the permanent secretary. Even if he has a noble status and is called Little Sir, that won't do. Actually, the time we spent discussing how to deal with the enemy you mentioned was no more than 1/5. The rest of the time is spent discussing how much price should be paid, and then how much benefit should be exchanged. Even if we have to kill this ignorant guy, at least we won't destroy our national treasure, Hogwarts. It's rare that people from major mystical or scientific armed forces from various countries gather together, and they are all busy negotiating now. But I can't reveal the specific content to you, because you will know it in the future anyway. Alan nodded in relief at this time. Okay. It turns out that I was unfounded. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, dear son, if you don't mind, I have to talk to Dr. Kissinger and Mrs. Thatcher. Okay, Sir Humphrey. Alan said in a bad tone. Always busy, busy, busy. Go, son. Be careful. Don't be ridiculous. Added Sir Humphrey. Alan rolled his eyes after a long absence. How ridiculous am I? If I hadn't found such an excuse, would I still be able to see such a busy man like you? Alan yelled softly. Never mind. If you complain, keep it to yourself. What's the point of saying it? After expressing his fears, Alan retreated peacefully. However, he did not notice, and could not notice, when Sir Humphrey turned his back to him. That expression of silent fear on his face. It turns out to be a magic-level person, murmured Sir Humphrey. Since World War II, no one in the world has broken through and become a magic-level figure. For a guy of this level, we must be more prepared. He thought seriously and then began to write. It seems that this matter is much more serious than what Alan said, and much worse than the worst possibility. However, one problem is unquestionable. Alan asked Sir Humphrey if he wanted to leave Hogwarts. In fact, for Sir Humphrey, this has never been a problem. He would rather die here. His home is here, his ancestors have been here for generations. His wife is here too. Although in Azkaban. Even if the enemy is powerful, why would he leave? Like his elf Crisp, Sir Humphrey knows honor and loyalty. However, at least for Alan, he finally returned to his peaceful routine. There is no longer any danger to his life, he has defeated his deadly enemy and caught the traitor. But life has to go on as usual. Anyway, Alan was finally able to get a good night's sleep. At this time, Umbridge was facing the last moments of her life. Chapter 38. Outside, it's raining. It rains a lot in Britain. It has a temperate maritime climate with lots of rain throughout the year. Soggy annoying. This resulted in people's main understanding of the glorious moment of Britain, also known as Great Britain. Chimneys, smoke, factories, sewage rivers, and former world domination. The raindrops fell drop by drop, hitting the roof, steps, and other stones. Inside, Umbridge was sitting in her iconic pink room, looking at the gloomy sky in the distance. Umbridge doesn't look like a girl in any way. It's not just that she is old. The more important reason is that she doesn't have the innocence and cuteness of a girl. Instead, she has more scheming than a teenager. She had a hypocritical smile on her face, like a decent person who knew everything she could, but she couldn't be said to be a true gentleman. A gentleman does not become a gentleman because he wears a hypocritical smile, but because he is a gentleman first. He wears a hypocritical smile that does not want to fight with others for no reason. People tend to confuse cause and effect and regard the effect as the cause, but in fact, the opposite may be true. This has caused many tragedies. A gentleman has many qualities, such as: a gentleman knows how to leave a step, both for himself and for others. It's clear that Umbridge was trying to emulate Sir Humphrey, but wasn't looking in the right place. If Sir Humphrey were to set up this trap, he would find a way out if the plan failed. For example, find a way to make Ellen shut up even if she finds out that she is a betrayer. For example, find a reason for Humphrey so that he can have a legitimate reason to forgive himself. But Umbridge didn't. In fact, even if the betrayal is discovered, as long as she finds a good reason for herself, the result will be much better. But she didn't. All she could think about was death, the downfall of her boss, Sir Humphrey Appleby, once and for all, and sending him, and his son, to prison. In the end, he was able to kill the middleman in this matter, Professor Snape, and free up a seat for himself to gain a foothold in Hogwarts. But she didn't. So she had no choice but to die. Umbridge looked at her watch, and her excitement gradually turned to depression. Counting the time, it was probably the last thing she wanted to see happen. Fear caused her body to mutate little by little, and her human body was expanding little by little. Starting from her belly swelled little by little, then her arms and fingers. And on the belly, those indescribable black whirlpools began to appear. Well. She sighed helplessly and unwillingly. Time is wasted. Out of her desire for power, she changed her childhood habits little by little. Her innocent eyes turned into sophisticated ones, and her reserved smile turned into a hypocritical smile. She knew that only in this way could she step forward one step to the top of power. However, sitting in the office all year round turned his outstanding attack magic into waste. She vaguely remembered her youth, it was so good at that time. He has a youthful childhood, sour love, and the hopeful helplessness unique to his youth. And after? The helplessness is getting more and more, but the hope is getting less and less. Maybe sometimes, you will feel that your strength is much stronger than before, but that is actually just a temporary release of fate. In the end, all that was left was helplessness and a corpse. Maybe I shouldn't have come here in the first place. Now, I can only recall what happened at that time if I stayed in my completely mismatched room. He came. Umbridge took a sip from her goblet. Whiskey, they say, is not for women. At this moment, the candle light flickered, and Sir Humphrey instantly appeared in front of Umbridge's desk. Your health. My lord. Toast to your health, Mr. Humphrey. Sir Humphrey smiled softly. At this point, you know I'm not going to drink. He looks very charming. Umbridge knew that sometimes, he would creep into her dreams. The whole house began to change. All the photos began to distort inexplicably, and the windows began to become darker and more airtight. The cat turned into a terrifying flesh ball, and the photo also changed into a human shape. When a magician loses his inner support, changes will occur. Sir Humphrey gently picked up the cup and waved his wand. The red wine slowly spiraled up from the bottom of the cup, as if there was a faucet under the cup. Humphrey looked at the glass. He and Umbridge used this glass when they worked together to kill the most powerful death warrior in Argentina. The corners of Umbridge's mouth trembled. She knew that her extravagant hopes were ruined. The fake smile could no longer be maintained and turned into a bitter smile. Her lips were pressed together, crisscrossing, like crawling worms. Why? You can't wait? Are you so anxious to take over my shift? Sir Humphrey kept waving his wand. He had confirmed that there were no eavesdropping devices on the scene. To tell you the truth, even if Alan is discovered using the unforgivable curse, I can get him out. Even if Hogwarts will not succumb to the pressure of any agency, I still have a bunch of Hogwarts in my hand. Black material. If Hogwarts refuses, start from the courts, for example, find a few judges who are eager for promotion, or jurors who want to be MPs, backbench members. I came here today because of our many years of friendship. I personally send you to a land with abundant water and grass to devote yourself to the supreme authority. I am also a little curious, why? Sir Humphrey and Umbridge had a drink. Perhaps you should have told me this sooner. Actually, it's not now. I've already started to mutate. Umbridge said with a wry smile. Sir Humphrey drank the glass of water in an ungrateful manner and placed it heavily on the table. It seems that he is not as calm as he appears on the surface. I can't see the road and it makes me feel hopeless. The fat, obnoxious old woman continued. At first, I thought our place was a bright road. It had broad prospects. It could lead to a land with abundant water and grass. It could dedicate itself to the supreme authority and it could also lead to passing on. Later, I realized that it was indeed passing on, leaving human world, polysemy, but this steep slope is downward. No one will help you, everyone has their own calculations, watching others, staring at others, waiting for them to make mistakes, and then attack in groups. That's it. Everyone has two faces, but no one is left to himself. Humphrey watched quietly as the dying man finished his last words. I can't believe you have theological leanings. In our line of work, we should have given up on these boring things long ago, said Sir Humphrey. I'm afraid I did. I'm afraid I didn't succeed in becoming a moral vacuum. Umbridge shrugged. She was starting to be scared now, but she was trying to control her emotions. But when I wanted to leave, I found that I couldn't leave. I can't live without the magical world because I know nothing but magic. I can't stay away from the ranks of civilized servants, because I have almost forgotten other things. But, I can't go any further. In all these years, the Ministry of Magic has never had a female permanent undersecretary. After so many years of service, I know this delaying tactic very well, and there is no need to explain anything to me. Not a single woman. Between a rock and a hard place. Perhaps, this is my fate. Umbridge sighed. But if you find the opportunity, why not do it? Umbridge said helplessly, with a wry smile on her face. Sir Humphrey nodded. To be honest, your plan this time is indeed perfect. In that case, why don't you leave a way out for yourself? Umbridge smiled again. Actually, not only did you leave a back door, I also left a back door for Hogwarts and the courts to enforce the law impartially. However, I did not expect that I would fail at the first step. As long as I can squeeze you out, I will. Once my thoughts are clear, I feel that my abnormality will disappear, or at least I can control it. The reason is very simple. Succeed or die. I don't feel hope. I've had enough of this desperate situation. I have to make a plan. Anyway, I will die anyway. I don't want to die, but I don't want to live without hope. Umbridge's changes were uncontrollable, and even her face began to swell like soap bubbles. Okay. Sir Humphrey nodded. Is there anything else to say? Umbridge forced a smile. No. It's not bad to die in your hands. At least it's better than losing my heart and turning into a pile of worms. Umbridge has completely turned into a monster. The strange thing is that she has not lost her mind yet, although she is not far away from that step. Maybe I haven't seen this kind of mutation before. She tried her best to say a cool line, and she also knew that this was her last sentence. Sir Humphrey smiled. Indeed, this is better than going to Azkaban. As you wish. Avada Kedavra. A green light flashed. After the mutation, Soap Umbridge, which was under the death curse and unable to move, has begun to devour itself. Soon, only the twisted and mutated remains will be left, and no trace of Umbridge will be left. If there are no female permanent undersecretaries, then what about a Hogwarts headmaster who becomes a permanent undersecretary? Sir Humphrey gently wiped his staff with a handkerchief and murmured softly. No one could understand his feeling of killing the subordinate he admired most in the past with his own hands. Forget it, blame me for not telling you earlier. Hope. Sir Humphrey also murmured in confusion, dropped the handkerchief on the ground, and disappeared into the night. The next day, Dolores Umbridge, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Magical Education of the Ministry of Magic, died at the hands of a Death Eater, which directly became the front-page headline of the Daily Prophet. But there are no clues about the murderer who used the unforgivable curse. It seems that who the murderer is destined to become an eternal mystery. However, Sir Humphrey did not notice the note on the table that was swallowed by Umbridge. Perhaps, if Sir Humphrey had said this earlier, this note would have been forwarded to Sir Humphrey. Unfortunately, no if. There was only one sentence written on the note. I have revealed the coordinates of the Hogwarts expelling curse to the becoming god. Chapter 39. Why is a principal, one of the most powerful magicians in the world? Albus Dumbledore, faced with the situation of Deep One and Voldemort coming to the school, but remained indifferent? The reason is very simple. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The strongest magician in the world will naturally face the strongest enemy in the world. In front of the enemies that appeared this time, even Voldemort at his peak was nothing but a dwarf. At this moment, he was in the tallest tower of Hogwarts, which had been tightly sealed and even hung with a banishing curse. Although he didn't know where the secret was leaked, he had already sensed through magic prophecy that the Hogwarts expelling curse had been leaked. Magic prophecy is not as good as divine revelation. If it were divine revelation, the traitor would have been caught by this time. However, if you can handle those terrifying existences on your own, it's best not to mess with them, right? It takes time to release the prophecy, so Dumbledore has no time to care about Hogwarts. Dumbledore must know who that terrifying enemy is and what his characteristics are. Otherwise, failure is almost certain. To be honest, compared to the World War that happened when I was young, even if everyone in Hogwarts died, Britain, as big as Germany, would just tear up the agreement like Germany, and it would take many magicians to do it. How many new Hogwarts should we build? If it doesn't work, just replace it with the magician from the south of the Sahara and create another one. With his strength, he will still be the principal without a doubt. It's just that he won't do it. No matter how exquisite the prophecy is, magic prophecy, miracle prophecy, or even dark prophecy, as one of the most knowledgeable wizards, Dumbledore has tried them all. However, there is still no way to know the enemy's true name. World War II permanently changed the course of world history. Before World War II, the concepts of black magic and white magic that almost no one mentioned were finally brought to the forefront. 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. Although he did not want to reveal this, Dumbledore could indeed consider himself a true genius. Dark arts, miracles, magic, curses, ninjutsu, and even magic. Proficient in all subjects, friendly in all departments. Even if you don't rely on your muscles and bones for energy, you still have to consider that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. However, after World War II, there was only one kind-hearted Hogwarts dean who only used low-level white magic in front of the world. On the one hand, this is because of political investment, on the other hand, it is also because there is no opponent worthy of his proficient in all subjects and affinity in all departments. Of course, if the situation arises, then all witnesses will either join the Order of the Phoenix or join Hell. However, at this moment, he had to deal with those extremely evil and greedy beings again against his will. Voldemort was as powerful as anyone in the world, and Dumbledore could kill him with just his toes. However, if you can't even use prophecy, you don't even know the weakness, and you don't even know the enemy's true name, then it can only mean that this reveals the existence of hostility that shocks the world, and at the same time, it also has the fear of the world. The power. Therefore, Dumbledore can only use divine revelation. The Old Dominator randomly appeared this time in the Encyclopedia of Divine Inspiration. The following are the summons words. Thehoofed, gibbering, ominous, ultimatio ill. Four-legged, speechless, extremely ominous, the liquid oil of the end. Thexanophobic, porous, wan poison. Misanthropic, breathable, all-consuming poison. Agglutinous, repugnant, bellowing yammer. Slimy, ghostly, screaming bobcat. Just listen to it. What kind of good person can be summoned by such a summons word? What good man would arrange for himself such a 3-paragraph prayer? These indescribable beings all have extremely weird tempers and appear in different ways. The one Alan summoned was obviously Shen Mian's boss. Directly projected into the world, pulling people into their own realm. The old projection summoned by Dumbledore is the Old Dominator who is still sane. The prayers are often related to the characteristics of the Old Dominator. They are four-legged, aphasic, and extremely ominous. The liquid oil of the end, the world-weary, breathable, all-evil poison, the sticky, ghostly, screaming lynx. With so many adjectives, it is a complete qualification of the characteristics. With so many adjectives, it is almost certain that it is a certain old god. An indescribable feeling rushed straight to Dumbledore's forehead. It was a nauseating and queasy feeling. Damn it, they are actually the living old days, God condemns them. This is simply the worst possibility. The living old days are the hardest to serve. Dumbledore couldn't control his body. The more than 100-year-old man fell to the ground and vomited. A ball of viscous liquid pressed on Dumbledore's tonsils, keeping him in a state of vomiting and inducing vomiting. Only then can he keep vomiting and release the incarnation of the old days in his stomach. Dumbledore was in extreme pain, but the Archmage, who was wearing a decent robe, was rolling on the ground. He had lost control of his body. Ah! Dumbledore gasped, and this jelly, which was made of the same material as jelly, but did not have the lovely color of jelly, and exuded a disgusting smell, took a full minute to get out of Dumbledore's eyes. Squeeze it out of Bulido's stomach. Just like other old dominators, once they appear in the world in their entirety, they will be expelled from the world, making their appearance unclear. This jelly solidified together little by little, and finally, like 3D printing, like a programmed polymer material, it shaped itself into a form. It's just that disgusting material. At this time, Dumbledore recovered, stood up, and faced the old god. Boring. This old dominator said the same thing. To them, English is like the language of ants. As an old god, there is no need to learn ant language, but as the saying goes, it is hard to buy with money. I am happy. Just think about it, if someone can really understand the language of ants, how many people will learn it specifically for fun? There must be quite a few. Four-legged, speechless, extremely ominous, final liquid oil, misanthropic, breathable, all evil poison, sticky, ghostly, screaming lynx. This is its prayer. Among them, we can find a very conspicuous word, poison. This jelly is full of violent poison that human society cannot explain. If you were a very curious guy, you would have been played to death by this real Devil King. Dumbledore smiled bitterly. This is exactly why he doesn't want to find these troublemakers. They are just bad without reason, evil without reason. Quadrupedal, speechless, extremely ominous, the liquid oil of the end. World-weary, breathable, all evil poison. Slimy, devilish, screaming lynx. I would like to use the powder of living gods to offer it to you. Please provide me with divine revelation. Dumbledore knelt down, trying to fully show his respect, at least one more thing rather than one less thing. Courtesy is sufficient to guard against villains. In fact, the respect of this strong human being made this old man very satisfied. However, this screaming lynx has just calculated that the sky was clear just now, and in an instant black clouds are threatening to destroy the city. Even the old one, screaming lynx, started screaming. You old beast, what have you done? You actually asked me to calculate such a great existence. If you want to harm me, I will never forgive you. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom! A loud bang in the sky. The old dominator who transformed from anger. But suddenly I noticed something, and it disappeared in an instant. Albus Dumbledore was left alone, staring blankly at the sky. Chapter 40. Dumbledore had been prepared for this moment. There was only a clanking sound, and all the windows in the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin common rooms, as well as the dormitory area, were sealed. They are the hope for the future of the British wizarding community. From the 1st grade to the 6th grade, all the windows were sealed. At that moment, they were all wrapped in a super-expelling spell composed of the 3 power codes of Miracle, Darkness, and Magic. That was exactly the highest level of protection left for Hogwarts by the 4 founders thousands of years ago when they aspired to ascend to the rank of God, to resist beings at the level of old dominators. After the triple expulsion spell is activated, these 4 public rooms will be exiled from the concept. In the face of this strongest level of protection, even the old dominators have no way to force a breakthrough, because the entire concept itself has been completely deleted from this world. This concept only exists in the mind of the curse breaker. Therefore, there is almost no risk of leaks. This concept will be unlocked only after the curse breaker dies, and the heir designated in advance by the curse breaker will inherit his curse breaker identity. However, Alan Appleby was still learning occlumency with Professor Snape as if nothing had happened. To be honest, I really don't want to teach you anymore. What you did is so unethical. Professor Snape spoke in dialect. A few days later, he still felt scared. Alan shrugged, unaware that the sky outside had changed. In the center of Hogwarts Castle, all the powerful men gathered here. They were staring at the figure suspended in the sky in the distance. They can feel that this is another completely different kind of power from the old dominators. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Dior made his debut. The size of the little mosquito that was far away in the horizon was projected in front of their eyes with incomparable clarity. Jello Zebulon and his best friend Johnny Joestar have already mounted their own unicorns and are ready to fight. These days, they have been honing their cooperation in the Forbidden Forest, trying to work together to create the perfect gold whirlpool. Nonorius Yuri's suspended throne floated out, it was his brainwave enhancer. For mortals, this is the most terrifying mind control war machine. Even for wizards, it can limit thinking and affect vision. Bruce Wayne appeared on the top of the tower in the blink of an eye, standing tall in his iconic black armor. His black and grey cloak moved in the wind, majestic. The Shadow Warrior Alliance has been wiped out by him. Of all the criminals he has dealt with, none are as domineering as the man in front of him. Even the Joker is similar to him only in his extreme evil, but he doesn't have the confidence and arrogance of the man in front of him. Fahey clasped his hands together and pointed to the sky. At this time, former President Fanny Valentine was leaning against the wall, always ready to activate the second magic to destroy the enemy. Sir Humphrey squinted at the changes in the sky. He waved his staff and didn't know what he did. They are all people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for the benefit of the country. Albus Dumbledore is here to give his final report. Preparations are complete. If we fail, drop a nuclear weapon here. The principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry made a final report to Number 10. Facing the unspeakable threat, Dumbledore's voice was old and firm. Although the magical world is its own system, the representative of the secular faction proved his loyalty to the Prime Minister. Listening to Sir Dumbledore's old voice, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. looked extremely sad. Why did it happen in England? He thought secretly. Although no one knows about it in the secular world, the eyes of the entire world's top leaders are focused here. Even the White House in the distance was much quieter, quietly paying attention to what was going on here. If Yuri is too strong, even if the White House is already sure of victory, it must maintain the necessary restraint. However, the pale man in the sky seemed to be completely blind to this. When he came here, he looked relaxed and contented. He didn't look like he was coming to fight. Instead, he looked like a king who came to patrol his territory. He was like a god who sent down divine punishment in anger and destroyed the city of Sodom. He looked confident and unfazed, like an executioner coming to execute his execution. In just an instant, the pale figure in the distance flew down and rushed straight towards Dumbledore. I am Dio Brando. Ruler of the world. Use whatever tricks you have. He shouted, just like Lu Bulletin who looked down on the world's heroes. There is no need for any cooperation. Years of combat experience, excellent combat wisdom, and the calculations of these heroes have revealed that there is only one true path to glory and the right path. Yuri's throne lit up, and the metal instrument inserted behind his head erupted with powerful magnetic force. With the power of one person, he erupted with a magnetic force that rivaled machinery, just like the famous magic magnetic storm coil and magnetic energy tank. The sound waves emitted by the metal instrument went straight to Dior's head. Immediately afterwards, Bruce Wayne punched hard, jumped off the tower, and punched the shirtless man in front of him. Relying on dynamic vision and years of fighting experience, this superhero will affect his vision in a positive way and absorb his attention. Kazuya. Ascension. At the same time, Fahey waved the Buddha cassock he carried with him, which was the most precious treasure for slaying demons. Buddhism has been passed down from generation to generation, and it contains the Buddha's light and righteousness accumulated by eliminating all demons, ghosts, and spies. This thing has little effect on humans, but on evil things, it is life-threatening for ghosts and gods. As long as I can kill this guy in the next attack, everyone will get more unknown benefits from the WDO agreement. At the same time, there were 3 fatal attacks from different angles. Perfect golden spin. Come on and do something bad. D4C, anything goes. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. The power of reversing cause and effect. 2 yellow lights, 1 white light, and 1 black light overlapped. The golden maneuver is the secret of Jello and Johnny. It can achieve transcendent and cross-dimensional attacks. As long as the attack hits, the enemy will be distorted without limit, and will eventually be completely dissipated in the distorted mutation. And they are not the only ones paying the price. Sir Humphrey stood coldly. He had also used the ultimate ability of Searcher just now. Cause and effect is one of the most fundamental laws in the world. Under normal circumstances, the cause appears first and then the effect appears. However, by using the power of distortion, it is possible to reverse the order of cause and effect on the timeline, thus realizing, the effect will be produced first, the result that will occur anyway will be produced first, and then various kinds of consequences will appear based on this result. The reason for this effect. Sir Humphrey knew that using this move would mean complete distortion and death. However, he doesn't care, he has already arranged all the backup plans. With the power of reversing cause and effect, all their attacks will inevitably hit this powerful enemy in front of them. If they fail, just use nuclear weapons and make Hogwarts history. This is going to be difficult now. If I had known better, I should have just called the roll call beyond heaven. Being exposed to so much magic all at once would be too much for even a god. Just when Dio was about to temporarily dodge this move, he found that he had been firmly restrained and could not move. Dumbledore is looking at himself with a smile. Dio narrowed his eyes and glared at the old man. Just enjoy this blow. The new god. Dumbledore's muddy and old eyes were also ignited with a burning fire. Countless masters all over the world burned their lives at this moment to defeat the person in front of them. Okay, I admit that I underestimated the enemy. But this doesn't mean you won. You still don't know the true capabilities of world, beyond heaven, right? When death was imminent, this mysterious strong man calmly stood firm and said with a smile. What? Dumbledore frowned. Chapter 41. Dumbledore thinks things are out of his control. The supreme and greatest existence. To be honest, according to Sir Humphrey's intelligence, this enemy masters the erasure rule. Erase this kind of rule is actually not terrible. Based on past experience, as Humphrey and his son said, although the ability to erasure is powerful, human attention is limited. If there are thousands of shells at the same time, reversing the cause and effect of the attack, then the erasure rule will fall into the embarrassing situation of either not being able to erase it, or the erasure itself being restrained and unable to be used. Although he has entered the level of magic, there are many ways to restrain magic. But how could this white-haired man be the supreme and great one? Dumbledore couldn't accept this reality. People who mastered magic have disappeared in modern times. How can anyone step into the realm of gods? However, just after this indescribable terrifying existence, Dio Brando started to move. Everyone stopped thinking, or in other words, they lost the ability to think. Only the man's voice could be heard clearly. Have you ever heard of heaven? Dio smiled mockingly. Perhaps you haven't heard of it. That's where gods should go, like me. Dio fell to the ground little by little. If there is the power of magic here, then I really can't escape it. The golden spin, this twisted power of light developed by humans, hit Dio's head. At this time, Fanny Valentine's second magic attack also came at the same time. This pair of former enemies unite for a common goal. But I don't need to hide. Dior is just like chatting at home. Although people can't see it, Dior's skin and muscles are constantly dented, as if he has suffered some invisible attack. Because, I just need to twist this twisted power back. Dio's voice was calm as he spoke, like an artist playing a requiem. It feels good to be back home. Dio's tone was actually a little happy. Perhaps, when he successfully defeated his old enemy a few years ago, he would no longer be happy. Because there is nothing noteworthy, exciting and dangerous. No one can hurt him, no one can threaten him. Omnipotent. He said. Impossible. Representative of the United States, former U.S. President Fanny Valentine categorically denied. The remains of the saint show that the ascension to God level was destroyed 400 years ago. In this era, it is impossible for new gods to be born. Otherwise, industrial civilization and technological revolution would be impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I suggest you stop moving and stay put, otherwise, the power of the second magic will crush you immediately. Fanny Valentine obviously believed in his own judgment more, he threatened. Chi. Dio raised his eyebrows and was about to do something. Everyone, be careful, my divine revelation just now showed. The old ones called him the Great One. It's possible what he said is true. Although Albus Dumbledore's voice is old, he can still amplify it through magic. What? Representative Fanny Valentine of the United States was in disbelief. The greatest one. Gerald Zebulon, the head of the international organization, suddenly thought of a secret. The most high and great one. Yuri narrowed his eyes. The influence of the Orthodox Church still existed on them. I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. I thought you could hold back something good. Dio said boredly. Smash Verido. The world. One of Dio Brando's abilities is to stop time. When human beings are in charge of the three-dimensional space of length, width, and height, more advanced beings set their sights on aspects such as time. When he ascended to heaven, he discovered that the truth was nothing more than this. All he needs to do is stop time and enter a password on his auxiliary elf. Even if time is stopped, cause and effect will not be reversed. Dio's body was attacked by powerful men and fell apart in an instant. His arms, eyes, ears, and knees were all separated from his torso. At the same time, every cell in his body was twisting and beating, turning into a tornado. Is this the limit of distortion of humanity? Dio quietly examined the attack just now. Then, he faced the sky and wrote 3 letters in the air with his fingers. T. G. M. These 3 letters, taken together, are exactly TGM. Right now, right now. Dior instantly changes back to his original form. It's like all the attacks didn't hit his body. Completely intact. When these 3 letters are flying in the air, any attack Dio receives will be completely ineffective. At that moment, Dio Brando showed a bright smile, and once again he felt that he was truly invincible. This feeling is so amazing. Okay. However, Dior discovered a new problem. The body that had just transformed back began to turn around again. Every cell has another twisted mutation. My whole body has turned into countless human hula hoops put together. So fun. Time flows back and forth. What? Fanny Valentine couldn't believe it, and even Sir Humphrey found it unbelievable. They clearly felt that the enemy's body had been hit by this life-sacrifice blow. It will be torn apart. Why does it seem like there is no change? But Johnny Joestar laughed. Admit your defeat. You know who? Dio curled his lips. It seemed that this guy didn't know his name, otherwise he would have suffered less. I don't know why, but Dio looks a little familiar to this guy. In this case, Dio waved his arms again. Smash Verido. Time paused again. It seems that just returning to normal is not enough. Dior cannot accept a life where he loses the curse every minute. In this case, we can only use the second magic spell, which is still 3 letters. T. C. L. This mysterious curse actually only has 3 letters, TCL. Dio knew that this spell was called the Spell of Detachment. Use this second magic spell to transcend all obstacles. Sure enough, this infinite rotation state disappeared in an instant. Time flows again. What? Since awakening to the 4th stage, Johnny Joestar has never failed. Is this the infinite law? This is a magic level of power. What happened? At this time, Sir Humphrey looked up at the sky. The blow just now used the power of distortion to overdraw his life. His life has burned out. He fell heavily to the ground, and the powerful life force remaining in his body caused his body to begin to mutate. No. He is already invincible. Invincible. The power of rules cannot punish him, we can only use force outside the rules. No time to wait, launch the nuke, shouted Dumbledore. Several major countries in the distance made a decision at the same time, and they must not let this thief escape. It saves me some energy. Dio suddenly appeared next to the old man. He said softly to the walkie-talkie and everyone on the China Unicom walkie-talkie call. My name is Dio Brando. You got fooled. Albus Dumbledore felt that there were too many incredible things today. But he still set up another trap. However, ever since he heard Sir Humphrey's clues, he had already anticipated this possibility. What if this Dio Brando used his erasure ability to kill someone across the phone line? Albus Dumbledore had already cut off all radio and telephone contact with the outside world when he said final report before. If no one replies from the walkie-talkie after 5 minutes, the submarine will directly launch a nuclear missile. The power of this missile is 6 times that of the one in Hiroshima. He believed that this would at least completely destroy this Dior to ashes. Even if you are from the old days and this world, so what? Humans are no longer the humans they used to be. But now, Dumbledore still has one thing to do to this god. That is killing gods. Elemental Storm Soul Furnace. Albus Dumbledore is also ready to die with him. This is his most powerful magic. This magic comes from his 6 different powers, and finally sacrifices his life and soul. Not even the old days can bear such power. Because it goes straight to the root cause and will not be immune due to different life forms. No. Smash it with Veru. Don't even think about fucking moving. Albus Dumbledore also tore off his robes. The old man suddenly got angry and punched Dior's nose crooked. Before, he took Professor Snape's magic potion. This is an amount that can sustain someone to death. This is muscle and strength that does not belong to humans. Does your invincible rule take time? I estimate that your invincible rule can only run for 1 second. As long as I'm fast enough and close enough to you, you won't be able to use the mysterious the world spell. I don't need to know what he's good for, I just need to know. It's enough that you can't let it go. Dumbledore's fists were swift and firm. Ola 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 ola. Euler 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 Euler. Euler 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 Euler. Euler. This sudden violent outburst of the old man, coupled with a full range of magic TNT explosives he had prepared long ago, even a god cannot withstand it. Die! Dumbledore shouted, he didn't care about anything. But only those who give up everything can gain everything. You're such a piece of shit, Euler. Dior's eyes instantly turned a little red and a little green. He dented Dumbledore's head with one punch. After all, this potion strengthens muscles and strength, but it cannot strengthen the body. But Dumbledore didn't care about anything and didn't care about such severe pain. Let's die together. Boom. Dumbledore turned into a shining firework in the cloudy sky. The huge impact blew the top of the Hogwarts Tower into ashes. And all the windows in Hogwarts School were shattered at this moment. Fortunately, the explosion happened in the sky. Otherwise, no one down there would survive the explosion. The smoke cleared. How so? Everyone in the underground was a little desperate. This Dio was like an iron bastard, and there was no way he could break through his bastard shell. Under such a powerful, life-for-life explosion, Dio was completely unscathed. Gee! It's really awesome. It's just that you calculated it wrong. Dio thought silently. He won't reveal his secrets, not even to the dead. He would only calculate silently in his heart. My invincibility time is not 1 second, but 9 seconds. It's just that I can stop time for 9 seconds. Dio thought this way, the battle today was really enjoyable. I feel like my muscles and bones are moving. However, if the fight continues like this, problems may arise. Judging from Dumbledore's appearance, it was obvious that he still had a very lethal backup plan. Be cautious in everything. It's best to resolve the battle quickly and leave here. If their next attacks are more ferocious than this, there might really be a problem. Dio narrowed his eyes. At this time, the evil spirit and murderous intent that had been covered up were released without reservation. At this time, in the eyes of everyone on the ground at Hogwarts, the world has turned blood red. That's enough. I have a bad feeling and I need to retreat quickly. I won't play with you in the sideshow. Anyway, I have plenty of time to play with you. Dio smiled. Enough fun, it's time to end the battle. All die. Smash it, Verido. The world. Time stopped again. Giro, Johnny, Bruce, Valentine, Yuri, and Fahey were glaring at Dio angrily. However, time stopped. Distance is too far. There was nothing they could do to stop Dio. Dio tilted his neck and made a crunching sound. He stretched out a finger and aimed at 6 people. In heaven, there are only 3 curses recorded. The first one is called TGM. Invincible Curse. The second one is called TCL. Get rid of the curse. And the third one is named K. I. L. L. Together, kill. The third curse is called Kill, the killing curse. Heaven, in fact, only helped Dio learn 3 magic spells and gave him another authority. However, these 3 magic spells and 1 authority possess supreme magic power. Because, after that, the entire old days of this world will bow down to him. Call him the Most High and Great. Even if it is the present God, we must maintain the necessary humility towards him. It must be mentioned that the old days in this world do not represent all old days. With just 1 finger, basic information about these 6 people had already poured into Dio's mind. The principle of the kill spell is very simple to say. That is, in this person's root attribute in the world, his life is irreversibly set to 0. As long as this is the case, even if any other rules intervene, the victim will definitely die. This is the judgment of the world, this is the assertion of the entire world. If you see me, you will die. Dio said coldly. Time flows again. The 6 powerful men instantly lost their power from the air and fell to the ground in their original posture. And Dior disappeared in an instant and left here. After TCL transcends, the air banning spell and the teleportation banning spell are all ineffective. And just seconds later, the nuclear bomb destroyed Hogwarts. Under extremely high temperatures, not even ashes will be left of these 8 heroes. This is the world, beyond heaven. Dio looked at his hands and said silently. This is the power of God. The world, beyond heaven. Strength, A. Speed A. Growth, completed. Sustainability, E. Precision, infinity. Range, infinity. Known information. 1 stop time, no one knows now except Alan. 2 all damage is invalid to it, everyone who knows is dead. 3 all restrictions are invalid on it, no one knows. 4 death upon meeting. As long as Dio sees the enemy, he can set him to the state of irreversible death. No one knows. 5 anyone who knows Dio's true name will be sensed by him and then set to an irreversible death state. Only Alan knows. Chapter 42. It's too early to worry, kid. Professor Snape said coldly. Father! Alan Appleby roared, screamed, and shouted at the top of his lungs. He was carried on Professor Snape's shoulders and kicked and beaten constantly. He watched with his own eyes as Sir Humphrey Appleby lost his life and slowly fell. He also saw with his own eyes the extremely powerful white-haired man who killed all the strong men present with 1 finger. It was the person who had wiped him out before. He was here, and Alan was even more afraid to think of his name. On the other hand, his hatred was even more unforgettable. Why is it so hard to get, but so easy to lose? It's hard to get a love, but it's so easy to lose it. No. Let me down! Alan shouted hysterically. Snape was a little annoyed. Looking at the fire flying in the distance, he recognized that it was a nuclear missile. Transfiguration. The space was distorted, and they arrived at a safe place in an instant. The world is purified. Because Alan had already laid down on the grass next to him and started vomiting. As I said before, Alan gets seasick, airsick, carsick, basically any high-speed means of transportation. Alan Appleby was vomiting and crying. Then it turned into wailing. As expected, things developed into what he least wanted to see. Professor Snape continued to look at Alan silently with a hint of boredom. Not wanting to be comforted at all. After hearing that he had finished vomiting, Professor Snape said. Is this your first day in the wizarding world, kid? Well, you didn't come long. Professor Snape shrugged. Why are you laughing? Hogwarts is gone. Everyone is dead. Sir Humphrey is dead too. You can still laugh. Do you still have a heart? Alan said hysterically and angrily, he had just lost his spiritual support. Now he looked depressed and downcast. It's like a child who didn't do well in the exam and was ready to go home and be beaten. Then he couldn't control his emotions again and burst into tears. Even if Professor Snape put him down just now, what could he do? Even if you fight Dior, won't you end up being killed instantly? What differences are there? He just couldn't control his fear and powerlessness. Why didn't Sir Humphrey abandon these and escape with him? If they had escaped before, they would have had the chance to run away. And he lied to himself. This stupid dad. Ah! At this moment, Professor Snape stretched out a finger, attracting Alan's attention. But Alan didn't care, he still cried sadly. Professor Snape rolled his eyes and slapped Alan hard on the head. Do not cry. Look what this is. Snape shouted. Isn't it just a broken finger? Who doesn't have it? You coward, why don't you rush forward? I should rush forward too. Alan shouted too. Alan is still immersed in pain and self-blame. He blamed himself for believing Sir Humphrey's words. Professor Snape shook his head. He was wearing a black robe and had an indescribable depth on his face. Okay. This finger represents 1 dot. To put it simply, this is the first lesson in the wizarding world that I give you. It is also the first principle of wizards. Alan also stopped crying for the time being. His intuition told him that Professor Snape seemed to be saying something very important. Seeing may not be believing. Kid. Professor Snape paused and then said this seriously. At this moment, Alan seemed to realize something. The first rule of wizarding, what you see is not what you believe. All right. Professor Snape took out a mysterious scroll from his black robes. This scroll is full of indescribable aura, evil, profound, close to the essence of the soul, close to the abyss. What is this? Alan asked. This is another revelation from Dumbledore. Snape raised his eyebrows. This old man is so selfish. He is just a lazy dog. Leave all this dirty work to me. I think that Minerva McGonagall must have a story with this old disgusting thing. Otherwise, would such a thing that no one wants to do be pushed to me? The benefits are all theirs, and the hard work is all mine. Even if you go, I was able to do all the undercover work for the Dark Lord of the previous generation. He didn't treat me as a human being, he treated me like a donkey. If I wasn't rushing to get promoted, I would have squeezed it out for him, an old guy. I won't do this kind of work. Let that Minerva McGonagall do it. Why can't I do something like that, with few things to do and rapid development? Snape complained angrily, but at this moment, Alan's eyes gradually lit up, as bright as stardust. Alan seemed to understand something. Only then did Snape smile. Understood. Yes. Alan replied. To be honest, if Sir Humphrey hadn't said that you were the first to discover the identity of the enemy, and then told a bunch of nonsense that you were extraordinary, I wouldn't have taken you there. Look at your crying look. I just realized now that I brought an oil bottle with me. After a while, I'll see if I can find a place to store you, and then I'll go there by myself. Professor Snape looked at Alan Appleby contemptuously. This kind of people who cry when something happens is the most annoying. This is definitely not because he saw his past self. No. Professor Snape. I'm very powerful. I have to save my dad. What can you do? Eat maggots? It's the same without you. I've made up my mind. Let's take a rest and then we'll set off. Alan looked embarrassed, but he would never let Snape leave him behind. At this time, the sound of transformation also came from the distance. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes for a moment. Okay. Let me see the scroll. His eyes instantly became serious. Why are there pursuers behind us? He said softly. According to common sense, I have placed a whispering spell on you and a sneaking spell on us, so we shouldn't be discovered, right? Forget it, I can't show you this scroll until I get rid of it for you. Otherwise, there is a risk of leaking the secret. What if they directly give you the Cruciatus curse? I don't think you can withstand it. Snape complained. If you dare to vomit on my clothes, I will throw you to the ground and hold it in. Transfiguration. Alan held it back bitterly, he didn't want to really leave this trip. However, the sound of transformation came from behind again. Snape narrowed his eyes again. What's wrong? Snape looked a bit off. No wizard today needs any method of movement other than apparition. But if you lose your disappearance, how can you avoid their hunt? Why are there so many pursuers? Snape felt something was wrong, and he also panicked. However, at this time, Alan Appleby spoke. There is no doubt that the Ministry of Magic has fallen. Alan said affirmatively. In just a few seconds, he had an answer. The answer only requires a few clues to come together. Snape raised his eyebrows and was about to say something, but suddenly closed his mouth. At the same time, the expression that was full of "I don't believe it" just now turned into a look of "I'm afraid it's true." Snape nodded. Let's do it again. Transfiguration. Chapter 43. That's right. Snape thought. Although he didn't want to admit the wisdom of this crybaby, he was right. Alan closed his eyes, thinking and remembering, while suppressing the feeling of vomiting. I remember that Sir Humphrey and Mr. Bernard once discussed this matter in the Department of Administrative Affairs. It was about whether to track space magic, things like apparition and flow of powder. My father also made a metaphor at that time, saying that you don't want the Dark Lord's people to get into your chimney, right? I had a physical accident that day, and my father hadn't gone to the concert with his boss, Sir Arnold, yet. I remember it very clearly. Alan Appleby's tone dropped, as if he remembered that Sir Humphrey was dead. So I remember, they definitely said this is within the scope of the Administrative Affairs Division. Alan suddenly said loudly. The Department of Administrative Affairs can supervise every displacement magic we use. Snape raised his eyebrows. Nonsense. The principle of apparition and flow of powder is to achieve space travel through rituals and alchemy combined with the magic concept level magic circle inside the Ministry of Magic. Just think on your knees, they will definitely say it's a backdoor. So from the results back to the process, there is only one possibility. The question now is what to do. Snape's mind was racing. No matter which way we go, we will be overtaken by the approaching Ministry of Magic troops. If we apparate, then they apparate and follow us. If we walk, we will never be able to outrun them who are well equipped. They have tracking magic, we don't. If only I could bring out the broomstick. Snape sighed. I just said that when Dumbledore smiled at me, this old fox must be trying to trick me when he smiled at me. As expected, this mission turned out to be another big pit. Big sinkhole. It's over now. We don't even have a broomstick, and we don't even have the ability to apparate. How are we supposed to run away? Before Dumbledore left, he told him that if he had any problems, he should disclose them to Alan Appleby. Otherwise, would Snape, who was too arrogant, still open his mouth to say this? What greeted Alan was a series of commands. Alan also narrowed his eyes, their expressions were very similar. Simple. After leaving Hogwarts, little Sir Alan Appleby was like a tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon entering the deep sea. Professor Snape, I have an idea. Let's go to Appleby Manor in Yorkshire. Alan's plan was decided and he grinned. With a flash of green light, the pursuer also used apparition to chase after him. As mentioned before, Avada Kedavra is like a gun, it makes it too easy for wizards to kill. Therefore, even if Snape and Alan have many supernatural powers, they dare not show up easily and can only run away. They have been implanted by Dio with germs that can control their minds, just like the Imperious Curse, but the effect is stronger. The number of enemies continues to increase, and for a moment, this small room can no longer hold so many people. If Alan and Snape saw this scene, they would definitely take a breath. Explorers, investigators, voyeurs, predators, aurors, all kinds of people with all kinds of strange abilities. Who can withstand the onslaught of an entire British wizarding community? Chase. The leader of the team has once again received the message from the Ministry of Magic. Yorkshire Appleby Manor. The crowd surrounded him, and people could only see the two of them standing side by side. One of them wore a huge and terrifying black mask and held a huge red iron in his hand. The other person is wearing a funny oval-shaped onion-shaped armor, but the aura is so oppressive that no one can look directly at him. Set off. The fluctuations in space appear again. The two disappeared instantly. What are you doing here? If you hadn't said that your father had been prepared, I wouldn't have come. Snape also tried apparition with the mentality of a blind cat will kill a mouse. Alan couldn't control it again and started vomiting. Plop. With a sound, the house elf Crisp actually appeared out of thin air. Little Lord Alan. All preparations have been made according to the master's instructions. Do you want to leave? Alan's eyes lit up, but he thought of something again, and his mood quickly dropped. Snape was completely in disbelief and cursed. These people are treating us like monkeys. Humphrey Appleby also knows about it. Tell us about the bloody plan. As a genius in alchemy and potions, Snape hated being fooled, and Humphrey Appleby set him up again. These heartless sons of bitches. Snape wanted to kick their asses with his boot. Including Dumbledore. These brainless losers. They always prove that they are smart with one plan after another, but things often don't go their way. Acting accordingly is true wisdom. If making a plan was really useful, I would have embraced the beauty long ago, and now Harry Potter should be called Harry Snape. If Dumbledore's immortal plan had worked, then Lily wouldn't have died. Snape, who is usually calm and looks cold and domineering, appears completely different from usual when he encounters severe problems and challenges, decisive, clear, and a little anxious, and does things without any sloppiness. When he was studying personality psychology in his previous life, Alan once studied this kind of personality, personality number 6, the skeptic. Although they may seem gentle at ordinary times, according to the 9-star astrology chart, personality number directs the doer of number under pressure. And doers have the problem of being too anxious under pressure. Alan narrowed his eyes. Snape was about to say something excited, but Alan suddenly interrupted. Crisp. No matter what Jazz has prepared, move us to the garage immediately. There are pursuers behind us. Snape was about to start apparition after saying a few words, and in the blink of an eye, they moved to the garage. The principle of apparition of house elves is different from that of humans, so they will not be tracked by the Ministry of Magic. But Alan knows that they must hurry up and leave here now, maybe the enemy has other ways to target them. What are you afraid of? There are many obstacles here, and we just reward them with 2 green arrows. Snape stood by his judgment. It's better to be cautious. We haven't seen Dumbledore's revelation yet. Alan was tit for tat. I haven't decided to take you away yet. You are starting to make decisions. Snape couldn't believe that this guy who had just entered Hogwarts could become a reliable partner. After all, he is really too young. Even if Dumbledore said he wanted Alan Appleby to join, Snape was unwilling to involve his students in such a world-class problem. Dumbledore cannot be the master of the Half-Blood Prince. What's more, the proud Half-Blood Prince will not let others make decisions for him. Then it's not up to you. Alan is desperate. Crisp. Hold him still. Okay. Crisp immediately started, and Snape waved his wand. But even if Professor Snape, the Half-Blood Prince, can cast spells silently, he still needs to use an external object like a staff, a catalyst to mobilize the power of the soul. Therefore, his spell-casting speed still cannot keep up with the house elves who are born magical creatures. What? Crisp succeeded. Professor Snape was motionless, he had been temporarily petrified by Crisp. I know I will win because I know you won't use the death curse on your students. Alan said. As long as it is not the immediate casting of the death curse, according to Professor McGonagall's transformation theory, all other spells require soul power modeling to be realized. Therefore, your speed will definitely not be able to keep up with Crisp. I'll tell you how I joined. Alan searched and touched Snape's black robe with one hand. He watched Snape put the scroll of divine revelation into the robe. Therefore, he knew the approximate location. Although the petrification time is limited, Alan can still find the scroll directly. Snape stared at Alan Appleby. This boy is indeed just like his father, a born bastard. Just as disgusting as that bastard and asshole James Potter. He couldn't use the death curse on his students, but for James Potter, he could use the death curse as easily as drinking water. But he got the scroll, and for now at least, Snape had to keep him alive. In the magical world, the dead can talk, and the living can even talk. As long as I open this scroll. According to the information you provided before, you must take me away. Otherwise, the secret will be leaked. Alan Appleby wins. Sorry, Professor Snape. I might hide it at other times, but only the rescue of my father, Sir Humphrey Appleby, I must take part in. Don't even think about kicking me out of the team. Alan opened the mysterious scroll of Dumbledore's divine revelation. The scroll slowly flashed a light. And Alan, full of expectation, stared at the light. Chapter 44. Alan stared closely at the mysterious scroll. Go to Stonehenge and look for the Dragonborn. This was the only sentence written on the purple scroll given by Dumbledore. After reading it, Alan handed the scroll to Professor Snape, and he smiled proudly. He is not an obedient baby. Now, he has the certificate to join the gang. But at this time, the garage was already filled with enemy footsteps. Through flow powder and apparition, the enemy quickly tracked Appleby Manor. Say quickly. What tricks did Humphrey have left? Since there's no fight, let's set off quickly. Snape shook off his black robe, he particularly liked black robes. Although he was very rich now, he simply didn't like things other than black robes, even if he tore several of himself into pieces. Even with the black robes he wears, he still always has a black robe. Maybe he has a side business like a black robe tailor shop? Alan understood that Snape would not settle accounts with him for the time being. Crisp. Ellen gestured to the house elf. But Crisp shook his head. I'm sorry, Sir Alan. But Sir Humphrey meant for me to follow you. I cannot reveal the specific plans. Alan's eyes widened in shock. Was it such a slap in the face? Snape's eyes widened angrily, and he looked obviously a little anxious. Alan Appleby, do you know what we are facing? Do you dare to joke with me at this time? But before he could finish speaking, Alan quickly explained. Don't worry, don't worry. It's just a problem of not being able to use apparition. It's a small problem. I have already thought of a solution. Don't underestimate me. Alan smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that Sir Humphrey would do this and reveal his secret. You better hurry up, or I will knock you unconscious and send you to a mental hospital. I will pick you up when I come back. Snape said coldly, his patience running out. Then you look good. Alan grinned. On his turf, he certainly knew what to do. The electronic lock of garage number 17 slowly opened, revealing the collection inside. Blue and white spray paint, the deflector dyed red by Alan. This is a car. produced at the Bavarian engine factory. It's called M3 GTR, and it's exactly the same as the one given to Alan's driving teacher last year. As a British knight, Mr. Humphrey is very fond of German cars, especially this model. There were not many of them in the first place, and with Jazz cutting them off halfway, there are even fewer cars of this model out there. Having said that, Alan is really looking forward to whether the AE86 will be faster after being replaced with the M3 GTR or the Mercedes. But not only that, what is in line with the Appleby family's consistent style is. This car is no ordinary car, it is a car specially designed by Sir Humphrey for Alan Appleby. The same motion sickness suppression system as vehicle number 3 is specially installed inside. Therefore, even Alan can drive this extremely fast car without any obstacles. At the same time, considering that Alan is now 11 years old and is in the period of growing taller, the car is also equipped with adaptive accelerator and brake systems. Due to the extremely sensitive nerves of the Ministry of Magic, as the child of the standing Under-Secretary, the focus of the media, naturally the car was also equipped with a series of curses such as the Muggle Expelling Curse and the Collision Mitigation Curse. Although the Daily Prophet doesn't like to speak well of the civil servants of the Ministry of Magic in order to maintain its image of not fearing power, once something bad happens to the civil servants, they will swarm around them like flies and are very annoying. In any case, Alan learned how to drive from Takamai Fujiwara last year, wouldn't he put it to use now? As for whether you are old enough for a driver's license? For Appleby, a driver's license has never been an issue. The police couldn't see him anyway. What is this? The half-blood prince who has lived in the pure magical world for a long time naturally does not recognize this kind of common people's entertainment. Snape didn't even know about the outrageous red bus, because when he was a child, Hogwarts was his home, and when he grew up, he didn't need a vehicle anymore. With Apparition Shadow, he can reach anywhere he wants to go in the UK in just 1 second. With a dang sound, Alan opened the passenger door. Please. This is his first time driving a car. What is this? Snape asked confused, but still walked over. You'll know it when you come up. It's more exciting than potions. Alan joked. Be careful not to hit your head when you get into the car. Considering that Snape had never ridden in a car, Alan reminded him kindly. At this moment, the door leading to the garage was kicked open hard. The door lock was broken by being kicked with such force. I saw a knight wearing funny onion armor, about to rush in. But it was stuck by the narrow garage pedestrian door. Alan and Snape's locations have been discovered. But what if they discover it? Now they no longer need to disapparate? Alan had no intention of laughing at him, so he sat directly in the driver's seat and opened the driver's door. The electronic door of the garage slowly opened, revealing a blue sky full of sunshine. Alan turned on the car stereo, which was playing his favorite song. Done. The door frame was kicked in again. The guy wearing a huge black mask kicked the Onion Knight in. Alan glanced at it and saw that the guy behind him was dressed like a medieval jailer. Alan naturally knows these two guys. Sir Humphrey once took him to see the Appleby family's magic collection, which contained Sister Freed's scythe. Listening to such a familiar name, Alan naturally knew that in the mysterious world he traveled to, there must be people from the land of previous kings. For example, the Sun Warrior Solar, the Indomitable Patch, and the unknown and unpaid Ash Hero. That being the case, it's no surprise that these two guys showed up. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would think that their outfit is the equipment of the 20th and 21st centuries? Looking at the motionless iron shell standing there, the mission target was there, and the jailer stepped forward step by step. These two guys are dangerous people. Snape looked at the pursuers behind with doubts on his face, but Alan was as clear as a mirror. But fortunately, they were about to be thrown away by him, and there was no need to use apparition. They would definitely not be able to catch up with him. Alan comforted himself in his heart. The garage door is open, the road ahead seems clear, and the GPS navigation is turned on. Alan knew it was time to go. But before setting off, he had something to say to these magicians that he had been holding back for a long time. Alan swallowed, waved silently in the car, opened the window, and shouted outside. Goodbye. You natives of magical civilization. Just follow me and eat ashes behind my GTR. Alan laughed loudly, stepped on the accelerator, and rode away. Only such a smile could temporarily calm the uneasiness in his heart. Chapter 45. Along with the sound of space shattering, more and more pursuers came to Appleby Manor. But they all stayed here and there was no way to pursue them. What now? Snape's teleportation badge is no longer in use. If they don't use apparition, then we won't be able to find them. The pursuers looked at each other. Yes. Alan and Snape had previously deduced that the enemy could track them based on disapparition, otherwise they would not have time to fight among themselves in the garage. If it is only traced through the trajectory of apparition, then as long as apparition is not used, it will not be traced. As for the way to leave, they chose to drive away. Alan knew this group of wizards. With apparition, wizards usually couldn't drive. What's more, except for his own GTR, there are no other vehicles in Appleby Manor. Even if they want to chase, they don't have vehicles. Do they have to rely on their two short legs to compare with racing cars? Alan curled his lips in the distance. The scenery quickly disappeared outside the window, running backwards. Even for the sake of maneuverability, Alan improved the vehicle's maneuverability and grip by reducing the acceleration performance of the GTR and adding suspension devices. The speed of this car is still not comparable to ordinary vehicles. They headed to Stonehenge from Yorkshire, and it only took about 3 hours to arrive with the performance of the GTR. Gee! This is really fast. Snape sighed in the car. Alan looked at Snape and chirped, really envious of these people who were not afraid of fainting. Snape didn't even blink when he disapparated, just like taking a leisurely stroll. Judging from how comfortable he was in this car, Alan estimated that even if Snape were to fly directly into space at the first cosmic speed on a rocket or space shuttle, he would not even frown, and would even feed himself with magic. A cup of coffee, because when it escapes from the gravity of the Earth, the huge impact will make Snape unable to even move his fingers. It's quite fun. If I have a chance, I'll make one too. Snape lay solemnly by the window, watching the scenery retreat rapidly. He didn't like the broomstick tournament Quidditch because there was no protection at all, and he was not one of those Gryffindors who didn't care. And the more critical problem is that when sitting on the broomstick, Snape will be as afraid of falling off as Alan. In this case, he will have no way to enjoy the pleasure of flying in the wind, but will always be afraid, then nothing can be seen clearly. It's useless except for fear, and it's not as useful as fluid powder and disapparition. But this car looks pretty solid. Snape nodded again. Doesn't it look nice outside? Alan found Snape looking out the window and found a topic, ready to break the tense atmosphere between the two. Snape curled his lips. It's indeed pretty, that's what he was thinking. But he wouldn't say that. Even if it really felt good, Snape wouldn't admit it. What's so good about the Muggle world? Even though the political trends in the Ministry of Magic were very obvious during this period, Snape still didn't take it seriously. As someone who once claimed to be the Half-Blood Prince, Snape was also someone who had been exposed to the secular world. It has to be said that after joining the Wizarding world, the living conditions of a genius like Snape have been greatly improved. When he was a child, the Muggle world gave him a very bad impression: hunger, fighting, hooligans, drunkards, and domestic violence. Forget it, thinking about what to do was already a long time ago. Gee! Is there anything good to see outside? If you think it looks good, you haven't seen real beauty. Snape said gloomily. I have been traveling around the world since 1981, and I have encountered countless amazing sights that you have never thought of. How vast this world is, how much beauty can be found in a small Britain. That is, those things like cities and royal families, it's nicer, and then there are more private collections and museums. I got tired of seeing these when I was a kid. Ah! Alan was a little curious. It was rare for anyone to tell him about these experiences in the magical world. Too many. Snape shook his head. Since you have been divinely enlightened, you are also qualified to know this. In the oceans of Polynesia and Micronesia, I have explored the ruins of the old days. It is an indescribable and spectacular sight that humans cannot imagine and cannot describe. I can't explain it. It can only be described as a real macro system. Between the church and the dome building in Córdoba, the sky will split from time to time. There is the entrance to the abyss, a darkness you can't imagine. It seems that nothing will be left in the world, only extremes of emptiness and fear. Just as he finished speaking, Snape suddenly thought of something. I was on a mission and went to Ifni, Messina, Palermo, Córdoba, Dagestan, lower reaches of Sind, the mouth of the Gulf of Aden, Muscat, Samarkand, Damascus, Jerusalem, and finally Constantinople. Don't you want me to call it Istanbul? I don't admit it. It happens once every 10 years, and it's probably going to be soon this time. That's really, really grand. There for a period of time, even if we pass by, we will not be driven away or blocked. But it is only that period of time. Alan had a question mark on his face. Why was Snape talking so suddenly? I heard Sir Humphrey say that your writing teacher is Johnny Joestar. I'm afraid he has already made arrangements for that time. Snape looked at Alan with a half-smile and said. What? Alan was completely confused. You will know when the time comes. Anyway, it is related to the noble thing that Johnny's opponent is pursuing. Snape's expression suddenly became solemn. No. Let's leave quickly. Alan suddenly stepped hard on the accelerator. The hard push on his back made Alan hit the chair. What the hell are you doing? Snape was shocked. When he looked back, his gloomy face suddenly started to twitch. One stop. A red flying dragon was flying towards them along the highway. A red, adult, two-winged flying dragon. Snape could see two black figures looming above the flying dragon. One of them was wearing white armor and pointed at Alan and his GTR. Then, the giant red dragon opened its mouth and began to spit out dragon breath flames. The dragon's soul energy is extremely powerful. With human power and magic, even using the Avada Kedavra may not be able to expel the dragon's soul. It can only make it temporarily comatose for 2 seconds. It's useless. Only then did Alan truly realize the horror of the magical world. Alan thinks, you have apparition, and I still have a GTR sports car and modern industrial civilization. But now he really confirmed. The magical world, at least the magical world he is in now, is probably not just a duel between cowboys glowing green. When he was complacent about his sports car, the enemy has mounted a giant flying dragon and is flying over. Alan had never encountered such a situation before. He was a little panicked. He had never seen a dragon before. He believed that it was nothing more than a legend. He could only step on the accelerator and step forward. Use your extreme speed to try to avoid the dragon's pursuit. But Alan also knows that this is completely useless. Flying is faster than running. Alan looked at Snape helplessly, only to find. At this time, Snape was silently wiping his staff. His expression was calm as usual. It was as if this was just one of the countless battles he had experienced. Chapter 46. Looking at the chasing dragon outside the car, Snape wiped his staff. Take a deep breath. Even an experienced speaker who has been on the podium countless times will habitually feel nervous every time he takes the stage. Unless he doesn't care about the audience's feelings. Facing the dragon, although Snape didn't know how to deal with it like a rookie like Alan Appleby, it was still a big challenge. Snape took a deep breath, fully prepared mentally, and then pulled the car door and prepared to open it. As a result, the car door was locked by Alan. What's wrong? Snape's hard-earned determination was in vain. Snape asked in confusion. Although he was a veteran in the wizarding world, he was not familiar with the structure of the car. In other words, he didn't even know that the door would be locked after getting in the car. If Alan hadn't proven that his opinions were worthy of respect, Professor Snape might have used a magic spell to open the car door. However, another reason for not doing so was that Snape also thought that compensating the car door might not be cheap. I locked the car windows and doors. What are you going to do? Alan asked. Open the car door. Open the car door and you might fall out. Once you fall out, you can't catch up. Alan explained. Open that fucking car door for me. Seeing that the dragon was about to chase him, Snape yelled angrily. Do not. Alan Appleby said. Snape became angrier. It is good. Fractured. Snape was about to cast the spell when Alan added. Don't worry. Alan said. I can open the sunroof for you. Alan pressed the button on the driver's seat. At this time, the skylight on the GTR roof automatically opened slowly. Alan felt that Snape wanted to get a wider view and cast spells without being interfered by the car. But there is no need to jump out of the car, just open the door. But Alan also knew that Snape didn't know much about cars. So it's no wonder. Snape felt very embarrassed. He stepped over from the passenger seat without saying a word, went to the back seat, popped his head out, and then stretched out his wand, but he felt that it was very uncomfortable to cast spells like this. The skylight is too narrow. But the flying dragon has already flown over. Snape had no time to continue adjusting his posture. If you stop, maybe the pursuers will catch up soon. Snape knew that to be able to send pursuers so quickly, the enemy must have some kind of fast communication method, such as a telephone. The famous Nokia mobile phone was already available for purchase in 1991. In China, it was called Big Brother and eventually became a common memory of an era. How should Snape respond to the flying dragon? Alan stared closely at Snape's behavior in the rearview mirror. He said, "I can slow down at any time, just tell me when you're ready. If you slow down suddenly, you might be able to dodge their attack." Alan had temporarily overcome his fear and said to Snape. Snape can't drive a car, so Alan must drive this GTR to avoid the dragon's attack. There are not many vehicles on the road, but there are actually not many. Sadly, this dragon from another world will not abide by the rules of Britain and Hogwarts. He did not carry the Muggle-repelling curse or the Muggle-shielding curse on him. As a result, many vehicles on the road stopped, and some people even started taking photos and videos, but their behavior would soon be refuted by experts as empty talk and finally classified as a hype and become one of the urban secrets. Eventually dissipated in time. Alan had only one thing to say about their behavior. It's too long to live. That's a flying dragon. Do flying dragons eat grass or meat? Alan can't control this anymore. Snape quietly observed the dragon's movement in the car. His eyes were firm and his mind was working rapidly, looking for relevant memories. At Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore was the famous Dragon Bane. After World War II, he was the most powerful warrior of the Dragon Slaying Association, and his trophies were so large that he was able to discover 12 ways to use dragon blood. As a student of Dumbledore, even though he was not favored by him during his student days, the old man did not hide his secrets. Watch it. Alan Appleby. This way you can at least learn to be smarter in the future. As a poor teacher, Snape loved teaching others. It would be nice if he didn't have such a bad mouth. This giant dragon is red all over, and its breath is flame. It is obvious that this is a European fire dragon. But there are two main types of European fire dragons, the Norwegian Spinosaurus and the Ardennes Spinosaurus genus. What they have in common, the characteristic is that there are thorn-like exoskeletons on the body, especially on the back. By observing the color of their dragon breath, we can judge their strength and basic type. It's just that this dragon doesn't have an exoskeleton of thorns on its back. It can be basically concluded that it is not a European fire dragon. In fact, European dragons have become endangered species and are basically protected by artificial breeding or the establishment of protected areas. Combining these two pieces of information, there is only one possibility. He should be a summon from the Annihilation Realm, the Void Realm, or other affiliated realms. However, only the dragons from the attached world dare to make trouble here. Snape said coldly. In the dragon's breath, people's screams could be faintly heard. But Alan and Snape can't protect themselves, and they can no longer take care of so much. Now, they can only continue to move forward, towards Stonehenge. The fire dragon's breath was about to approach, but Snape already had the wisdom in hand to stay calm in the face of danger. Wonderful! Alan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know how Snape judged it, he also used a completely different method from Snape to reach the same conclusion. The reason is also very simple, because Alan is a time traveler. Jack Baldo, the Onion Knight, who praised the sun, used storms, and knocked down big trees, and Jack Maya, the Onion Knight, who fought alongside him in the game in the Chaos Wasteland, and was finally defeated by Hydra in the Lake of Ashes and became a living corpse. They are all respectable comrades. The other one is Lawful Evil, a terrifying-looking jailer who will appear in the underground prison of Ireushal. Alan could spot both types of people right away in the garage. The two men differed in almost everything but one thing. They all come from the world of Lord Ranlathric, the land of ancient kings built in Dark Souls. Therefore, Alan could tell at a glance that this enemy came from Dark Soul and was the fire dragon running rampant on the Flying Dragon Bridge. Seeing Professor Snape's calm appearance, Alan also looked at the rearview mirror expectantly. Snape drank a bottle of blue potion and then raised his wand. Like other magic in the world of Harry Potter. Just like a cowboy duel in the West. When the gun fires, the winner is decided. Dragon Break. Dragon Break. This spell seemed to only take a moment to be released, but the time that Snape spent brewing and chanting the spell silently was far longer than this second. What? Alan's eyes widened in shock. The world was becoming more and more different from what he knew. Longpo, he knew it. This is exactly the key skill he once used to operate players. Dragon Break is obviously the dragon roar used exclusively by Dragonborn to restrain giant dragons in the continent of Tamriel in the Elder Scrolls. This spell can cause the giant dragon to lose the ability to fly and fall directly to the ground. Why has the power of Dragon Roar changed to a simple magic spell that only needs a wand to activate? Alan didn't know that Professor Snape was proficient in silent spells. He actually spent a long time brewing the spell. The fiery red dragon's wings suddenly became stiff, and more importantly, its wings could no longer generate lift. The giant dragon screamed and fell from the sky, hitting the ground hard and crashing to the ground. Under him, a poor car was crushed to pieces at that moment. There was a boom, dust flew on the ground, and the sound was deafening. This huge weight even triggered shock waves. Finally, the voice fell silent. Safe. There was a lot of movement in the distance, but Professor Snape ignored it or even looked at it. As the saying goes, real men never look back to see explosions. He gently wiped his staff and quietly got back into the car through the sunroof. He even knocked his head, but he still sat back in the passenger seat with a cold face. Awesome! Professor Snape! Stop talking nonsense, drive! Alan praised sincerely. But Professor Snape was unwilling to say anything more. Because he vaguely felt that the enemy's pursuit was not over yet. Chapter 47. The enemy shouldn't be chasing us. Alan looked at the situation behind him in the rearview mirror. The apparition pursuers have been thrown off, because Alan Snape has found a new vehicle. The red dragon has been unable to fly into the sky for some time. No matter how powerful the jailer and Onion Knight are, they can't outrun the GTR sports car with human legs, right? Alan judged this. No. Instead we should be vigilant. Professor Snape said vigilantly that unlike Alan, a rookie wizard, he was a seasoned wizard in the wizarding world. Alan was limited by the world's thinking. For example, human legs cannot run over a car, but Snape was not limited by such functional fixation. At least in the magical world, anything is possible. Just like the first lesson in the wizarding world he taught Alan. Seeing is not believing. Snape said this. Alan also nodded, carefully observed the situation in the rearview mirror, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. No matter what, at least get rid of these two guys, the jailer and the Onion Knight. Otherwise, once the gas in this GTR sports car runs out, and it has not been able to successfully get rid of the two of them, it is still within their attention. I am afraid that within a short time of refueling, a large number of enemy pursuers will attack again. Come. The stronghold of Appleby Manor has already been used, and the possibility of Dio's men monitoring their entry must be considered. However, they were completely unaware that the jailer was already sitting there quietly on the chassis of the car. The jailer is probably not as familiar with this secular world as Snape, and he doesn't know that the car needs refueling. Otherwise, he only needs to simply maintain his secret identity and call for reinforcements. Alan and Snape maybe death is certain. Even if he doesn't die, at least Alan will reveal one of his big secrets, or let Crisp intervene. The jailer received only one command. Kill the remaining wizards who escaped from Hogwarts. There is a saying that the British Ministry of Magic fell really fast. The nuclear bomb had just flown over, and the British Ministry of Magic changed hands in such a short time. However, Alan also knows that facing a powerful living god like Dio, it is impossible to deal with it with common sense. He only needs one face-to-face meeting to kill so many world-class experts. Maybe, by this time, all the officials of the British Ministry of Magic have been killed by him and replaced by his men. Switching the perspective, part of the jailer's body was actually suspended in the air. His legs disappeared. Just like a ghost, only his hands are still just grasping the chassis of the car. We don't even know whether they are grasped or attached. Could it be that the jailer is a magical creature? Not right. Alan Appleby felt something keenly. Before entering Hogwarts for a year, Sir Humphrey spent a lot of money to hire some powerful teachers for Alan Appleby. Among them, including his driving instructor. The top speed of the GTR has dropped by about 3%. I suspect there is something wrong with the chassis. Alan narrowed his eyes and said. What are you doing? Snape listened in confusion. Professor Snape, do you have the ability to transform like an animagus? I need your help. Alan said to Snape sincerely. Snape also squinted his eyes at the little guy. During this period of time together, not only was Alan observing and analyzing Snape, but Snape, a seasoned explorer, was also observing and analyzing Alan. This child is bold and mature. If not, he still looks a bit innocent. He is quite cute and looks like an unmistakable child. If he closed his eyes and transformed his voice into a more mature one, he would almost think that Alan was a proven orator, explorer, or even investigator. Can you go and have a look at the chassis? It's the bottom of the car. I'll open the window for you. Alan nodded to Snape. Okay. Snape nodded. But I don't need to use a complex spell like transformation. Mirror development. Snape took out a small mirror from inside his all-purpose black robes. However, the mirror that was supposed to display images like a periscope was covered in grey. It's broken. Unspeakable situation. There must be something wrong here. Brace yourself. Snape shouted quickly. Crisp. You are small, go and take a look. I'm sorry, Master. House elves cannot interfere in the fights between people, otherwise they will be turned into bone powder immediately. Depend on. Snape moved to the back seat again, opened the window, and pointed his shoes at the seat behind him. Reconciled as before. Snape waved his staff, and then his shoes sank directly into the car seat and got stuck. This way he won't be thrown away at too high a speed. Now, the GTR is very fast, and you must not stop until it is safe. Snape reached down with his head hanging upside down from the golden hook, and almost hit the jailer's mask head-on. The jailer is slowly climbing up the chassis of the car from the other side, in the direction of the car's engine. There are enemies, prepare to fight. Snape shouted and quickly returned to the car. Stop the car quickly. You can't park. They must have some kind of contact method. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint our location so accurately. This is the third time I've seen the jailer. Alan also shouted his opinion loudly. We will be chopped alive by the green light of the pursuers. Alan said angrily. Then what? Crisp moved to the back corner, giving Snape a wider view. At this time, a hand suddenly grabbed the hood. At this time, Alan saw the jailers climbing up bit by bit from the hood of the car. And his huge, dark, scary, and harmful mask just by looking at it. That is the mask of the Irish jailer who exists only to execute executions. Be careful. This jailer must have some special ability. The chassis height of the GTR is definitely not high enough to support such a person sandwiched between the chassis and the ground. It must be some kind of ability that allows him to only have his own mass attached to the car without generating any friction with the ground. He must have some kind of special ability, such as the ability to suddenly shrink. Alan blurted out his judgment. The jailer's body climbed onto the front hood. His mask also seemed to turn from nothingness into substance little by little. That is substantive malice. Great malice condensed into great hatred, and finally formed a curse. Age, sluggishness, hemorrhage, cold, heat, stagnation, exhaustion. Alan felt like he had a young body of 11 years old, but his body was aging at an extremely fast rate. This indescribable feeling can only be described in one word. Debuff. Debuff status, curse. If Alan could withstand 2 punches before, he felt now that if he was punched, his skull would be broken. Even the bones are getting softer. Snape felt the same way. But combat experience and combat intuition guided him. That mysterious terrifying power, the terrifying power from the abyss, emanates from the eyes of this jailer. He hid directly behind the driver's seat, avoiding the sight of the jailer. Sure enough, although the body did not get better. But that feeling of growing old and getting weaker has temporarily disappeared. Get down! Snape shouted. Damn! Why are there such strong enemies this time? Dumbledore, that old bastard! Is this a game that children should participate in? They should have been to every house. He cursed Dumbledore again. But Alan didn't understand it at all. Get down! Get down! Get the fuck down! You're going to die! Snape was excited. I'll get down! Are you going to drive? Ellen shouted. I can still live if I keep driving. If I stop the car and the pursuers come, we will definitely die in this wilderness. If I stop the car, we all die. Alan said fearfully and firmly. At this time, the jailer's eyes were still looking straight at them. What should we do? Snape couldn't think of a solution for the time being. You'll be dead in less than 2 minutes. Snape yelled too. Alan stepped on the accelerator and continued driving regardless. Quickly think of a solution. I'll provide you with information. I know this bastard jailer's information. Alan shouted. At this moment, Alan's eyes lit up, he pointed to the sun visor of the car and shouted to Snape. Make the damn thing grow longer. Snape. It was too late for Alan to call Professor Snape. Extend quickly. Snape waved his staff. Sure enough, just by extending his hand, this terrifying curse deepened. Is Alan Appleby facing such pain? Alan Appleby gritted his teeth and smiled. Just pull the visor down and cover the entire windshield of the car. This way, this old bastard won't be able to see us. Alan cursed. Then how do you drive? We are on the highway now, it is basically a straight road, there will be no big turns. If you don't do this, you will have to wait for death. Alan had no choice but to say. This kind of ability is really evil. Snape slapped the chair next to him hard. We have to find a way to get rid of this guy. At least, we need to know how he caught up with our car. There are few cars in the world that are faster than the GTR. Alan pursed his lips. Blocking the glass, now Alan and Snape have no idea what's going on outside. At this time, Alan faintly heard the sound of the phone dialing.